In a realm where magic is a reality, four sprawling continents and 20 distinct nations define the world. Inhabited by an array of unique species, known as Randall, this land transitioned from the legendary age of myths and swords to the modern age of magic, where magical arts have flourished to extraordinary heights. However, despite these advancements in magic, the societal structure remains feudal, ruled by kings and nobles, preserving the inequality of class distinctions. Still, this magical era is widely hailed as Randall's Golden Age. On December 29th, 1999, near the dawn of a new century in the magic era, an event occurred that shook the world. Archmage Manuel Lucas announced his final will. The venerable wizard revealed he had concealed immense power, profound knowledge, and unimaginable wealth somewhere in the world, challenging all who sought it to claim their destiny. As the Archmage who ushered Randall into its magical prime and a renowned Ninth Circle wizard, Lucas was both a leader of the Golden Age and the Archduke of the Empire of Bring Up. Upon hearing his declaration, people from all walks of life embarked on quests to uncover his legacy. Driven by desire and hope, countless adventurers began their journeys, spurring widespread rumors. Some speculated that Lucas's hidden dungeon lay in the desolate Dragonlands, while others claimed his treasures were stashed within Elysia, an allied nation notorious as a tax haven. There were even tales of a sky fortress belonging to Lucas, drifting over the sea of storms at the heart of the world. Regardless of their origins, species, or social standing, everyone was captivated by the allure of Lucas's legacy. Yet despite the fervor and endless expeditions, no one ever uncovered a single concrete clue to the whereabouts of his treasures, leaving his fate enshrouded in mystery. 2 decades passed, yet the mystery of Manuel Lucas's fate remained unresolved. One fateful day, a man found himself drenched in sweat as the system before him confirmed that he had obtained Lucas's elusive legacy. Overwhelmed by this revelation, he felt a rush of exhilaration. In the year 2007 of the Magic Century, within the grand halls of Lawrence Castle, a butler respectfully inquired if his young master, Adrian, intended to resume his studies. Adrian affirmed, explaining that he planned to return the books he had already read. The butler offered to have someone else handle the task, but Adrian declined, expressing a personal interest in finding a particular book himself. Adrian Lawrence, the second son of Viscount Lawrence, was no ordinary noble. He had been reincarnated, retaining vivid memories of his past life. He recalled that his previous life had ended uneventfully in a tragic truck rollover during his military service, just 1 month before he was due to be discharged. When he awoke, he found himself in a new world, transported from the Republic of South Korea to the Kingdom of Reinhardt, where he now bore the name Adrian Lawrence. Previously, from a modest middle-class family, he began anew as the second son of a Viscount's household, inheriting an estate and a noble title. Although the initial shock of reincarnation left him disoriented, Adrian's experiences from his previous life proved to be a great asset. Unlike other children his age who spent their days in idle play, he devoted himself to learning with unmatched enthusiasm. His teacher, impressed by his exceptional abilities, told Adrian's father that he had never encountered a student so talented. Adrian expressed gratitude, pleased to have earned both the admiration of his teacher and the approval of his father. However, one lingering frustration remained. Much of his previous life's knowledge had lost its value. He knew that Randall boasted a civilization far more advanced than that of 21st century Earth. As a result, the practical knowledge he brought from his past life was of little use in his new world. Adrian understood that in his situation, the best he could do was continuously strive to increase his worth and maintain the facade of a genius. Yet, he also knew that effort alone wasn't enough to guarantee success in a world fraught with challenges. At the age of 7, Adrian narrowly survived an attempt on his life through poisoning. His doctor informed his maid that his survival was a stroke of luck. Had they acted even slightly later, he would have died. The maid, alarmed, asked who could have committed such an act. Adrian already knew the answer. The culprit was clear to him. Later, Anna Lawrence, the official wife of his father and a woman of noble lineage, expressed concern, asking Adrian if he was all right. Her demeanor seemed caring, but Adrian panicked internally, knowing the truth. To Anna, the fact that Adrian, born of common blood and not her child, had captured his father's attention was more than enough to make her resentful. Furious and helpless, Adrian punched the wall, frustrated by a world so advanced, yet crippled by an archaic political system. He knew convicting Anna was impossible without solid backing. He also couldn't fathom why his father, fully aware of Anna's probable guilt, chose to remain passive. It dawned on him that his father deliberately turned a blind eye, feigning ignorance. Disheartened by this realization, Adrian stopped playing the role of a prodigy. 10 years later, on May 1st, 2019, in the Magic Century, Adrian walked into a local convenience store. Now 20 years old, he greeted the clerk with a smile as he looked around. The store clerk whispered to his coworker, asking if she recognized Adrian and if he was a celebrity. She hushed him, explaining that Adrian was the second young master of the Lawrence family. Shocked, the man asked if this was the Adrian Lawrence, who should be one of the lords of the area. He remarked on Adrian's unassuming attire, which resembled that of a commoner. Before the man could say more, his coworker silenced him as Adrian approached. Adrian then asked how they could assist him, prompting the woman to offer her help. Adrian asked the clerk why there were no online point cards displayed. She explained that the store's policy had changed, and such cards could only be purchased at the checkout counter. She then asked how many he wanted. Adrian replied simply, he wanted all of them. After completing his purchase, Adrian left, and the clerk thanked him for shopping there. Once he was gone, the woman angrily scolded her coworker, warning him to behave properly. She reminded him that displeasing a noble could lead to severe consequences. The man apologized, but remarked that Adrian could have easily sent a servant to make the purchase. He expressed his curiosity as to why Adrian would come to the convenience store personally. The woman, exasperated, retorted that she had no idea and confessed that she was just as terrified when she first encountered him. The man then asked if Adrian visited often. She replied that Adrian came by 2 or 3 times a month and noted that he seemed to have a strong interest in gaming. Meanwhile, Adrian glanced at the game point cards he had purchased, worth approximately 5 million in his world's currency, equivalent to around 5 million won in Korean currency. Suddenly, his guard informed him that his older half-brother Cedric was visiting his residence, leaving Adrian both shocked and irritated. Moments later, Adrian's mother, Sylvia Lawrence, warmly greeted him upon Cedric's arrival. Adrian embraced her and asked about his brother. Soon after, Cedric Lawrence, 23 years old, stormed in, shouting at Adrian for walking around the estate without a vehicle and questioning his sanity. Cedric's outburst left Adrian annoyed and their mother visibly anxious. Cedric reprimanded Adrian, insisting that as a noble, he should prioritize the family's reputation. Adrian, however, knew his brother's hypocrisy. Cedric spent most of his time chasing women and wouldn't survive without his noble status. Understanding that arguing would only prolong the confrontation, Adrian calmly conceded. He told Cedric that he was short-sighted and assured him he would be more mindful in the future. Cedric coldly remarked that being of commoner mixed blood was hardly a point of pride. Adrian then asked Cedric why he had come. Cedric revealed that their father seemed intent on having him take charge of a business known as Father's Distribution. Cedric added that Adrian must have already heard about it. Adrian reflected on how noble families in Randall were, essentially a blend of powerful conglomerates and politicians. As part of this system, the nobles ran various enterprises, and Father's Distribution served as the Lawrence family's primary income source from the mining industry. Adrian realized this was the real reason for Cedric's sudden, uninvited visit. With that understanding, Adrian told Cedric he understood and would refuse any involvement. Cedric, satisfied, replied that he had expected nothing less from Adrian. Adrian then told Cedric to leave if he had no further business, since he had spent a lot of money and was eager to enjoy his games. Cedric tried to suppress a laugh, but ultimately burst out laughing, telling Adrian to just continue with his indulgences. After Cedric left, Sylvia asked Adrian if he was all right. Adrian reassured her, adding that staying uninvolved was the wisest course of action. Ever since the poisoning attempt, he had abandoned his image as a prodigy and kept to himself, limiting interactions with his vassals. He speculated that his father's growing indifference stemmed from Adrian no longer being a remarkable genius and merely the son of a concubine. This detachment from his father turned out to be a blessing in disguise, as it shielded him from further life-threatening incidents. For 10 years, Adrian lived quietly, gradually erasing his presence and withdrawing entirely after graduating from the academy. He eventually left the castle with his mother. However, most of the castle's staff remained loyal to Anna, the official wife, making it impossible for him to freely express himself even in his own home. Adrian once overheard a maid mockingly telling others that he was simply running away from reality. Without responding, Adrian continued walking, retreating silently to the solitude of his room. Once inside his room, Adrian picked up the gaming device from his table. He briefly wondered if immersing himself in games was his way of avoiding reality. The device displayed that he had access to Chronicle Online. Adrian smiled, confident that the system wouldn't mistakenly show he had cleared Stage 1 of the Fate quest. The system analyzed his character and confirmed it had synchronized his in-game avatar with his real-life physical attributes. Adrian smirked, remarking that if anyone intended to monitor him, they'd need to do so in both the real and virtual worlds. Suddenly, the system issued a warning. Abilities gained in Chronicle Online could have tangible effects in the real world. Adrian's thoughts wandered back to 10 years earlier when he was a student at the Royal Academy. During a research assignment on Manuel Lucas, he stumbled upon a surprising detail. the Lucas family crest. As he examined the crest closely, he noticed it resembled an English word. The discovery left him questioning how a language like English could exist in Randall. He speculated that perhaps Manuel Lucas might have originated from Earth as well. However, he hesitated to draw any firm conclusions, considering it might simply be a coincidence. It wasn't long, though, before Adrian found confirmation. Archduke Lucas was undoubtedly from Earth. In Lucas's recorded last words, he expressed a longing to walk along California's beaches with someone named Mary once again. Though Adrian didn't recognize the places mentioned, the story of Lucas's past intrigued him. It was too peculiar to dismiss. Adrian carefully documented Lucas's final words and found matching references in the records maintained by Lucas's butler, who had been with him until the very end. This solidified Adrian's belief. The extraordinary archmage of Randall was, in fact, an earthling like himself. Convinced of this connection, Adrian delved deeper into the life and mysteries surrounding Manuel Lucas. Evidence confirming that Lucas was an earthling began to surface from various sources. Drawing on his knowledge of Earth from a previous life, he carefully traced the trail Lucas had left behind. Ultimately, he obtained Manuel Lucas, his inheritance, which stirred a deep sense of exhilaration within him. He thought his future was now paved with opportunities and success. But a sudden attack from behind shattered his expectations, validating his fears. A sword struck the wall near him, sending waves of intense pain through his body, and he realized that claiming the legacy was only the beginning of true hardship. He began to question whether he could truly face this newly emerging threat. Archmage Lucas. The legacy itself was concealed in an unlikely place, a virtual world. While he understood that the game's design aimed to mimic reality, he initially dismissed it as nothing more than a game, expecting pain to be absent. Yet the pain he felt in real life was undeniable, forcing him to endure grueling battles. He pondered the plausibility of the legacy owner becoming synchronized between the game and reality, a concept that seemed utterly fantastical and beyond belief. As a goblin lunged at him with its weapon, he evaded the attack and delivered a precise strike to the goblin's face, landing a critical hit. The system announced his advancement to level 10, signifying the completion of Stage 1 of the Fate Quest, and simultaneously restoring his health. Additionally, it revealed that he was now eligible to change his character's job. Suddenly, he found himself transported to a different location as the system declared his arrival in a secret space created by the main god Ariel. The system began initializing his character, synchronizing his in-game stats and achievements with his real-life abilities, allowing the chronicles of his virtual journey to manifest in the real world. Frustrated, he muttered curses under his breath as the synchronization process took longer than expected. Suddenly, a door appeared behind him. The system prompted him, asking if he wished to proceed to the second floor of the magic tower of Manuel Lucas. With excitement, he approached the door and answered with a confident, "Yes!" Stepping through the door, he found himself inside a library, a stark contrast to the barren first floor he had seen earlier. His eyes scanned the packed bookshelves, and his attention was drawn to a chest in front of him, wondering if it might hold treasure. The system notified him that he had acquired loot worth 5 billion won, Rwanda's currency unit, and instructed him to input his account details to claim the deposit. Alternatively, he could opt to receive it as online currency. Grateful at last to receive a reward, he picked it up, thinking it was a shame he couldn't claim a larger sum. The system revealed that he had successfully created his first magical circle. As a result of this creation, he was officially granted the title of mage. Moreover, a corresponding circle had also formed on his synchronized body in real life. While he valued money highly, the system warned him against quitting the game abruptly, as doing so could severely harm his synchronized body. As the circle formed within him, he reflected on how he had previously assumed mana points were mere game mechanics. Yet he had never sensed mana in reality before now. The system confirmed that the circle creation process was complete, and he could feel mana coursing through his chest. Though the process had been challenging, he realized it symbolized the true power of fate and the deep connection between the game and his real life. With one circle established, he wondered if he could now learn techniques that complemented it, certain that the books around him contained the knowledge of Lucas himself. Just as he reached for a book, the system cautioned him, asking if he would like to search specific materials. He appreciated the convenience, since the sheer number of books made it daunting to browse through them all. He marveled at the legacy of Manuel Lucas, humanity's greatest mage. Moments later, he clutched the bookshelf in pain, overwhelmed by a splitting headache. While he found it convenient to acquire magic and skills by simply touching a skill book, like in games, the process of imprinting their principles into his mind was agonizingly unpleasant. Nevertheless, he persevered, determined to finish, as he grasped what he knew would be the last book. The system informed him it was a manual for a circle concealment technique, which masked circles and mana, but was ineffective against master-level knights, 7th circle mages, or advanced detection artifacts. He recognized it as the skill he needed most, as if it had been tailored for his situation. He proceeded to acquire it. But another intense headache struck him, leaving him dizzy as his surroundings blurred and he collapsed to the ground. Lying there, he chuckled wryly, musing that he shouldn't have expected an easy path from someone like Manuel Lucas. He knew he had only taken the first step, with countless challenges ahead. Resolute, he vowed to ensure a comfortable life for himself and his mother, willing to do whatever it took. The next day, in the mansion's training hall, his trusted friend and guard knight, Vice, commented on his unexpected stamina. Surprised, he asked Vice if that was true, and Vice admitted he hadn't anticipated such endurance, especially after hearing about his interest in improving swordsmanship. He explained that he had been feeling lethargic lately and thought some physical training might help. Though he knew the real reason, improving his swordsmanship would benefit his in-game character, whose stats were synchronized with his real-life self. He could already sense his mana and stamina improving as the enhancements from the game translated to real-life abilities. Smiling, he realized that resolving the mana circle issue, aided by the concealment skill learned at Lucas's magic tower, was a major milestone in his journey. Vice noticed his smile and asked if something good had happened, prompting him to wonder if he was showing too much excitement. He casually replied that he had acquired a valuable item in the game. The people around them began whispering, speculating that he was a gaming enthusiast and noting that Vice seemed quite fanatical as well. Some questioned why Vice, a capable knight, would go out of his way to impress someone they viewed as a powerless and pitiful individual. Vice grew visibly angry, but he intervened, advising him to ignore the comments. He appreciated Vice's willingness to stand up for him, even if it was merely for show. He understood the importance of appearing insignificant to avoid catching the attention of Anna and Cedric. For now, being dismissed as worthless was the safest course of action. Moments later, he logged back into the game, greeted warmly by Chronicle Online's interface. Reflecting on how his in-game stats influenced his real-life abilities, he realized that earning more money and enhancing his skills were now his top priorities. It was time to invest, and he remembered someone saying that the power of a wallet was the key to dominating a game. The system displayed the store's product list. His first purchase was an experience booster, available for levels below 100, which increased experience gain by 30% for 24 hours at the cost of 500 kits. Next, he bought the Goddess's Blessing, also for levels under 100, which enhanced all stats by 30% for 24 hours at the same price of 500 kits. Finally, he acquired the Goddess's Protection, granting immunity to one attack for 1,000 kits, also restricted to below level. He regretted not buying these items earlier, but noted that access to the cash shop required reaching level. As the highlight of his day, he decided to purchase a summon supporter, believing it would be a game changer. The cost was 500 kits for a single use or 4,500 kits for 10 uses. Although having a tank would slightly reduce his experience points due to aggro distribution in a party, he considered it a necessary investment to level up more efficiently. Without hesitation, he opted for the highest grade warrior as his tank, regardless of the expense. The system offered him the option to summon supporters 10 times for 4,500 kits, and he decided to go for it, explaining that he had both the funds and determination to make it worthwhile. The system then initiated a random summon to reveal a supporter class. Moments later, he realized the odds felt similar to low-quality Korean games. He had spent 30 million won without obtaining any supporters he particularly liked. However, his attention was captured by a rare summon, a heavenly steel female supporter. Specializing in defense, she wielded a protective artifact called the Shield of God. It was the first time he had encountered this supporter, leading him to wonder if she was a new character. Moreover, at level 25, she was among the best in the unique tier. He felt relief and excitement at finally obtaining a worthwhile supporter. He proceeded to register her, but the system cautioned that once registered, no changes could be made. Despite some confusion, he confirmed his choice and officially registered the Heavenly Steel supporter. Examining her closely, he noticed her expressionless face resembled that of a golem with human features, but he brushed it off. He asked if she was ready to start leveling up. Shortly after, she held off the goblins while he launched attacks with his magic missiles. He paused when the system announced that he had reached level 20, and had asked if he would like to review the technique and magic books he had acquired. Feeling satisfied, he smiled, as the hunt had been incredibly smooth with his tank supporter by his side. Sitting behind a tree, he reflected that even though using a supporter reduced his experience gain, it didn't feel like a loss. However, he acknowledged that as he leveled up, the supporter would require more experience, which was a bit regrettable. The system then alerted him that he had been playing for 15 consecutive hours in real time, urging him to log out and take a break. He wondered if playing the game was harder than practicing magic in real life before reluctantly logging out. Stretching his body, he remarked that the day had been productive. He planned to rest briefly before heading to the training hall, but then he noticed someone standing beside him. To his shock, it was his supporter, looking at him silently. Panicking, he stared at her expressionless face and demanded to know who she was. She calmly replied that she was his support. Frustrated, he clarified that he wanted to know how she had emerged from the game. She responded that she understood his curiosity and assumed he was wondering how she could maintain her physical form in reality, to which he nodded. Observing her logical demeanor and clear distinction between reality and the game, he realized she had a solid grasp of her circumstances. She explained that she was an android created by Manuel Lucas, as predetermined by her master, and that her appearance and combat characteristics matched those of Garcia of Heavenly Steel. He remarked that this essentially made her one of Lucas's legacies, and she confirmed it. Annoyed, he thought that had he known this would happen, he might not have chosen her as a tank supporter. A more versatile option would have been preferable. It wasn't that he disliked her presence, but he felt the system should have informed him of this possibility beforehand. Curious, he asked if her stats matched those in the game. She affirmed this, adding that her restricted stats would gradually unlock as his level in Chronicles Online increased. Functionally, she stated that her maximum stats were comparable to those of a Grandmaster, leaving him stunned. Knowing that the knight rankings are divided into 9 classes, he realized her power was equivalent to the 8th class, on par with an 8th Circle Mage. This rank was among the strongest on the continent. Even in the Reinhardt Kingdom, only 8 mages were at the 8th class, while most top mages were 7th class. He marveled at the idea that Manuel Lucas had created a being of such immense power. At the very least, it was reassuring to have a loyal and formidable ally who followed his commands unquestioningly. However, a new problem arose. How could he possibly hide her presence? He asked where she was before being summoned and whether reverse summoning was an option. She explained that she had been in standby mode in a maintenance warehouse located in every hill, a holy city. She added that her transmission to him was facilitated by the Lucky Encounter management server and could only occur during the initial activation. After that, if she wished to return to the warehouse, she would have to travel there herself. When he asked if she had stealth or concealment abilities, she clarified that as a warrior-class unit, she lacked stealth but could conceal her mana. He immediately ordered her to demonstrate, and she complied. He observed that her protective shield and visible mana aura vanished. Relieved, he realized that her mana concealment skill was identical to his, ensuring she wouldn't be detected by the knights. Still, he remarked that this situation was far from ideal, confusing her, and admitted his reputation was already in tatters. Meanwhile, people outside the mansion gossiped. Someone asked if they had heard the rumor that Adrian was openly bringing a woman into his mansion. Others confirmed, saying the maids had caught him in a room with her. The rumors grew wilder, suggesting that Adrian and the woman were inseparable and calling him the most shameless man alive. His mother then asked when he planned to marry, assuring him she wouldn't mind if his girlfriend were a commoner. Vice, meanwhile, was stunned to hear this, shocked at how quickly Adrian seemed to have matured. Adrian himself was surprised to find he had reached level 30 and completed Stage 2 of the Lucky Encounter quest. The next task was to defeat the Orc Warrior Counts, with the reward being access to the 3rd floor of Manuel Lucas's Magic Tower. He thought that playing the role of an immature young master bringing a mysterious woman into his mansion would ensure no one suspected Tazia's true identity. Still, his mother's reaction to the situation was undeniably embarrassing. Curious, he asked Tazia what happened to her real body when she connected to the game. She explained that it switched to eco mode, akin to resting, but her monitoring function remained active to ensure his safety. He clarified, asking if this meant she could alert him or respond immediately if there was an external problem, to which she confirmed with a nod while glancing to their side. Suddenly, a loud growl erupted, and Tazia shielded him as he nervously asked if it had begun. She affirmed, eyes fixed on the approaching danger. A massive monster lumbered toward them. The Orc Warrior Cat, with a health pool of 5,500, glared menacingly. The system announced the initiation of the Fate Quest Stage 2, Defeat the Orc Warrior Cat. The Orc called him a mere human and taunted that eliminating him would make the Orc even more special. The system warned him that using consumable attack items like bombs or scrolls was forbidden, highlighting that tools making hunts easier were off-limits. Frustrated, he wondered if Manuel Lucas's aim was to ensure his disciple became truly strong. Calling on Tasia, he braced himself for a challenging fight. The Orc swung its massive sword forward, roaring for him to perish. But the blade clashed against Tasia's shield. causing it to rebound slightly. The sheer force of the impact left the orc visibly surprised and confused. Seizing the opportunity, he aimed at the orc and attacked using his magic missile. The system notified him that his attack was a critical hit, reducing the orc's health points to 4,300 as it staggered backward. He felt relieved and grateful for his high-quality equipment, recognizing that the power of his magic missile had already surpassed the standard for a first circle mage. He believed that if the monster had been of a similar level, he could have taken it down in a single hit. Suddenly, he heard a noise from his side, and the orc cat launched an attack. Luckily, Tasya managed to block the strike in time with her shield. He exclaimed at how crazy the situation was, and observed that despite the orc's immense health pool, it was clearly critically injured. He wondered aloud if Cat's resilience was unnaturally high. As the orc continued to batter Tasya's shield, he realized that one direct hit from Cat would be fatal for him, and he felt fortunate to have Tasya by his side. Even so, he admitted to himself that facing such a ferocious enemy was nerve-wracking, especially since he had already experienced death once before. In response, he activated his magic dig spell, causing the orc to trip and crash hard onto the ground. Despite the fear, he was determined not to let it impair his judgment in a battle like this. He commanded Tasya to keep the orc down while he continued his assault, to which she firmly agreed. He unleashed a barrage of magic missiles on the orc, reducing its health to 3,900 until the monster finally staggered to its feet, left with a mere 50 health points. He taunted the orc for its persistence, watching as it grew increasingly enraged and prepared to swing its sword once more. However, he calmly pointed his finger at the orc and mockingly suggested it should have chosen to stay down and practice some groundwork techniques. With precision, he unleashed another magic missile, ultimately defeating the orc warrior, Cat. The system informed him that he had successfully cleared Fate Quest Stage 2, unlocking the conditions for the next area of the Magic Tower. Simultaneously, the third floor of Lucas Magic Tower became accessible. Elsewhere, Count Lawrence sat in his office, silently gazing out the window, deep in thought. Anna approached Count Lawrence and asked what was on his mind. Count Lawrence simply looked at Anna in silence. She remarked that it was late at night and he was sitting there alone. Then she questioned if his mood had to do with the rumors that Adrian had brought a commoner woman into the mansion. Without a word, Rafer handed her an envelope. Inside, she found a convocation order for local forces, indicating an increased likelihood of war with the Yen Empire. The letter stated that troops from various territories were being assembled to form local forces, and that Count Lawrence would be joining the Western Command with 5 vanguards, 50 knights, and 1,000 soldiers. She asked if he intended to send Cedric to the battlefield, but he remained silent. Anna then pleaded with him to send Adrian instead, arguing that Adrian spent his days idly gaming at the mansion and should fulfill his role as a member of the Lawrence family. Lawrence asked if she now planned to summon Adrian and use him, after leaving him to his own devices for so long. Anna defended herself, claiming it was what Adrian had wanted, adding that he had enjoyed the privileges of nobility to the fullest until now. Lawrence questioned if that was truly what she believed, and she retorted, asking what he was trying to imply. He stared at her coldly for a moment before declaring that Cedric was the heir to the territory. He assured her that he would ensure neither she nor her father would face any trouble from now on, and insisted she follow his decision this time, leaving her both angry and speechless. Rafer then stated that, as she suggested, Adrian would be sent to the battlefield this time. However, upon Adrian's return, Rafer would grant him full independence and ensure that neither Adrian nor Sylvia would face danger in the future. Rafer added that this would include ending all surveillance and secret investigations on Adrian. He asked Anna if that was sufficient and told her to stop interfering, allowing Adrian to be free. The next day, Weiss cheerfully informed Adrian that his physical strength had improved significantly thanks to his consistent training over the past few days. Weiss marveled at Adrian's rapid progress, remarking that if he had trained this diligently since his teenage years, he might have become a great man. Adrian smiled knowingly, aware that his recent improvements were due to reaching level 30 and completing Stage 2 of the Fate Quest. He reflected on the satisfying rewards of the quest, a substantial sum of money, advancing to his second circle, and acquiring a subspace, a personal storage system similar to an inventory in the game. He realized the subspace's versatility could extend beyond simple storage, allowing for creative uses. Adrian thought about how the game's stats translating into reality meant that, with effort, he could become a mage with physical prowess rivaling that of a knight. If he fully absorbed the stats granted by fate, he might surpass even Archmage Lucas as a fearsome force. He then told Weiss that his rest was over and it was time to continue their work. But another knight approached to inform Adrian that their lordship had summoned him to the castle. A few days later, at Lawrence's castle, Adrian pondered the reason for his father's sudden summons. Cedric angrily questioned their father, demanding to know why Adrian was representing their family on the battlefield. Rafer calmly explained to Cedric that as the sole heir, his life could not be risked on a dangerous battlefield. Sylvia interjected, asking Rafer if he was implying that Adrian was less important than Cedric. Rafer bluntly stated that there was a difference in value between Adrian and the family heir. Adrian was stunned, unable to believe that his father had called him there just to make such a demeaning statement, leaving him deeply upset. He reasoned that the situation wasn't entirely unfavorable. With the headgear, anyone could join the game, and as he was merely a stand-in for the heir, no one would interfere with his actions. More importantly, once he left that place, he could escape both the situation and the watchful eyes on him. Consequently, he told Rayford that he understood and agreed to participate as their family's representative. Rayford expressed gratitude, but Cedric issued a veiled threat, refraining from elaborating further, as it was ultimately their father's decision. Cedric, however, warned Adrian against tarnishing their family's reputation, finding it ironic to lecture his younger brother, who was risking his life for him. Adrian, on the other hand, found Cedric's behavior childish and suspected their relationship had grown distant over time. Still, Adrian assured them that he would do his best. Shortly after, his father called him aside to speak privately. A moment later, they reached the bridge, and Adrian speculated that Rayford wanted to discuss something confidential, especially since he had dismissed the guard. Adrian asked about the purpose of their conversation, and Rayford revealed that if the battlefield situation turned favorable, he would relocate Adrian and Sylvia to the king's land. He framed it as a reward for taking Cedric's place, offering Adrian the freedom to live without interference. Adrian, knowing that Anna disliked him being out of her sight, doubted she would approve of the idea, making it hard to fully trust Rayford. Despite his misgivings, he told his father he understood, but needed time to think it over. Rayford acknowledged Adrian's hesitancy. Adrian then added that he would only truly consider it if he returned alive from the battle. Rayford sighed before retrieving something from beneath his coat, leaving Adrian curious about its nature. Handing it to Adrian, Rayford explained it was a set of artifacts, a 5th-class auto shield and a 7th-class grade shield, designed to provide protection, especially since teleportation wouldn't be possible on the battlefield. Adrian was astonished by the artifacts, aware of their immense value, and expressed his gratitude to Rayford. Rayford reminded him to stay vigilant if he wanted to survive. Just then, Adrian sensed someone glaring at him and turned to see an irritated Cedric accompanied by Anna, who wore a teasing smile. Adrian smiled back, recognizing their predictable behavior and mentally labeling them as annoying. Rayford glanced in their direction as well, reassuring Adrian not to worry about Sylvia and advising him to take it easy. Adrian recalled his disappointment when his father failed to protect him during a poisoning attempt at age 7, a pattern of letdowns that had followed. Yet, surrounded by adversaries, his father was the only person he could trust for now. Adrian assured Rayford of his trust, surprising his father, who accepted it with a nod. Later, alone in his room, Rayford felt a throbbing headache. He used pain relief magic, which brought some relief. Regaining his focus, Rayford reflected on how Adrian's demeanor had shifted after the poisoning incident. Meanwhile, in Adrian's mansion, his mother was in tears. Adrian comforted her, assuring her he could handle himself, though Sylvia remained concerned. She questioned what would happen if they harmed him during the battle. Shocked by his calm response that it was better this way and would strengthen their family's position, Sylvia pressed him for clarity, fearing someone might overhear. Adrian reassured her that Aisha was guarding the door, ensuring their privacy. He told his mother he was no longer passively enduring, that the ordeal was almost over, and urged her to hold on a bit longer. 2 days later, on Lawrence Tommy's dispatch day, the staff, including Haman, nervously inquired about the identity of a mysterious lady accompanying him. Adrian asked Haman if he truly didn't recognize RCA. Haman admitted he had heard of their connection, but questioned the wisdom of bringing one's lover to a potential battlefield. During a meeting in the Levitation Train's conference room, Adrian declared that RCA would not be discussed further and asked everyone to think of her as his secretary. Haman acknowledged Adrian's decision, noting that RCA's presence was non-negotiable. He understood her unwavering loyalty, as she would risk her life to save Adrian if needed. He also pointed out that RCA's recent stat improvements brought her abilities close to that of an official knight. Adrian planned his preparations for survival, which included enchanting himself. He had spent 200 million gold and countless hours in the game to clear the 3rd level of the Lucky Encounter quest, just shy of reaching the 4th level. The rewards for the 3rd level cost him a staggering 100 billion each. Among these rewards were 3 bottles of the Almighty Cure elixirs, which he now kept safely stored in his dimensional pocket. Adrian saw them as the perfect solution for the challenges ahead. Realizing the urgency of moving forward, Adrian decided he could no longer delay his preparations for the fourth level. He excused himself, telling the group he would rest in his room, and asked them to message him if anything came up. Haman, puzzled, asked what Adrian meant by message. Adrian casually explained that he planned to play more games, leaving Haman shocked. Adrian then asked if there was a problem with that. Another voice, filled with irritation, interjected that the rumors about Adrian were indeed true. Haman nervously addressed the man as Sir Dalton. Adrian noted that Dalton was a vanguard, a member of the elite special forces equipped with force armor and a force sword. As the backbone of military campaigns, vanguards were critical in assessing and rating a nation's military strength. Dalton mockingly asked Adrian if he truly believed his behavior was acceptable, suggesting it would make him appear as an incompetent commander. He criticized Adrian's already poor reputation, mentioning that he brought a woman to battle and now planned to play games. However, Dalton admitted he understood bringing a girl, as Aisha was attractive. A man sternly warned Dalton to watch his words, leaving Dalton shocked and uneasy. Dalton, a vanguard and vice leader of the Knights, seemed taken aback by the reprimand. Blam, the vice leader of the Knights, apologized for Dalton's overstep and remarked that long journeys sometimes required a distraction. Adrian noticed that despite Blam's polite words, his gaze was cold and disapproving. Blam told the group there was no reason for the Lord's deputy to concern himself with the opinions of subordinates. Adrian realized Blam disliked him as well. However, Adrian wasn't fazed, being accustomed to such treatment. He instructed them to send him a message upon their arrival, to which they complied. Moments later, Adrian hurled a bottle of liquid at a massive monster ahead, causing a violent explosion that made the creature roar in pain. The item he used was called Tears of Salamander, dealing 3,000 true damage. It was an expensive and rare item crafted from costly materials. Though Adrian thought it was overpriced, its ability to deal high damage without casting was invaluable to him. A system notification appeared, confirming that his attack had worked. He saw that he had reached level 80, unlocking access to the secret room in the main gate area. Thrilled, he realized this marked the 4th level quest. In the room, a demi-lich emerged, boasting 32,000 health points and ominously declaring Adrian and his allies as prey. Adrian knew he needed to clear this 4th level before reaching the western headquarters. As he assessed the demi-lich, Adrian noted its movements appeared clumsy and slow, giving him hope. However, the demi-lich suddenly used stone magic, turning Adrian's foot to stone. It then unleashed a high-tier spell, catching Adrian off guard and throwing him into a panic. He realized the lich had attacked before they could even prepare their stances. As Isaiah instinctively rushed toward Adrian, he noticed RCA lagging behind and realized he needed to dodge on his own. Despite his efforts, the attack struck his shoulder, causing him to cry out in agony. Immerse mockingly commented, laughing that he could hear Adrian's bones shatter and flesh tear. Writhing on the ground, Adrian struggled to think clearly through the overwhelming pain, frustrated that he hadn't fully dodged the attack. Annoyed by Immerse's laughter, he felt an uncanny familiarity, as if it echoed Cedric's mocking tone, which further fueled his anger. Determined, Adrian forced himself to his feet, seething with anger as Immerse continued to laugh at his struggles. Immerse mockingly told him to stay down, but then launched a fireball at him. Adrian narrowly dodged while charging forward, with RCA leading the way. Moments later, they closed the gap, standing near Immerse. Adrian quickly cast Heal Magic as an attack, reducing Immerse's health to 29. He instructed RCA to keep Immerse from casting any further spells, to which she firmly agreed. Knowing a lich's weakness without a priest, Adrian imbued their weapons with holy attributes and relentlessly assaulted Immerse, understanding that only holy infused attacks could deal sufficient damage. Immerse, under siege, demanded to know why their physical strikes with staves were hurting him. While casting sneakily, he conjured a firewall to create distance between them, reasoning that if he could separate himself, victory was assured. But Adrian suddenly appeared through the flames, shocking Immerse. Adrian sneered, calling Immerse a Cedric-like bastard before smashing his weapon onto the lich's head and commanding him to die. Hours later, the system confirmed the completion of the Lucky Encounter Quest Level 4. Adrian lay on the ground, gasping in pain from the intense battle. RCA hurriedly dropped her shield and ran to his side with concern. She grabbed one of the elixirs, recalling how adrenaline numbs pain during fights, but leaves it unbearable once the fight ends. RCA administered the elixir, which began healing Adrian as he marveled at her ability to access his inventory unprompted, acknowledging how special she was. Grateful, Adrian thanked RCA and told her he felt much better. The system notified him that he had unlocked Lucas's 5th floor of the tower by meeting all requirements. They were instantly transported to the 5th floor, where Adrian rushed toward the awaiting chest with excitement. He eagerly opened the chest, inviting RCA to see the rewards alongside him. The system revealed 500 billion in loot and a unique item, all around glasses. Adrian knew it wasn't random, being a gift from Archmage Lucas. Upon examining the glasses' details, he discovered their features included analysis, observation, clairvoyance, and enhanced vision. They could analyze living beings, identify object purposes, verify emotions and truths, see through obstacles, and spot distant objects up to several kilometers away. Adrian realized the glasses would let him discern allies from enemies, a critical asset for someone as cautious as him. Additionally, completing the quest began the generation of his fourth magic circle. The next day at West headquarters, someone remarked in surprise that it was the Lawrence family's second son who had arrived, expecting the elder to be present instead. Another replied, mentioning Cedric's reputation for early talent and acclaim. However, the first person clarified it wasn't Cedric, but Adrian, the younger sibling, who had gained notoriety for becoming a fool after consuming poison. Overhearing the men, Adrian grinned and confirmed their assumption, stating that he was indeed the younger son who consumed poison. One of the men remarked that he didn't seem foolish and admitted that rumors couldn't always be trusted. The men introduced themselves: Viscount Evans, the local headquarters chief of staff, and Viscount Miller, the headquarters support chief of staff. Adrian bowed respectfully and expressed his honor in meeting them. Evans glanced at a monitor and asked Adrian to confirm if the Lawrence family's troops comprised 5 vanguards and 50 knights. Adrian corrected him, adding that it also included 1,000 soldiers. Evans dismissed the mention of soldiers, stating that the war would end with just the vanguards. Adrian responded with a polite smile. Internally, Adrian was taken aback by how casually the elites armed with artifacts were treated. He understood, however, that vanguards, monsters capable of being handled only by 7th Circle wizards or higher, justified Evans' statement. He also recalled that Archduke Lucas had originally established the vanguard system. Evans informed Adrian that the Lawrence army had been assigned as the 2nd Independent Brigade under the command of the 3rd Division. He instructed Adrian to ensure good relations with Division Commander Earl Otis, the Brigadier. Adrian replied respectfully, acknowledging that Earl Otis was the esteemed Lord of the East. Evans reiterated the organization of the Lawrence Army as the 2nd Independent Brigade and ordered them to prepare for movement. Adrian complied, silently hoping the army would exhibit some flexibility. A week later, while playing the game, Adrian mused that Commander Otis was the best kind of superior. While Adrian focused on hunting monsters, he appreciated that the ideal superior was one who remained absent. He recalled hearing a report that Otis would commute back and forth via teleportation until the war began. Adrian found Otis's actions absurd but advantageous, as they gave him the freedom to play the game without worry. While engrossed in checking his stats, Isaiah informed him that someone had entered the room. Startled, he immediately logged out of the game, removing his game device. He saw Marcus restraining Dalton, who seemed perplexed by Marcus's unexpected strength. Isaiah adjusted his glasses, curious about why Dalton had entered uninvited. When he scanned Dalton using his glasses, he noticed that Dalton's status read horny. Approaching Dalton, he demanded an explanation. Dalton claimed he was concerned about his health, since he'd spent too much time in the game, mentioning that a woman had come to him. Without hesitation, he kicked Dalton's knee, forcing him to kneel in shock. He reminded Dalton that he had explicitly instructed him to send a message if anything happened, emphasizing that RCA was always on standby. Firmly, he questioned Dalton for entering the commander and Lord Deputy's room without permission, accusing him of potentially harboring intentions of assassination. Dalton protested loudly, accusing him of going too far and asserting his authority as a vanguard. He kicked Dalton's knee again, derisively calling him a schmuck, shocking the 3 knights present. He asked Isaiah to recount the events, and she explained that Dalton had tried to separate her from him. He clarified, asking if Dalton had attempted to drag her away, and Isaiah confirmed. Enraged, Dalton accused him of framing him and doubting a vanguard's integrity over a woman of unknown origin. While retrieving something from Isaiah, he noticed Dalton eyeing a knife near RCA. Contemplating Dalton's behavior, he realized the knights accompanying Dalton likely sided with him. Addressing Dalton, he declared that his actions violated military discipline and amounted to mutiny, warranting an appropriate punishment. He pointed the knife at Dalton's chest and commanded him to take a step forward. Dalton, still mocking, questioned if he was serious while the other knights attempted to de-escalate the situation. He kept his composure, not out of kindness, but sheer determination to survive, knowing no one could fully monitor him. Understanding the circumstances, he refused to back down, asserting his stance firmly. He retorted that it was Dalton who needed to calm down, taking the opportunity to assert control, and repeated his command for Dalton to take a step forward. The scene transitioned to outside, where a knight urgently summoned Billingham. The panicked knight explained that Adrian required his immediate presence due to an unfolding crisis. He further revealed that Adrian intended to execute Dalton, urging swift action. This irritated Billingham, who resented the feeling of being ordered around and couldn't grasp the full situation. Upon entering the room, a knife was flung toward Billingham, but he caught it effortlessly. He noticed the blade was stained with blood. Adrian, visibly furious, chastised Billingham for not arriving sooner, though Billingham remained silent. Observing Dalton writhing in pain on the floor, Billingham asked for an explanation. Adrian curtly responded, saying it was unacceptable for a knight to harass a woman. Dalton weakly sought Billingham's opinion, leaving him momentarily stunned. Overcome with anger, Billingham interrogated the knights about their misconduct. He then bowed to Adrian, apologized for his failings, and accepted responsibility for the situation. Without hesitation, Billingham kicked the injured Dalton, stripped him of his rank and armor, and ordered his imprisonment. Declaring the three knights complicit in allowing Dalton's actions, he commanded their detention as well. William firmly told Adrian that he wouldn't tolerate any further disputes, emphasizing his authority. Adrian sarcastically remarked that it was hardly proper for them to be unable to use the room because of the bloodshed. He decided to relocate to the adjacent room and instructed the servants to clean the mess. William, observing Adrian, wondered if this was his true character, but smiled, thinking it must be challenging to keep such traits suppressed. Later, while playing the game, Adrian faced relentless enemy assaults and retaliated as RCA shielded him. He realized the enemies were targeting his blind spots, while carefully keeping their distance. Their opponent was a corrupted knight named Zenith, whose health had dropped to 12,800 from an initial 45. The quest, Lucky Encounter Level 5, required a level of 120 and defeating the corrupted Midnight Zenith. Completion would grant access to the 6th floor of Archmage Lucas's tower. Suddenly, Zenith surged forward, aiming directly at Adrian. Zenith shouted for Adrian to die while hurling a sword toward him. Adrian narrowly evaded the attack, leaving Zenith bewildered and was startled when something flew toward him. RCA struck Zenith forcefully with her shield, and Adrian unleashed his magic power, finally defeating him. As Zenith fell, he bitterly declared that Adrian was merely a stepping stone for his own growth. The system confirmed that Adrian unlocked the 6th floor of Archmage Lucas's tower. He was also rewarded with 2 trillion in loot, an amount too vast to store in any account or convert to online currency. Adrian thought it was always satisfying to see such rewards as the system presented another notification before him. The system revealed that Adrian had acquired the Destro Staff, robe, armor, shield, a short sword, and an arming sword. He thought the robe and staff were wizard-specific gear, while the rest were meant for RCA. Adrian was pleased, knowing that Archduke Lucas wouldn't provide ordinary weapons. Moments later, a knight appeared uneasy and excused himself. Adrian inquired about the matter, and the knight explained that he felt a strange energy. Adrian reassured him, saying he was just inspecting artifacts, so there was nothing to be concerned about. The knight acknowledged his explanation and departed, leaving Adrian to analyze the items laid before him. Adrian retrieved the sword from his inventory, realizing it was the 4th-grade sword commonly wielded by vanguards. He understood that anyone could temporarily harness vanguard power by charging the weapon with an aura, much like a battery. Vanguard equipment amplified a knight's aura, and unlike mana, aura couldn't be artificially generated. He speculated that wizard gear might share similar attributes. Upon closer inspection, Adrian noticed that his staff and robe featured skills for aura storage, leaving him astonished. He now understood why Archduke Lucas's creations were so coveted. 2 weeks passed. Adrian realized it had been 2 weeks since his appointment as the Lawrence family's representative. He now led the army stationed at the front lines against Kreutz and the Empire. He informed the knights that he didn't require any guards. They unanimously agreed, and the tension that once loomed like impending war seemed to have eased. Though the group remained on edge after the Dalton incident, Adrian took it as a positive. He had demonstrated his authority, yet William's sudden change in demeanor puzzled him. William had grown unexpectedly amicable, though Adrian noticed his curiosity and caution remained. Adrian decided it didn't matter, appreciating the freedom to focus on his game uninterrupted. His gaze shifted to RCA, who now bore the status of happy. Adrian was puzzled, as he had never encountered this before. He speculated that her happiness might stem from their recent walk together. Adrian found himself comparing Garcia to a puppy, realizing that even a homunculus had emotions. He reflected on how little he truly knew about her. Though her individuality seemed faint, he believed she still had preferences and aversions. As leaves swirled in the breeze, Adrian shielded his face and admired the picturesque view ahead. Turning to Garcia, he noticed her radiating happiness, which made him chuckle quietly, leaving Garcia puzzled by his reaction. They soon arrived at their base, where Adrian suggested they take walks more often. Garcia agreed with a slight nod, As they entered, a man approached Adrian, prompting him to ask if something was wrong. The man, clearly nervous, hesitated before shyly offering Adrian a drink. His name, Lopez, appeared above his head, along with a status of embarrassed and awkward. Adrian noticed two knights chuckling behind Lopez and quickly grasped the situation. Adrian pointed toward the laughing knights and asked Lopez if they had put him up to this. Deciding he had no obligation to play along, Adrian walked away, dismissing the offer with a firm statement that he wasn't interested. After a few steps, he paused and turned back, asking Lopez why he chose to become a knight. Lopez quickly apologized, explaining he hadn't meant any disrespect. Lopez admitted it was rare to encounter someone with multiple exceptional talents, aside from homunculi, and his reaction stemmed from surprise. Adrian, recalling Lopez's high mana aptitude and unique traits, wondered why such potential was being wasted under lesser knights. Ultimately, he decided it wasn't his concern. Adrian offered a sincere apology, suggesting Lopez might have found greater success as a wizard. Lopez was left stunned and uncertain as Adrian turned to the other knights, firmly instructing them to stop bothering him. Upon reaching his room, he reflected that avoiding interaction with Lopez to steer clear of complications might have been a missed opportunity. He couldn't help but think that Lopez's potential was being squandered. If Lopez could harness magic alongside Vanguard Force equipment, he might evolve into a formidable magic swordsman. Yet, he was aware that raw talent alone wasn't a guarantee of success. However, given Lopez's early achievements as a knight, recruiting him could be a valuable asset. The real obstacle lay with Otis, since Alan Lopez served under a different command. Securing Lopez would require Otis's approval, leading him to contemplate whether bribing Otis might be the solution. Considering Otis's temperament, he concluded that this approach wasn't entirely unreasonable. While he didn't fully grasp the utility of high-level and exceptional talents, he recognized the importance of establishing his own influence, especially now that he was away from the constraints of the earldom. He resolved to take action and informed Garcia that their workload was about to increase. Meanwhile, Lopez strolled through the corridor, reflecting on Adrian's suggestion that he could achieve greater success as a wizard. Initially, he had dismissed Adrian as an arrogant noble. However, the notion that he might have been better suited to magic rather than knighthood began to intrigue him. Lopez eventually reported to his commander Otis as instructed. Entering the room, he inquired why Otis had summoned him, feeling uneasy about the unsettling rumors he'd heard, though Otis's warm greeting somewhat eased his nerves. Spotting Adrian seated before Otis only deepened Lopez's curiosity about the purpose of the meeting. Otis then addressed Lopez, confirming that he likely already recognized the man before him. Brigadier Adrian Lawrence, representative of the Lawrence family's Viscount. Otis then informed Lopez that he would now serve Adrian as his lord, leaving Lopez bewildered by the sudden announcement. Adrian's thoughts drifted to a memory from his previous life, recalling the time China lost to Korea in a soccer match. A fan had questioned why, with a population of 4 billion, China couldn't find 11 exceptional soccer players. The response was that the Chinese Messi, or Chinese Ronaldo, was likely working on a farm instead of playing soccer. This made Adrian realize that even immense potential meant little without a system capable of nurturing and developing it. Surveying the room, he wondered aloud how so many individuals could have ended up on the wrong paths in life. Among them was Alan Lopez, a knight under Earl Otis who had not fulfilled his potential. There was also Barbara Henderson, a rare talent in music who became a trumpeter in the army. Eric Jones, a bold boy caught selling contraband magazines to soldiers. Nicole Brown, a maid associated with a neighboring army, and others like Lyndon, Noah, and more, all brilliant in their own way, but victims of misguided life choices that led to mediocrity. Linda, excusing herself, hesitated before asking if Adrian truly believed she could become a wizard, despite her negative test results. Adrian reassured her that the testing equipment must have been faulty, though Linda remained skeptical. He observed her exceptional manner, high learning ability, and intelligence, recognizing that Linda possessed rare qualities. To recruit her, however, he would need to pay bribes amounting to $400,000, including an upfront payment. Adrian understood that his actions might seem inexplicable to others, but he was confident in their long-term value. Doubts were understandable, as they were merely following instructions because they were being paid. Barbara reassured Linda, urging her to trust their master's orders without hesitation. Adrian noticed that Barbara possessed remarkable physical strength and a powerful aura. He recalled that Barbara had trained alongside Nicole Brown, honing her sword aura and displaying a rare talent. Adrian reflected on how Barbara had nearly wasted her life doing menial labor, though he couldn't understand why. Yet she followed his lead without question. He then asked if they had chosen their outfits, reminding them they were not in the barracks but in the Royal Palace, located 100 kilometers away from the military base. He observed their excitement, realizing it was likely their first time in an upscale clothing store. One of them approached him with a selected outfit, and Adrian remarked that it suited him well. Eric Jones stood out with his significant political influence, high administrative skills, and smooth-talking nature. Eric pledged to follow Adrian's commands, and Adrian recognized that Eric's abilities might prove more valuable and unique than magic or swordsmanship. He instructed everyone to ignore price tags and select what suited them best. Adrian understood that talent alone was insufficient. Proper nurturing and development were essential. To achieve this, they would train outside the military bases and receive specialized education, and their attire would reflect their elevated status. Hours later, they gaped in awe at the grand residence, asking if it was truly their new home. Adrian confirmed that this was where they would reside, with butlers and servants already in place. From now on, they were to focus solely on their education. As he arranged payments, Adrian informed them that aside from the initial down payment, they would also receive advanced salaries. He then explained that their monthly salary was 20 million loots, amounting to an annual income of 240 million loots, regardless of their previous statuses. All contracts were standardized. They all assured Adrian that they would do their utmost to surpass his expectations. Adrian encouraged them by stating that if they proved his instincts correct, their pay would naturally increase. He acknowledged that progress might be slow, even with their best efforts, but urged them to work hard to avoid disappointing him. He also requested they avoid unnecessary fuss or arguments, a point to which everyone readily agreed. Adrian then warned them to report any bribe offers aimed at betraying him, promising to double whatever amount was proposed. This declaration left them both shocked and confused. He envisioned their residence becoming a hub for recruits handpicked by him. Adrian saw it as his responsibility to create an environment where their talents could thrive. Though it might seem like reckless spending to others, he viewed it as a strategic investment in securing top-tier human resources. Later, while walking along the street near his car, he mused about needing a secure location, a sort of safety jail, for his mother when the time came to confront Cedric. He began considering whether he should find such a place before returning to his unit. Suddenly, he noticed someone spying on him from behind. Reacting quickly, he caught the man and gripped his neck firmly. With a cheerful demeanor, he greeted the man as though nothing unusual had happened. A few days prior, Adrian had received a direct call from Cedric, who seemed to have caught wind of Adrian's efforts to recruit so-called ordinary people. Cedric suggested that Adrian should associate with individuals more like himself. Adrian interpreted Cedric's remark as a blatant admission of surveillance. When Adrian asked the spy how he had found him, the man speculated that Adrian must have teleported from the royal palace without an escort. Adrian grabbed the knife from the man's waist, commenting that he had been certain the man was detached from the group. The spy, however, denied knowing what Adrian was talking about. Adrian glanced at the car and confronted the man, accusing him of being the rat planted by Cedric. Without hesitation, Adrian slammed the man hard to the ground, demanding whether he wanted to die or answer his questions. The man trembled in fear, realizing that increasing his aura had no effect, and began to suspect that Adrian might be an aura expert. However, he quickly deduced that Adrian wasn't just any ordinary individual. If he refused to speak, it would cost him his life. Reluctantly, the man admitted that he had located Adrian using Cedric's ride from the teleportation office. Adrian pressed his sword against the man's neck, gauging the truth of his words through the man's evident fear and confusion. He briefly considered fabricating a few lies to further intimidate the man. Adrian then revealed to the spy, Beathard, that he already knew Cedric had been gathering information on him, though he found something peculiar in the situation. Withdrawing his knife, Adrian pointed out that Beathard appeared to be merely following Cedric's orders without true loyalty, as though reluctantly carrying out his tasks. Todd, shaken, asked Adrian if he was truly prepared to oppose his master Cedric. He seemed on the verge of asking how Adrian had uncovered this, but Adrian silenced him by pointing the knife at his head and telling him that was enough. He then asked if Todd wanted to live, to which Todd desperately replied yes. Adrian instructed Beathard to align himself with him instead. Piercing the tip of his knife into Todd's forehead, Adrian warned him that the only task he required was to provide daily updates. He emphasized that Todd should report nothing unusual about him and maintain his usual routine. Adrian asked Todd if he understood, and Todd fearfully confirmed that he did. In Lord Lawrence's castle, Cedric erupted in anger, demanding to know if Sir Metz had been imprisoned for spying. The man confirmed it, explaining that Metz had been caught in Adrian's room, causing a host of issues, which only fueled Cedric's frustration. Cedric regretted disobeying his father's orders not to spy on Adrian, knowing this incident would lead to a reprimand. His father, who had been piecing things together after the war, would not take this lightly. Cedric admitted to his spy that he hadn't wanted to resort to such measures, but felt he had no choice. He then instructed Todd to keep a close watch on Adrian until his father's anger subsided. Unbeknownst to Cedric, Adrian had overheard the entire conversation. Smiling, Adrian felt satisfied knowing that Cedric's other spies had already been punished and imprisoned, as in Dalton's case. Adrian remarked to himself that earning the trust of his lordship would not come easily. Meanwhile, Cedric's town recruitment event was a success, yielding 20 individuals with innate special talents. Eric, a former administrator, and Alicia, a half-elf, were tasked with managing the Gifted Academy. Adrian recognized everyone's hard work and resolved not to idle. Logging into the game, he noticed he had reached level. Excitedly, he realized that just one more level would make him a six-circle wizard. His enthusiasm was interrupted when a system alert appeared, notifying him of an emergency and an order from the division commander. Logging out immediately, Adrian understood the gravity of the situation, as he was stationed at the front lines. He left his room and urgently asked Miller for an update. Miller informed him that the Croats and Empire Sky Fortress had crossed the border, though details were still being gathered. Adrian reflected that the recent calm may have been the prelude to a storm. Everyone convened in the meeting room, where Otis outlined their next steps. The local forces had been ordered to stand by, and the troops were to be stationed on the Leviathan train, ready for rapid deployment. For the time being, all meals and rest would occur on board the train. Adrian felt anxious when Otis had clocked out earlier, but was relieved to see him present. Commander Otis informed the group that spatial coordinate interference had begun along the entire front line bordering the Croatan Empire. He cautioned that attempting teleportation would be suicidal. Adrian reflected that without Otis, planning would have been chaotic, though he was thankful the Croats hadn't launched a daytime assault. Otis then declared that from that moment, all personal communication between troops would be severed, except for those ranked colonel and above. Only radios were permitted for communication. He warned Adrian directly, making it clear that no exceptions would be made. Adrian smiled knowingly, interpreting the warning as aimed at him. Nonetheless, he reassured himself and Otis mentally that it wouldn't stop him from playing his game. Otis shouted for everyone to stay prepared for war, which they acknowledged with a unified response. Adrian rose silently, deeply aware that the war was truly upon them. Moments later, the system notified Adrian that he had reached level 160, and he had subdued the twin-headed ogre, Monster Tacit. Watching the ogre fade away, Adrian marveled at achieving the sixth circle and thought the effort spent playing his game was well worth it. He recalled Harmon questioning if he was really gaming during such critical times, warning that if caught while others were banned from using devices, Adrian simply dismissed Harmon's concerns and ordered him to focus on commanding the unit. Though he felt a twinge of guilt for Harmon, his priorities lay elsewhere. The system then displayed that Adrian had earned 10 trillion loot, which would be securely deposited in Alicia Union Bank. Suddenly a sound drew his attention, and he spotted a massive eagle. The system notified him that he had acquired the sub-supporter Supersonic Black Eagle. Adrian was puzzled since sub-supporters weren't part of the game, though he recalled that archers had access to a combat support eagle. Still, there wasn't enough information for him to delve into further. Adrian logged out, reasoning that searching for information in reality might yield better and more precise results than relying solely on the game system. However, upon sitting up, he found nothing unusual. Thinking the phenomenon might be happening outside, he stepped out to investigate. As he wandered, Adrian pondered the possibility of a massive black eagle appearing dramatically, causing a stir just as RCA had during a previous encounter. While scanning the surroundings, RCA suddenly pointed to the sky, exclaiming that it was there. The creature descended, creating panic among the knights who urged Adrian to dodge out of its path. With a powerful flap of its wings, the eagle sent the knights sprawling, leaving only Adrian and RCA standing firm. The eagle glared at Adrian, stunning him momentarily, but then it bowed respectfully, surprising everyone further. As one knight prepared to attack, Adrian raised a hand to stop him. Observing closely, Adrian realized it wasn't an ordinary eagle, but a chimera, partially bearing the bones and scales of a black dragon. The chimera's body appeared nearly impervious to damage, even from an aura blade, boasting remarkable regenerative abilities. Its primary skill was a powerful suicide dive, though it possessed only one other ability, shared vision. Adrian gently patted its head, musing that, like RCA, the chimera's abilities might grow stronger with him. He resolved to uncover the conditions needed for it to gain additional skills. He suspected that completing specific quests might unlock new skills. While unsure of the practical use of the suicide dive, Adrian recognized the immense potential of shared vision, enabling near-instantaneous information gathering. A knight's worried voice interrupted his thoughts, startling Adrian. He turned to realize a crowd had gathered, drawn by the spectacle of the eagle. Clearing his throat, Adrian acknowledged the attention and decided to address the situation head-on. Extending his hand toward the eagle, he asked if it wanted to join him. The creature gently rested its beak on his hand in agreement. Adrian embraced the chimera lightly, and it reciprocated the gesture. The knights, watching in confusion, questioned why the eagle wasn't attacking and why it seemed to share a bond of affection with Adrian. Meanwhile, Adrian shyly questioned his own actions, feeling the display of affection toward the chimera was overly dramatic and might come back to haunt him later. As the war escalated, it quickly shifted from small-scale skirmishes to an all-out conflict engulfing the entire western border. His brigade made its battlefield debut, but the severed communication network meant Adrian couldn't access his game. Suddenly, a knight reported the approach of a vanguard platoon from the Khoisan Empire. Adrian reassured the knight, instructing him to fall back and reform the formations. He then ordered Balam to lead their vanguard, to which the knight promptly complied. Calmly sipping his tea, Adrian mused that his experience fighting monsters in the game had given him a resilience that made him feel almost invincible. Noticing Harmon's gaze, he asked if something was wrong. Harmon dismissed the question, replying that it was nothing. When Adrian turned his attention back to the battlefield, he was stunned to see the enemy vanguards preparing to launch an attack. Acting swiftly, he commanded the 2nd Battalion to deploy the energy shield. The battalion followed his orders without delay, activating the shield. The enemy unleashed their attack against the shield, triggering a massive explosion upon impact. The shockwave prompted Adrian's forces to move into their designated positions. Adrian was taken aback by the sheer strength of the long-range attack, realizing it wasn't a mere test strike, but a serious offensive. He deduced that only a 7th Circle magician, or someone more powerful, could counter such attacks effectively. When he inquired about the situation, a knight reported that the 2nd Battalion's energy shield had been destroyed and would take 90 seconds to recharge. Reflecting on the catastrophic blow, Adrian lamented the inadequacy of their defenses. He acknowledged to Archduke Lucas that the battalion's shield, designed to protect everyone, had been obliterated in a single strike. Regretfully, he admitted that equipping them with better magical equipment might have prevented this outcome. Despite the overwhelming power of the enemy vanguards, Adrian reminded himself not to envy them. He believed that if he reached the maximum level in his game, he would soon achieve the 9th Circle and earn the title of Grandmaster, currently being an 8th Circle wizard. Harmon commended him, saying they narrowly avoided disaster, crediting Adrian for saving them from a dire situation. Adrian, in turn, humbly credited it to good luck. Turning his attention back to the monitor, he observed that the enemy's attack force wasn't vastly larger than their own. The real challenge lay in the fortress size. The Khoisan Empire had 2 sky fortresses, but Adrian noted they were significantly smaller than theirs, likely designed for mass production and invasion. Harmon speculated that this was probably the enemy's first deployment of such fortresses, unless they had overlooked critical intelligence. On the ground, the battle remained at a stalemate, suggesting the decisive factors resided elsewhere. Watching the surveillance feeds, Adrian remarked on the intensity of the situation. He suddenly noticed a system notification indicating the detachment of an enemy weapon from their fortress. To everyone's shock, the enemy's sky fortress began collapsing, leaving them perplexed. Something detached and fell from the fortress, prompting the enemy's own machinery to attack the falling debris. The knights laughed, assuming the enemy fortress had been accidentally destroyed. Adrian's amusement turned to alarm as he detected the fortress overloading with magical energy. Realizing the enemy's intent, he urgently ordered a message to be sent to their fortress, shouting a warning about an imminent suicide attack. Before his warning could take full effect, a large piece of the enemy fortress crashed into theirs, resulting in a massive explosion. Before the explosion at the Sky Fortress, panic swept through the army as news of a suicide bombing spread. The captain promptly commanded a retreat, ordered anti-aircraft rounds to be fired, and instructed the soldiers to secure their personal firearms. Spotting the impending crash, Adrian quickly utilized his powerful shield ability to safeguard their fortress. When the enemy struck the shield he had erected, their fortress remained intact. However, Adrian felt physically unwell from the overwhelming shockwave. He realized that if he hadn't activated the artifacts in time, everyone would have been obliterated. Glancing upward, he was relieved to see their sky fortress still intact, thanks to their swift retreat. He also understood that if their allied forces' sky fortress had been destroyed, the enemy's remaining forces would have annihilated them. Adrian then instructed the army to assess the vanguard's condition and tend to the soldiers, to which they acknowledged his orders. Shortly after, Otis approached Adrian, expressing gratitude and praising his efforts. Otis commended Adrian's exceptional performance, but Adrian modestly replied that Otis was exaggerating. Curious, Otis asked for clarification on the term flatter, and Adrian explained it meant giving excessive praise. Otis emphasized that if Adrian hadn't detected the enemy's self-destruct plans, the devastation would have been catastrophic. Suicide bombings had been attempted at other battlefields simultaneously, but their unit was the only one to identify the threat early and protect their fortress successfully. Otis further informed Adrian that he had credited him to the local commander for the day's victory, ensuring he would receive a fitting reward. Adrian expressed his gratitude, and Otis humbly remarked that it was a leader's duty to ensure deserving recognition for their subordinates' achievements. Adrian smiled to himself, finding Earl Otis surprisingly pragmatic. Otis then mentioned peculiar rumors circulating about Adrian. Curious, Adrian asked what kind of rumors Otis had heard. Otis mentioned hearing rumors that Adrian had tamed a mysterious giant eagle. Adrian confirmed this, explaining that his interaction with the Black Eagle was indeed mysterious. He admitted that he wasn't entirely sure about the communication aspect, but found the eagle fascinating. Otis cheerfully patted his shoulder, saying it was impressive to communicate with animals, as truly understanding them would be extraordinary. Another man chimed in, suggesting that if it was a large black eagle, it might be an owl-tire species from the holy city of Overhill. These rare birds, born with refined behavior, could reportedly fly up to 5 kilometers at a stretch. Adrian, though outwardly uncertain, secretly knew this to be true. The man proudly added that once tamed, these eagles are loyal to their masters and would even risk their lives to protect them. Adrian expressed amazement, remarking how glad he was that Archmage Lucas had modeled the eagle on a real species. He mused that if it had been an overly flashy invention, managing people's endless curiosity would have been a hassle. Otis humorously called the black eagle a dog eagle, prompting laughter from everyone in the room. Adrian asked Otis if he could now use the personal communication system since the enemy had retreated. Otis agreed, telling Adrian to treat it as a reward. Delighted, Adrian thanked Otis profusely, thrilled to finally access Chronicle's online system and eager to seize the opportunity to level up. 2 weeks into the war, someone nicknamed the Lamb, who wore a suit, told Adrian that their enemy was unlikely to reveal themselves while they were descending the mountains under heavy surveillance. He warned that it might be a trap and advised against getting too close, suggesting they engage from a distance instead. Adrian agreed with the plan. Reflecting on the situation, the Lion noted that in the past, no one would have heeded Adrian's advice. Adrian relayed the instructions to his comrades, cautioning them not to blindly trust radar signals and to maintain distance while following his lead. The army responded in unison, affirming their trust. This change in their behavior over just 2 weeks didn't go unnoticed by Adrian. Later, when the enemy surrounded them, the Lamb confirmed that it was indeed a trap. Adrian ordered a retreat while maintaining pressure on the enemy. He hadn't anticipated an underground ambush, which was the radar's only blind spot. However, he was relieved that the troops heeded Brigadier Adrian's earlier warning and stayed vigilant. Without this precaution, approaching without a strategy could have resulted in their total annihilation. Adrian surveyed the battlefield and saw his comrades struggling due to being vastly outnumbered. He considered it a small relief that they avoided total destruction, but acknowledged their dire situation. They needed to hold their ground until reinforcements arrived, despite facing vanguards that outnumbered their allies 2-1. Adrian estimated that reinforcements would take at least 5 minutes, an almost impossible time to endure without casualties. Suddenly, Adrian called for them to push forward, shocking everyone. Just then, a loud explosion erupted behind them. A voice called out, asking if they were safe, and reported that 10 vanguards under Division Commander Earl Otis's direct command had arrived. This left everyone wondering how reinforcements had arrived so quickly and whether Adrian had anticipated this, requesting backup in advance. Adrian questioned why one of his men was hesitating and not attacking, pointing out that the enemies had their backs exposed to the mountain range. The man struggled to comprehend the situation, finding it hard to believe the voice's command and unclear who was truly taking the lead. Adrian urged them to make the most of their reinforcements and defeat at least 5 enemy units while they had the chance. Meanwhile, in the meeting room, someone mentioned that under Adrian's leadership, they had successfully taken down 5 enemy vanguards. Another remarked on Adrian's brilliance. Not only had he predicted the ambush, but he also transformed the crisis into an opportunity. Unlike other struggling units, Adrian's team consistently made significant contributions. Otis initially thought Adrian's success was mere coincidence, but the unfolding events convinced him otherwise. He reflected on the rumors about Adrian, once considered a prodigy of Viscount Lawrence, who had supposedly become dull after surviving a near-death poisoning. Now, Otis saw Adrian as a sleeping dragon, quietly biding his time to reveal his true strength. Otis then asked the people in the room if Brigadier Adrian was around the same age as Michelle. He remarked that if Adrian's family had abandoned him, he might consider bringing Adrian into his fold. This shocked the attendees, and one of them mentioned that Adrian already had a lover and had even brought her to the battlefield. Otis dismissed this as irrelevant, stating that the only thing that mattered was whether Michelle could become Adrian's mistress. Another person pointed out that Adrian was a game addict. Otis countered, saying that being addicted to games was far better than vices like drugs, alcohol, or women. This made it clear to everyone that Otis had already chosen Adrian as his future son-in-law, and no arguments would change his mind. One of the men suggested that it might be better to observe Adrian a little longer, and another agreed, cautioning that if Michelle, with her fiery personality, found out, they could all be in serious trouble. Otis acknowledged Michelle's temper, and the room concurred. He instructed them to stop discussing Michelle and instead prepare a performance report for Corps Command. He emphasized that the report should highlight Brigadier Adrian's significant contributions. Later, William approached Otis and asked if he had a moment to talk. Otis tapped Garcia on the shoulder and said he did, but unless it was urgent, the conversation should be brief. Otis noticed that William's demeanor had shifted from curiosity and wariness to a more favorable anticipation, and he wondered if this was because he had saved William during battle. William directly asked Adrian why he was concealing his true strength, surprising Otis with his bluntness. William continued, explaining that many of their vassals were worried about the future of the territory. He believed that Cedric lacked the qualifications to be a lord, and if Adrian intended to compete with his brother, William was willing to support him wholeheartedly. Adrian observed that his magic glasses detected no signs of deception from William, confirming his sincerity. Knowing that William was one of his father's closest allies, Adrian wondered if this offer stemmed from instructions William had received in advance or from gratitude for saving his life. Adrian thanked William for his kind words, but added that he would act as if he hadn't heard them, leaving William shocked and speechless. He patted William on the shoulder, observing his shift to disappointment. Adrian thought William was surprisingly naive and had spoken too impulsively. Adrian reflected that no matter how much they tried to control the flow of information to Cedric, his brother might act recklessly. He also suspected there could be unknown surveillance systems in place. Adrian was resolved to handle the issues with Anna and Cedric himself, and had no intention of sharing the satisfaction of dealing with them. Looking back at William, Adrian decided to keep in mind that some people genuinely cared about the territory's well-being. He recalled hearing about being awarded a medal for his contributions, but dismissed the recognition as not being a big deal. The next day, Adrian was informed that, in light of his significant contributions, he would be awarded the second-class Golden Lion Medal. During the ceremony, Kaulitz van Lionheart, the 23rd king of the Kingdom of Reinhardt, presented the medal amid a crowd of cheering people. Adrian realized that each piece of Vanguard equipment was as valuable as a fighter jet, but hadn't anticipated being so highly honored for his actions. He speculated that Sotus had chosen him as a figurehead to accelerate the war's progress. Adrian graciously expressed that it was his greatest honor and promised to treasure the recognition for life. As cameras captured the moment, he smiled confidently, certain that Cedric would be infuriated when he saw it. Meanwhile, at the Lawrence family mansion, Cedric slammed his fist on the table in anger, shouting about how everyone was talking about that bastard Adrian. He lamented that, had he joined the war, all the accolades would have been his. Cedric turned to Anna, asking about their father's whereabouts. She replied that he was spending time with that lovely woman. Frustrated, Cedric complained that Rayford seemed increasingly devoted to the woman and demanded to know why Anna wasn't doing anything about it. Anna, equally exasperated, sarcastically asked if he expected her to poison Rayford, just so Cedric could call her mother. Anna, yelling, told Cedric to lower his voice, pointing out that their father was with that woman because of Adrian. She believed their father was determined to protect her from both Cedric and herself while Adrian was away at war. Cedric asked if it was true that Adrian planned to sever all ties with their family upon returning from the war. Anna confirmed, explaining that Adrian was likely desperate because he needed to establish a means of survival independently. She added that the war presented an excellent opportunity for Adrian. By making significant contributions, he could potentially earn a title. However, Anna reassured Cedric that Adrian wasn't a real rival to him. She vowed that their mother would ensure Adrian's efforts wouldn't matter, reinforcing Cedric's belief that his mother controlled everything. He acknowledged their maternal grandfather's influence behind their mother's power, and that most of the Lawrence Visconti territory was firmly under her control. Cedric reflected that his father was only a temporary figurehead managing the land until he could hand it over to him. He wondered why things were this way and recalled their childhood, when Adrian received all the praise, leaving him overlooked in the shadows. Hearing people call Adrian a prodigy always irritated Cedric. He seethed, convinced that Adrian had become a worthless fool after surviving their poison attempt, yet somehow Adrian still managed to vex him endlessly. Enraged, Cedric shouted Adrian's name, while Adrian, unaware, was busy waving cheerfully to a crowd of admirers. 7 weeks had passed since the war began, 48 days in total. Adrian cheerfully encouraged the vanguards to grab an energy drink before heading out, personally pouring drinks for each of them. One of the vanguards remarked to another how refreshed he felt after drinking it. The man agreed, remarking that while other brigades had grown sluggish as the war dragged on, their brigade remained spirited and active. This made him reflect on the value of the energy drink, which, despite being a diluted elixir with only a single drop of a legendary medicine, was incredibly precious. Although he thought it was somewhat wasteful, he felt it was necessary to use it to hasten the end of the war. William informed him they would be going out to scout and advised them not to overexert themselves. Just then, one of the vanguards called out to him, saying the division commander wanted to see him. This made him wonder why, yet again. Before leaving, he handed something to the Black Eagle. The bird immediately took off into the sky. Exhausted, he remarked to Harmon that Otis had been summoning him more frequently lately. Harmon laughed, saying this showed how much Otis trusted him, and asked if that wasn't a good thing. He remained silent, knowing that, while being summoned by a great aristocrat was inconvenient, he had no choice in the matter. A short while later, he found himself puzzled to see other unit commanders also gathered there. He speculated that Otis must have summoned all the senior commanders in the division. He thought that if it concerned the battle, Otis could have simply sent a message, which made him wonder if there was an important announcement that needed to be delivered in person. Then Otis arrived, greeting all of his guests with a single welcome. Otis announced that they should be glad because the relentless sound of gunfire would soon cease as the war was nearing its end. This revelation came as a surprise to him. Otis explained that the foreign ministers of both nations were currently meeting and an official declaration to end the war was imminent. It became clear that neither side had intended for an all-out war from the beginning. Despite the large-scale conflict, it had been little more than a localized skirmish, akin to an annual event. Hearing this, everyone in the room sighed with relief. One man questioned the rationale behind such actions, to which another replied that it was clearly an effort to bolster their imperial authority. He recalled it was the same in his past life, lamenting that his nation seemed cursed with poor relationships with its neighbors. He then inquired about the vanguards who had been sent out. Otis responded that until the formal declaration of the war's end, they must continue the so-called war game. This frustrated him, as he knew it was always the subordinates who bore the cost of their superiors' decisions. Sensing his irritation, Otis urged him to relax and pointed out that he had received the Golden Lion Medal as a reward for his efforts in the war. Otis added that his rewards would only grow if the war ended as anticipated, encouraging him to savor the moment. This made him smile, as he realized Otis was right. He wondered when he had started adopting such a virtuous mindset. He raised his drink to Otis in a toast, deciding that instead of worrying about others, he should focus on his own future. After all, he would need to return to his family and continue to grow stronger after the war. The next day, the lion remarked that it still seemed like a good outcome, leaving him silent as Era ate beside him. Billingham then asked what might happen if their nation and the Kreutz Empire were to engage in a full-scale war. He answered that such a conflict would see 100 sky fortresses and tens of thousands of vanguards unleashed, resulting in total annihilation and unimaginable devastation. He told Billingham that he should have rested more and asked why he had come there. Then he turned to Isaiah with open arms and handed a cookie to Billingham, commenting that it should be valuable since it had come from Count Otis. Billingham admitted he had already sensed that, but he noted that Otis was truly different from other nobles. Unlike most, Otis genuinely grieved the loss of his soldiers and would even personally keep watch at the command center while his men rested. He understood that, naturally, Otis would differ from the average noble because, in his past life, he himself had been an ordinary citizen, merely biding his time until he could enter the game. Still, Billingham pointed out that Otis also exuded the composure and dignity of a true noble. He tried to correct Billingham, but the latter reminded him of how Otis had calmly sipped black tea even as enemy troops charged in. Such confidence, Billingham argued, was only possible with unshakable trust in oneself. That composure had eased the tension of the subordinates, and the entire 232nd Independence Brigade placed their faith in Otis. Now he understood what Billingham was hinting at, the suggestion that Otis should support him as his successor. He wondered why Billingham was suddenly showering him with praise. As he prepared to remind Billingham of his previous remarks, the lion abruptly knelt, catching him off guard. Billingham reassured him, saying he was surrounded by loyal men and that surveillance devices had already been checked, so there was no need to worry. Looking up, he noticed vanguards stationed outside, realizing that Billingham was serious. These vanguards, all from his father's faction, confirmed the sincerity of his intentions. He acknowledged Billingham's precautions, but warned that such overt behavior might attract unwanted attention. Billingham explained that was precisely why they had come when everyone else was resting. Declaring himself a humble subject, Gilbert Billingham pledged his service to Adrian Lawrence, the second son of the Lawrence family, as his lord from that day forward. Surprised, he asked if the other knights outside also intended to do the same. Billingham confirmed this, leaving him momentarily speechless. After a pause, he agreed, prompting an excited reaction from Billingham. However, he added a condition. Billingham must behave as though nothing had changed until he gave further instructions. Billingham accepted and awaited his orders. Gilliam suggested it might be better to consolidate power as quickly as possible, noting that even if they started building up their forces now, the resulting strength would be formidable. He acknowledged that while their forces would indeed be respectable, they wouldn't be enough to secure victory. He emphasized that he had a plan and instructed them to follow his orders. Gilliam vowed to comply. He asked Billingham how many knights were willing to pledge their allegiance as he had. Billingham replied that, for now, there were 5 vanguards present and around 30 knights remaining. He added that if they rallied people from the territory, their numbers could at least double, which made him think it was a decent start, and that there were more individuals he could mobilize. Rising to his feet, he praised Billingham. Before he could leave, however, Billingham mentioned there was one more matter to discuss, piquing his curiosity. Gilliam explained that his father was planning to appoint successors and suggested it might be wise to recruit Perseus in advance. This revelation surprised him, as Perseus had been the vice commander of the Lawrence Knight Order. Known for his unmatched skills, Perseus had no rivals among aura experts save for the Knight Commander. However, he recalled that Perseus had left the order due to political infighting within the family, centered around Anna. This made him question whether someone like Perseus would truly return. William pointed out that if Perseus did return, many knights who had remained neutral might be swayed. He noted that Perseus, as a celebrated warrior, held significant influence and popularity. In other words, aligning with Perseus could provide an opportunity to expand their power, potentially rivaling the forces of Anna and Cedric. He realized that recruiting Perseus was an excellent idea, especially since Perseus could serve as a valuable asset outside the family's internal conflicts. He then told Billingham that meeting Perseus as soon as possible was essential and asked William if such a meeting could be arranged discreetly. Billingham was taken aback, but promised to look into it. As he left the room, he reflected on the value of power. However, he reminded himself that building his personal power was not his primary objective. His true goal was to complete the next Lucky Encounter quest, and he vowed to achieve his 7th circle by the end of the day. However, as he fought alongside Isaiah and the Black Eagle, he suddenly found himself swimming in his own blood. The system notified him of his death and instructed him to try again, after recovering his experience points. He recalled the devastating moment when both Isaiah and Adrian had died in the game. Frustrated, he loudly demanded an explanation and immediately called on Isaiah for assistance, which was promptly given. Throughout his journey of clearing lucky encounters and reaching level 200, he had never experienced death before. While he understood that dying and overcoming challenges were normal parts of gaming, the thought of dying while sharing sensory input with his real-world self was terrifying, as the pain would be excruciating. He noticed that Arcia, who always held her ground against enemies, was now being forced back. In every fight, he prioritized his safety above all else. But when Isaiah and the Black Eagle were struck down by their opponent, a Death Knight, everything fell apart. It quickly became apparent that the enemy wasn't just an Aura Master, but also Edda named Boss, with a quest buff and an extraordinarily strong body, meaning they were facing a foe of a completely different caliber. The last thing he saw was the system alerting him of his death and advising him to try again after recovering his experience points. The system then revived him in a nearby village, where he sat quietly, enduring the lingering pain. He found the sensory sharing system deeply problematic, as it prevented him from reacting naturally to the pain due to the presence of other people. He realized his journey had been too easy until now. Determined to recover, he used a resurrection scroll, and the system informed him that his supporter, Arcia, had been revived. Arcia apologized to him, but he simply asked if she was okay and if she was in pain. She admitted that it did hurt, but her sensory experience in the game was far less intense than his, so she could endure it. Relieved, he sighed and thanked her, grateful that she wasn't seriously hurt. He then recalled that he had initially recruited her without much thought due to her excellent tanking stats. However, as he grew closer to her, he found himself embarrassed by the fact that he often hid behind her small frame in battle. Resolving to change, he vowed to adjust his combat style. If she was enduring pain on his behalf, he reasoned, he needed to take responsibility for altering how they fought. The battle with the Death Knight highlighted the flaws in their combat strategy. Isaiah's role was to block enemy movements. Crowley, the Black Eagle, focused on blinding enemies or launching sneak attacks to support Arcia, while he dealt massive magical damage from the rear. While effective against most foes due to their superior gear, this approach faltered against the Death Knight, who could match Arcia's tanking ability. The critical issue was the delay between his attacks. His long casting times created gaps during which their enemies could counter, leaving Black Eagle's tackles as the sole means to stall between his spells. He observed Arcia and acknowledged that while her defense had managed to block the Death Knight's attacks initially, she eventually became overpowered. He realized that if there was another damage dealer to assist Arcia while he cast his spells, their strategy could still work. However, since he couldn't involve others in the Lucky Encounter quest, he considered 3 potential solutions. The first option was to use lower-level magic circles to reduce casting time and increase his attack frequency. The second was to utilize Crowley as a more active combatant rather than a hit-and-run support unit. The third was to encourage Arcia to wield a sword alongside her shield to contribute damage. After reflecting, he decided that weakening himself by relying on lower-level spells wasn't viable. Instead, he needed to focus on improving Crowley's and Arcia's roles. He resolved to experiment while recovering his experience points and shared his thoughts with Arcia, warning that it wouldn't be easy. She agreed to give it a try. In their second battle against the Death Knight Pascal, the system once again displayed that he had died and needed to recover his experience points to attempt another try. Frustrated, he questioned how this was even possible. He resurrected Arcia again, and she apologized, but he reassured her, saying it wasn't her fault. It was his problem to solve. This time, he decided to use Arcia and Black Eagle more actively in the fight. However, Crowley struggled against the Death Knight, falling within the first minute of combat. He lasted only 3 minutes before dying, with Arcia following shortly after. He realized the primary issue in the fight was Crowley dying too quickly. While Crowley didn't inflict significant damage on Pascal, his ability to divert the Death Knight's attention was crucial for their strategy. To continue with their current combat style, Crowley's survival was essential. He considered crafting and equipping Crowley with a chestplate for added durability. Encouraging himself, he reminded himself not to be anxious. If something wasn't working, persistence would eventually bring success. After all, this was only a trial to reach the 7th circle. Despite his determination, the third battle ended in another death. Overwhelmed by anger, he punched the wall repeatedly in frustration. Still, he found some solace, noting that their rushed strategy was effective enough to extend the fight. It allowed them to better observe Pascal's attack patterns. He told Arcia they had started to uncover Pascal's movements, which was progress. Encouraged, he proposed trying again after recovering their experience points. She agreed without hesitation. By the 5th battle, Pascal expressed disbelief at their persistence, sarcastically asking if he was fighting a troupe of acrobats. He remarked that it was rare for someone to entertain an undead like him and questioned why they didn't change tactics. Ignoring Pascal's taunt, he replied that Pascal must be mistaken, then asked if he had ever heard of the human bomber. At that moment, Crowley lifted him into the air. Taking advantage of the position, he unleashed his magic on Pascal, shouting for him to die as he launched a relentless barrage of attacks. Pascal defended himself with his sword, but Isaiah was already charging toward him. He laughed, shouting that it was exhilarating, unaware that Crowley was growing weary. Slowly, Crowley began descending to the ground, taking him along. Confused, he asked Crowley what was happening as the creature gently placed him before Pascal, then collapsed in exhaustion. Facing Pascal, he nervously remarked that it was interesting to meet him up close. Pascal, unamused, swiftly struck him down. As the system displayed the message of his death, he sighed in exasperation. Determined, he entered the 9th battle, trying a new approach and different formations. This time, Pascal noted the absurdity of seeing a wizard on the front lines and sarcastically commented on how amusing it was. Despite Pascal's mockery, he realized their damage output had significantly increased compared to previous attempts. Casting spells while evading Pascal's relentless attacks proved the biggest challenge. But he managed to hold out for 25 minutes. Encouraged by this progress, he decided to adjust his strategy further. He equipped items that improved reflexes rather than enhancing casting abilities, aspiring to master the unconventional role of an evasive wizard. The system announced his death once again during the 10th battle. He was focusing on dodging while using his magic to strike Pascal. Pascal launched a furious assault, but he managed to evade most of the strikes. When Pascal went on a rampage, he skillfully slipped through the chaos, working in tandem with Arcia to land a coordinated attack. Their combined efforts struck Pascal, but when Pascal retaliated with a massive swing of his sword, both were hurled aside and defeated. Despite the loss, he smiled, realizing this approach might be the key. Becoming an evasive wizard reduced his damage output, but significantly improved his survival, allowing his teammates to deal more consistent damage. Their effort extended the battle to 62 minutes, with Pascal sustaining 84% damage. For the first time, he felt assured that victory was within reach. Exhausted but resolute, he removed the game device, realizing he had exceeded the connection time limit. He stretched and remarked to Garcia that he had expected everything to conclude after reaching level 200, but they found themselves unexpectedly delayed. Suddenly, he felt something on his shoulder and mentioned to Garcia that it seemed as if the world was slowing down, asking if he might be ill. Isaiah responded that he had undergone countless cycles of death and resurrection, which made it natural for his vision to shift over time. He asked if she was experiencing the same, but she replied that she wasn't sure. She noted, however, that while her physical strength felt unchanged from the previous day, she somehow felt significantly stronger. She explained that this newfound strength could only have come from accumulated experience. He thought he had become accustomed to such changes, but Garcia's response seemed unlike that of a typical artificially created homunculus. He speculated that with time and more experiences, she might eventually become indistinguishable from a human. When she asked if he had any orders, he said no and told her he would rest. He suggested she do the same and added that they would try again once he was ready, to which she agreed. In the 12th battle, they inflicted 75% damage on the Death Knight, which increased to 85% in the 13th battle. By the 14th battle, their efforts resulted in 91% damage, although it slightly decreased to 89% in the 15th. In the 16th battle, they managed to deal 93% damage, improving further to 98% in the 17th. Finally, during the 18th battle, they achieved a decisive victory by dealing 100% damage to the Death Knight. This marked their defeat of Pascal. Exhausted but exhilarated, he raised his hands in celebration and announced to his team that they had won. Shortly after, the system notified him that he had successfully completed the Lucky Encounter quest at level 7. They proceeded to the 8th floor of Manuel Lucas's magic tower. Observing the 7th floor, he realized it was far larger than the previous ones, comparable in size to the Royal Library. Curious, he asked if the elaborate decorations were rendered using game graphics, because they appeared exceptionally detailed, but someone informed him that they were all real, leaving him stunned. Reacting instinctively, he swung his staff at the person, suspecting the 7th circle test wasn't over, but they reassured him with a smile. Surprised by the unexpected warmth in Sia's demeanor, he lowered his staff, unable to reconcile it with her usual expression. He then turned his attention to a man standing at the center of a magic circle, puzzled about whether he was a fairy, an elder, or perhaps a new ally. Despite his confusion, the man looked oddly familiar. A realization struck him, and he exclaimed, asking if the man was Archduke Lucas. The man, however, introduced himself as Chester, the manager of fate, and a fragment of Manuel Lucas, leaving him bewildered by the concepts of a manager of fate and a trace. Chester clarified that he was an artificial intelligence created using the memories of Manuel Lucas, specifically representing a fragment of Archduke Lucas. He reflected on the situation, marveling at meeting someone nearly identical to his savior, even if it was a clone. His emotions were conflicted. He wished Chester would show kindness toward him, but he feared the opposite, knowing that in the Hollywood system, such a being would possess godlike power. Anxiety crept in as he wondered if Chester might revoke what had been granted to him, but Chester reassured him, saying there was no reason to worry. Overwhelmed, he remarked on the surreal nature of having an independent conversation with what seemed far beyond a typical artificial intelligence. Chester responded affirmatively, explaining that while he lacked a soul, he contained the full data set of a person's life experiences. He mused that while Lucas's physical body succumbed to age, his spirit endured within the virtual world, offering a form of eternal life. Chester explained that this perspective was valid, which was precisely why Manuel Lucas had created the Hollywood system. However, the system was imperfect. Memories converted into data could degrade or be lost during transfer. More importantly, he felt he couldn't truly consider himself alive, existing only as a shadow of the original. Manuel Lucas had pondered this, recognizing that even if a memory clone had consciousness, it wasn't truly him. If Lucas had genuinely sought eternal life through memory duplication, he wouldn't have roamed virtual space like this. Instead, he would have created a homunculus like Garcia and embedded his memories into it. He briefly suspected that Manuel Lucas's ultimate goal might have been to take over his body, but he was relieved this didn't appear to be the case. He asked Chester why he had appeared, admitting that he had been unsettled by the challenges on the previous floor and wondered if new restrictions or mandatory duties awaited him. Chester lowered his staff, and a system interface materialized before him. displaying a message granting him the ability to use Hollywood System Administrator authority up to 5 times. Chester explained that the fate he had inherited represented the entirety of Manuel Lucas's legacy. Naturally, this included various permissions, though limitations remained because the fate wasn't fully resolved yet. Chester reassured him that he would gain full control in time. When asked about the capabilities of this authority, Chester revealed that it allowed him to exercise administrator privileges over all programs within the Hollywood System, a virtual reality platform. Shocked, he realized this meant controlling a system similar to the internet, but tied to virtual reality features. In other words, he could control any information connected online at will. However, Chester cautioned him about adhering to 4 specific rules when using administrator privileges. First, administrator rights couldn't be applied to Chronicle Online, which was bound to Lucas's fate. Second, he was prohibited from directly accessing another person's brain. Third, he couldn't steal someone else's property. Fourth, he was barred from exercising authority in ways that would directly harm the world. While initially unsure about the rules, he quickly acknowledged their logical basis. He then asked Chester if it was possible to legitimize wealth acquired through fate. Chester replied affirmatively, explaining that it was not difficult, and recommending the creation of investment and stock trading records in the online currency market. Concerned about potential investigations, he asked Chester about the likelihood of detection. Chester assured him that the probability was almost 0, as it involved not just ledger manipulation, but revising all relevant data to make the transactions appear completely genuine. He informed Chester of his intent to use administrator authority, and Chester acknowledged, explaining that his current assets amounted to 625 trillion loots. Chester added that the amount increased when he opened the treasure chest on the 8th floor of the Magic Tower. When asked to organize the assets, Chester agreed. Chester then inquired if there were any additional requests. He requested that a legitimate family be registered for Isaiah and suggested attributing her origins to the holy city of Overhill. Chester confirmed this was possible and proposed creating a family register indicating that all family members had passed away and Isaiah was currently an orphan. This made him realize Chester was akin to a genie from a magic lamp. Curious, he asked if Chester's role was solely to grant him administrator authority and assist with its application. Chester confirmed this. He then questioned why Archduke Lucas was going to such lengths. Chester explained that it was Lucas's way of expressing his longing for his homeland and ensuring that he didn't live the same difficult life Lucas had experienced. This left him wondering what Chester meant by preventing him from living a bad life like Lucas's. The idea didn't seem to align with someone hailed as great. He reflected that if Lucas weren't from Earth, hadn't left his legacy for future generations, and hadn't shaped his fate in this way, his own life would have been far bleaker and less fulfilling than it was now. Overcome with gratitude, he knelt and thanked his master for everything. However, Chester reminded him that he was not Manuel Lucas. Despite this, he noticed a slight trembling at the corner of Chester's mouth, leaving him to wonder if he had imagined it. The system then notified him that he had acquired 50 trillion loots and gained possession of the Sky Fortress Icarus. Additionally, the creation of the 7th Circle was complete. Meanwhile, in the Archduchess city of Nikon, the former vice-captain of the Knight Order, Perseus, questioned if he had correctly heard the name Adrian or if he misheard. Billingham confirmed that he had heard correctly, expressing confidence that Adrian's leadership would further enhance the territory's development. Billingham then asked Perseus if he didn't already support Adrian's efforts, but Perseus retorted, questioning if they were aligned in their perspectives. Perseus felt he had been advocating for Rayford, the Lord, but now realized the meeting was a push for an inexperienced child. He expressed regret over attending under these pretenses, but Billingham, maintaining a composed demeanor, insisted that Adrian was highly talented. Perseus acknowledged hearing about Adrian's commendable actions during the war, but questioned if it was wise to place such trust in someone unproven. Billingham merely laughed, leaving Perseus puzzled. Billingham apologized, explaining that his laughter wasn't directed at Perseus, but was prompted by recalling that he himself had once been in a position similar to Adrian's. Perseus suggested Adrian's success might have been sheer luck and assumed he hadn't changed. He asked Billingham if that was his belief, but Billingham countered that Adrian remained the same. Only a small fraction of his potential was visible to the outside world. Unlike Perseus, who heard of Adrian's talents secondhand, Billingham had first-hand experience with Adrian's commands and actions. He added that Adrian was regarded as one of the greatest geniuses in their nation, though true understanding would only come through direct experience. Even knights who once aligned with Cedric had rallied behind Adrian during the war. Perseus admitted his growing admiration for the second young master, to which Billingham replied that loyalty to Adrian was inevitable. He reiterated that true understanding would require personal experience. Billingham explained Adrian's extraordinary journey, recounting that as a prodigy, Adrian had been poisoned at age 7, reducing him to mediocrity. Despite this, Adrian had devised and pursued a survival strategy early in life, demonstrating remarkable determination and ingenuity. Despite setting aside Adrian's intelligence, which Billingham often praises, Perseus admitted that Adrian's patience and perseverance were undeniable. He then asked Billingham what his true objective was. Billingham explained that he aimed to persuade neutral vassals to shift their allegiance toward the second young master, Adrian. Perseus acknowledged the difficulty of the task, but found it intriguing. Billingham commended Perseus for his decision, but Perseus clarified that he hadn't committed yet. He questioned why he should decide without first meeting Adrian. Billingham, smiling, assured him that Adrian intended to visit soon and hinted that his arrival was imminent. Billingham then called Adrian, informing him that their discussion was complete and suggesting Adrian could enter. Perseus realized that everything seemed orchestrated according to Adrian's plans. Perseus reflected on Adrian's decade-long pursuit of vengeance and resolved to evaluate personally whether Adrian was truly worth following, as Billingham claimed. However, the call suddenly disconnected, leaving Billingham to awkwardly check his connection and wonder why Adrian wasn't answering. Suddenly, they sensed an immense surge of mana. Perseus recognized it as unmistakably malevolent, a distinct signature of space manipulation. The overwhelming mana indicated a seventh circle teleportation spell. Just as Perseus was about to demand an explanation, Adrian and Aisha appeared. Adrian remarked that, judging by their expressions, they seemed unaware of being under siege. Billingham was momentarily stunned, but Adrian casually pointed out that the attackers were clad in artifacts from head to toe. He then instructed Aisha to eliminate them, which she swiftly executed. She returned shortly after, holding a bloodied sword, and reported to Adrian that she had successfully defeated 5 assassins. Adrian questioned if his expectations were set too high, considering he had heard that Perseus and Billingham were the strongest men in their territory. Yet their inability to notice the assassin's approach left him disappointed. Perseus, still reeling, wondered what kind of situation he had stepped into and who this master was, standing so composed beside Adrian. Just as Perseus prepared to question Adrian interrupted him, stating that he had been planning his revenge for 13 years since the day he took the poison. He asked if they truly believed he would come unprepared. Adrian added that having an Aura Master as a guard was the least he could do, shocking both Perseus and Billingham. Perseus recalled his earlier thought about needing to determine whether Adrian was worthy of allegiance, and realized he had been presumptuous. Adrian was someone far beyond his understanding or judgment. For a moment, Adrian and Perseus silently regarded one another. Adrian then shifted his focus to Perseus, noting his age, 43, and his status as one of Reinhardt Kingdom's 3 knights. Adrian acknowledged Perseus's talents, a high aura, exceptional physical prowess, moderate learning capability, and average intelligence. He also recognized his traits of conquest and leadership. Their relationship seemed cordial and allied, though Perseus's demeanor betrayed astonishment, fear, and anticipation. Perseus hesitantly inquired if Anna had sent them. Adrian confirmed this, adding that Perseus likely had many questions. Adrian casually snapped his fingers, causing the corpses to vanish and the damaged surroundings to be restored in an instant. Gilliam marveled at the sudden disappearance of the blood and bodies, but Adrian dismissed it as a simple 5th circle magic spell. Adrian then suggested relocating to a safer location, and, with a masterful use of teleportation magic, transported them all to Oz in an instant using a 7th circle spell known as Teleport. The Lewis Kingdom, a staunch ally of the Reinhardt Kingdom, was celebrated for its impressive number of grand wizards, second only to the 4 empires. Among these wizards, the universally acknowledged greatest was Duquesne Riverdale. Not only was he a grand wizard, but also a legendary teacher who had successfully mentored 6 7th circle wizards. Still, while many considered Archduke Lucas to be the greatest wizard of all time, the title of greatest teacher belonged unequivocally to Duquesne Riverdale. Perseus, curious, asked Adrian if his magic teacher had truly been Duke Riverdale. Adrian replied solemnly that Riverdale had passed away a year ago. Perseus admitted he was aware of Riverdale's passing, but remarked that it made sense. Having learned from Riverdale, Adrian could easily navigate any situation, even under strict surveillance. Perseus still struggled to reconcile this with Adrian's extensive time spent in the game, but then something clicked. Adrian, noticing this realization, smiled knowingly and confirmed Perseus's suspicions. Adrian explained that his unrestricted movements were possible because Riverdale had trained him both in the real world and the virtual one, alternating between the two. However, Adrian confessed it was all a fabrication. The story of a grand wizard appearing out of nowhere, especially a 20-year-old reaching the seventh circle, was too incredible to be believed. Claiming to be Riverdale's disciple was the perfect cover to quell doubts. Perseus conceded that Riverdale had indeed been a creative thinker and that it was a brilliant way to teach. Adrian's meticulous preparations impressed him. He clearly hadn't been living aimlessly. Adrian showcased a platinum plaque and a holographic image of himself with Riverdale. Yet, he admitted they were forgeries, crafted by Lucky Encounter and Chester to create a plausible alibi. These artifacts, coupled with fabricated traces of Riverdale and records of a mysterious disciple, cemented his narrative. Adrian noted that this backstory ensured the trust of the Riverdale family and his other disciples. He lamented that openly claiming to be Archduke Lucas's heir would bring a lifetime of relentless scrutiny and pursuit. Finally, Adrian assured Perseus and the others that he and Isaiah could handle Anna and Cedric. He advised against overexerting themselves to expand their influence further. It wasn't necessary. Perseus, still puzzled, asked Adrian why he had summoned him there. Adrian replied with an unexpected declaration. He had no intention of letting Perseus leave, leaving him both shocked and confused. Adrian then stated he had an additional task for him and asked to see his left hand. When their digital watches made contact, a system notification displayed the details of a second online currency account. The system inquired if Adrian wanted to share 20 billion loots and access to the second online currency account. Adrian confirmed, much to Perseus's astonishment. Adrian dismissed Perseus's shock, explaining that he wanted him to establish a covert group, one that would follow Adrian's commands and specialize in gathering intelligence. He acknowledged that the group's operations would involve morally ambiguous tasks, but he believed such work was essential to achieving greater goals. Adrian recognized it was a harsh request to make of a knight, but Perseus admitted that with the likelihood of facing Margrave Raven, such a group was necessary. Still, Perseus questioned Adrian's decision, noting that saving such an immense sum of money must have been difficult. Adrian nonchalantly replied that he possessed a knack for investments and that, while 20 billion loots was a significant sum, it wasn't enough for him to worry about. Perseus was awestruck by the response. Adrian stood, refraining from revealing that he actually had 3,000 times that amount, knowing the revelation would cause Perseus to faint from sheer disbelief. Offering his hand to Perseus, Adrian declared his intention to dethrone Cedric, claim the family's position of power, and achieve a status no one in the nation could challenge. He then asked Perseus if he would stand by him. Perseus gazed up at Adrian, then bowed deeply, clasping his hand in agreement and pledging his unwavering loyalty. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to Anna's room. She interrogated her butler about the disappearance of 5 expert assassins, to which he fearfully confirmed they had vanished without a trace. Anna, furious, reminded the butler that these assassins were reputed to eliminate anyone save for an aura master or grand wizard. The butler hesitantly confirmed the assassin's capabilities. Enraged, Anna hurled her wineglass at the butler's head, demanding an explanation. The butler, trembling, lowered his head in silence. She pressed further, demanding to know the whereabouts of Perseus and Billingham. The butler informed her that Billingham had returned to his unit, but Perseus's location remained unknown. Anna speculated that Perseus was alive, reasoning that Billingham would have informed her husband if Perseus had died. Her thoughts turned to the possibility of Perseus and Billingham scheming together, leaving her uneasy. Anna seethed as she realized they were likely targeting her. She regretted not keeping a closer watch on the situation. She recalled Rayford urging her to stop monitoring Adrian and Sylvia, which only fueled her anger. However, she had complied because pushing too hard against Rayford might have worsened things. The news of Adrian's exceptional performance during the war only heightened her frustration. Adrian was reportedly sharing his rewards generously with his comrades and superiors, earning him widespread admiration. To make matters worse, he was poised to receive a title once the war concluded. Even Billingham had expressed a desire to align with Adrian, though Adrian had declined his offer. Anna also learned that more knights were rallying to Adrian's side, including influential figures like Billingham and Perseus. She worried they would become unstoppable together. Determined to protect Cedric's position and eliminate competition, she resolved that she could no longer afford to keep her promises. Her butler cautiously inquired about her instructions for the Assassins' Guild, mentioning they had promised to send more assassins to complete the task. Anna, exasperated, nonchalantly asked if she should simply kill Adrian, shocking the butler. She dismissed his reaction, asking why everyone seemed so fearful when the solution appeared so straightforward. She saw no need to overthink the matter. The butler nervously warned her that such an action would irreversibly damage her standing with Rayford, especially as Adrian was attracting significant attention and support. Uninterested in his caution, Anna interrupted him to ask how long he had been in her service. The man replied, trembling, that it had been 30 years. Picking up a bottle of wine, she approached him and reminded him that, after so many years of service, he should know she despised being lectured. The butler hastily apologized, visibly terrified. Anna poured the wine over his head and coldly informed him that she was well aware of the risks. She told him her actions were driven by necessity, not ignorance. The butler, now shaking in fear, admitted his mistake, falling to his knees. He begged for forgiveness, confessing that his remarks were born out of pity for Adrian. Hearing this, Anna paused. She asked if he had truly said pity, and he confirmed it, insisting there was no ulterior motive. To his confusion, Anna smiled, her expression chilling. She remarked that if pity was his motive, they could frame it differently, leaving the butler bewildered and more afraid than ever. Anna coldly informed the butler that this wasn't just about an ordinary death. It was about the son of a viscount. Someone had to bear the responsibility for such a pitiful figure's demise, and it was him, the butler, who would do so in her name. She sweetly asked him why he seemed hesitant, feigning concern, as if she hadn't just destroyed his sense of purpose. "Don't you want to show your loyalty?" she inquired, with a saccharine smile. Trembling, the butler stammered that he understood her orders and assured her that she could leave the task to him. He promised he would prove his loyalty this time. Anna laughed, clearly pleased, and praised his response. As she walked away, she reminded him to succeed this time, warning him that failure would mean his own death. Her tone left no doubt she was serious. The butler stood frozen, realizing that despite 30 years of service, Anna was discarding him over a single misstep. He regretted his words, but knew it was too late to turn back. He held on to a faint hope that Adrian's survival might offer him a path out of this nightmare. Meanwhile, back on the battlefield, a victorious atmosphere pervaded as soldiers gathered to celebrate. Glasses of wine clinked together, and Otis stood among the crowd, beaming with pride as he conversed with Adrian. The soldiers cheered loudly, celebrating the victory of the 23rd Division. One soldier remarked how glad he was to finally return home. Another expressed relief that the war had safely concluded. Otis, brimming with pride, declared that he had never expected to receive recognition, and it was all thanks to Adrian. He said he eagerly anticipated the commendation ceremony. Another soldier agreed enthusiastically, thanking Adrian for helping raise his standing within his family. A third soldier chimed in, predicting that the man would become his family's heir and urging him to visit often, promising he would be warmly welcomed. Adrian, ever humble, acknowledged their praise but noted that their credit was deserved for their own efforts. He reflected that if he had taken all the rewards himself, such camaraderie would not have flourished. He then turned to Otis, thanking him for his trust and wisdom, which had been instrumental to their success. Otis laughed, calling Adrian a humble man. However, Otis then remarked wistfully that it might have been better for Adrian if the war had lasted a little longer. Adrian, puzzled, asked what he meant. Otis explained that with more time and greater accomplishments, Adrian could have achieved the recognition necessary to become a lord. He pointed out that inheriting a title and earning one carried vastly different implications. Adrian nodded in understanding, realizing the truth of Otis's words but appreciating his candor. Adrian quietly acknowledged that no matter how high his rank became, the limitations of his station meant he couldn't pass on a title. He reassured Otis that he didn't fight with expectations of such rewards. Otis, still lamenting Adrian's unfulfilled potential, commented on the lack of an environment that allowed Adrian to fully express his abilities. Adrian remained silent, privately resolving that he would become his family's rightful heir once he dealt with Cedric. Otis cleared his throat and, in a sudden change of tone, suggested that Adrian consider marrying his daughter. Adrian was taken aback, stunned by the unexpected proposal. Otis shyly elaborated, explaining he had only one daughter and that he could make the arrangement happen if Adrian was interested. Struggling to process the situation, Adrian thanked Otis for the offer and promised to think about it. Though he thought the proposal felt excessive, Otis, visibly excited, urged Adrian to give it serious thought, assuring him he would always be welcomed into the family. Adrian, in turn, wondered if Otis's daughter was the one with a reputation for being eccentric. He decided it wasn't his concern for the moment, focusing instead on his plans for his return. Inwardly, Adrian vowed to himself that when he returned, Cedric and Lana would face surprises they could never have anticipated. The day after the war between Reinhardt and Croydon concluded, the provincial army disbanded. Evans bid Adrian a warm farewell, shaking his hand and inviting him to visit any time, promising he would always be welcome. After the brief goodbye, Adrian boarded the airship, which lifted gracefully into the sky, leaving the battlefield behind. Later, Adrian logged into the virtual game, feeling the accumulated exhaustion from both the battlefield and his gaming sessions. Despite this, he had been steadily leveling up whenever he found time. Adrian noted that the Lucky Encounter Quest level 8 required a minimum level of 250, but his current level was only. Progress had slowed significantly since reaching level 200 nearly 10 days prior. Despite the lack of advancement, Adrian recognized that his combat abilities had improved substantially, particularly after his battle with the Death Knight. As he grew stronger, so too did the monsters, making each encounter increasingly challenging. The experience point cap had also risen, rendering the once achievable daily level-ups nearly impossible. Adrian knew this wasn't solely his struggle. Slaying monsters of this caliber often required a party of at least 5 to succeed. Adrian wondered if he should seek a new party member to help him level up, but quickly dismissed the idea. Drawing attention to himself while possessing the rare Lucky Encounter ability was too risky. He decided it was better to progress at his own pace, even if it meant slower advancement. Determined, he resolved to treat his current challenges as lessons and valuable experiences for the future. When he was about to speak, he noticed Tasya wasn't moving. Alarmed, he asked her what was wrong. Before she could answer, Crow landed behind him, causing him to turn his attention. He questioned Crow about the situation, but the bird only flapped its wings, unable to fully explain. Turning to Aisha, who stood nearby, he realized something serious was happening. Logging out in haste, Adrian found Garcia engaged in a fierce battle with an unknown opponent, much to his surprise. Observing closely, Adrian discerned that Garcia was locked in combat with assassins. Grabbing his great shield, Adrian positioned himself by her side. She informed him that the attackers were assassins, similar to those they had previously encountered. Confused, Adrian asked since when assassins used such advanced equipment, noting their force armor and swords. Garcia admitted she didn't know, adding that the enemies had 3 swords and seemed highly trained. Adrian analyzed the scene, commenting that the area was suspiciously clean for a place where assassins had struck, especially since 3 vanguards had already tried to kill him. Garcia reassured him, explaining that Billingham had anticipated attacks and stalled the vanguards, giving them a slight advantage. However, Aisha looked up uneasily, pointing out that something wasn't right. As the ceiling began to collapse, a new threat emerged. Adrian and Garcia spotted red-eyed armored golems descending menacingly from above. Adrian guessed that the golems had shifted their target to him from the others, a preference he accepted grimly. Acting quickly, Adrian retrieved a sword from his inventory and tossed it to Garcia, asking if a single force sword would suffice. Garcia confidently replied that it would. Adrian readied his astrostaff while Garcia wielded the sword he had given her, preparing for the fight. The golem pointed its sharp claws at them before lunging down to attack. Adrian smirked, calling the golem's choice pitiful, and declared they had picked the wrong opponent. Circles of light appeared around Adrian as he cast a shield spell, followed by a devastating flame blast. The force of his attack tore a massive hole in the ship, exposing the sky. Adrian flew out through the hole, urging Garcia to follow. She quickly agreed. Inside the ship, one of the enemy's soldiers urged his captain to retreat, but the captain hesitated, frustrated that their mission hadn't been completed. A series of massive explosions erupted nearby, scattering enemies and monsters. The enemy captain, now injured and sweating profusely, was overwhelmed by the chaos. Desperately, the captain shouted in disbelief, questioning why such a powerful monster was hidden within the Lawrence family. Adrian advanced toward the enemy, attacking with his magic, while Aisha focused on taking down the remaining monsters. The enemy soldiers screamed in panic, realizing they couldn't teleport out because Adrian was interfering with their escape. Another soldier yelled that they were trapped, pointing out that Adrian wasn't alone. An aura master was also present. The captain, spiraling into madness, realized they were entirely outmatched. He ordered his remaining soldiers to fend for themselves and attempted to flee. Adrian and Garcia noticed the captain's retreat. Adrian used his magic to stun the fleeing captain, bringing him to the ground. As Aisha rushed forward, Garcia struck decisively, severing the captain's hand. He howled in pain as Garcia swung her sword back for a final blow. Garcia's next strike aimed for the captain's neck, poised to decapitate him. Just before her blade met its mark, Adrian intervened, commanding her to stop. Garcia hesitated but obeyed, halting her attack mere moments before the captain's head would have been severed. Adrian descended onto the ship, walking steadily toward the enemy captain. He calmly informed the man that there was no point in trying to escape, leaving the captain to wonder in disbelief if his forces had been completely annihilated. The thought of such a possibility seemed incomprehensible to him. Adrian considered suggesting a mutual agreement, thinking he might extract valuable information from the captain. He began to say, "How about we help each other?" However, Adrian noticed the captain's suspicious movements and quickly shouted for Tasia to stop him while sprinting toward them. Aisha checked the captain's pulse and confirmed he was dead, noting that he had bitten into a hidden poison capsule in his molar. Adrian stood amazed, remarking that he had only ever read about such methods in novels and hadn't truly believed assassins would be so prepared for their own demise. Reflecting on his lack of experience with assassins, Adrian realized he had underestimated their resolve. As he processed this, he overheard the vanguards noisily discussing something behind him, their voices laced with panic. Gilliam removed his helmet, addressing the group and revealing a shocking piece of information. Adrian was Duke Riverdale's disciple. The revelation stunned the vanguards, who immediately panicked, speculating that Adrian must have been under strict surveillance all this time, despite his apparent carefree attitude of playing games. William clarified that Adrian's training had been conducted seamlessly within the virtual world. Adrian himself explained that his studies included both theoretical and practical lessons integrated into his virtual reality sessions, which allowed him to train without physical constraints. He added that most people, even his own family, had underestimated him because of his unconventional methods. Gilliam elaborated further, emphasizing Duke Riverdale's legendary status while asserting that Adrian's success was not merely due to his mentor but also his own genius. He recounted rumors of Adrian's supposed loss of intelligence after being poisoned and highlighted how Adrian had used this misconception to his advantage, lowering his profile and deceiving everyone around him to ensure his survival and growth. The Vanguard group was stunned by the revelation, with one of them commenting that the tides had turned dramatically. Gilliam urged them not to sink with the ship, but to adapt to the new reality. Adrian silently observed William's skill in rallying and influencing the group. Dime stepped in to announce that they were nearing the Lawrence estate and reminded everyone to behave appropriately, so as not to embarrass Adrian. The group quickly complied, acknowledging the importance of their conduct. Upon their arrival, Sylvia ran toward Adrian, tears streaming down her face. She hugged him tightly, her voice trembling as she asked if he was all right and if he had been hurt. Adrian reassured his mother, gently urging her to calm down. "I'm fine, Mother," he said with a warm smile, comforting her in the midst of her relief. Rafer expressed to his father that he had put in a lot of effort and appreciated the compliment, but he also acknowledged that it was quite typical to have a parade to honor his receipt of the medal on the battlefield. However, things felt unusually subdued. Rayford apologized, feeling he should have given Rafer a more extravagant welcome. Rafer reassured his father that he was fine with quieter gatherings, but suspected that Anna and Cedric were frustrated, wondering who would celebrate a person destined to die. Rafer mentioned that, instead of a parade, they had arranged a lavish banquet to celebrate his return with food and drinks. He glanced up at his fortress and felt a sense of internal happiness, appreciating his energy-saving mode. Inside the mansion, a wide variety of dishes adorned the table. Bill, Harmon, and others expressed that it was their greatest honor to fight alongside him. Haman bowed and remarked that his survival was due to Rafer convincing his father to teach him how to win the hearts of others in battle. Suddenly, he heard Cedric call out angrily and noticed he was with Anna and some others. He inclined his head as he greeted them, noting that it had been 3 months since their last meeting, which prompted Cedric to welcome him back. However, he observed that Anna looked as if she had seen a ghost. More importantly, he took note of the man behind Anna and wondered about him as he recognized him as Maurice Gus Heyer, who appeared relieved and joyful. He had heard that Morris had been Anna's right-hand man for over 30 years, yet he found him to be likable. Rafer thought that if he could win Morris over, he could be quite advantageous. Just then, he noticed someone approaching. The individual was Commander Crone Deck, an expert in aura, with an aura of doubt and distrust. As expected from a knight commander, his credentials were impressive. Still, Rafer found it hard to believe that his strengths lay in authority-based management rather than in combat prowess. He feels frustrated that he wasted his time on Anna and Cedric, realizing they aren't worth his attention. Cedric claims that as a member of their family, he's performed admirably, even if it's not a major achievement, and suggests he should still receive some praise. He simply smiles, dismissing their words as nonsense. Though he fantasizes about violently ending their lives, he intends to find a rationale for his actions first. They've caused him significant suffering, and he won't let them off easily. Instead, he plans to trap them in overwhelming despair before striking. Cedric asks him if receiving compliments feels good and calls him crude. He responds by questioning Cedric's belief that he would be pleased by empty praise, explaining that accepting it would make him weak. He clarifies his point, finding Cedric's self-important talk absurd, which leaves Cedric visibly shocked. He aims to create a certain environment to justify the consequences that are due. He tells Cedric that had he taken those individuals to battle, they would have been annihilated, and he can easily envision Cedric acting recklessly and getting himself killed in the process. Cedric angrily retorts, calling him a bastard and questioning his audacity. He continues by challenging Cedric to think more critically as he matures, suggesting that believing his smiles indicate happiness is why his subordinates view him as foolish and incompetent, making Cedric flush with rage. Just as Cedric prepares to respond, he interrupts with a provocative remark about whether Cedric's ignorance might stem from his mother's side. At that moment, a waiter accidentally drops a glass of wine, heightening the already tense atmosphere. On the verge of losing her temper, Anna is playfully told by him that if she has something to say, she should express it openly instead of pretending to be refined, as that approach doesn't suit her. To everyone's surprise, Cedric suddenly bursts out laughing. Cedric unsheathes his sword, accusing him of being even more disrespectful since returning from the battlefield, claiming he no longer knows what fear is as he points the blade at him. Sylvia nervously expressed to the others that Adrian must be weary after returning from the battlefield and looked exhausted, suggesting they should remove that sword for the time being. Rayford then yelled at Cedric, questioning what he was doing during such a joyous occasion and demanding that he put down the sword immediately. Adrian, however, apologized to his father, explaining that he needed him to remain silent and observe. Cedric inched closer, claiming he had manipulated Adrian and believed he understood the reason behind his sudden behavior. He accused Adrian of being influenced by the rebels' instigation, becoming furious as he questioned how Adrian could attempt to betray their family, and scolded Belgium for seemingly losing his mind. Bill expressed his astonishment, pointing to himself and asking Adrian if he was responsible. Adrian simply shook his head, but Cedric insisted that William had persuaded Adrian to try to disrupt their family. Acting in disbelief, Anna questioned Cedric about the truth of his statements. Adrian, however, realized that they were the ones being unreasonable and couldn't fathom why they would misconstrue his intentions. Cedric commanded the knights to immediately capture the rebel bull. Yet, no one followed his orders, and the area fell silent. Cedric demanded to know why the knights were hesitating and urged them to comply with his command. One knight informed Cedric that if he wanted to apprehend Vice Commander Belgium, he would have to do it himself. This left Cedric embarrassed and furiously questioning a knight named Berto about his words, while Adrian struggled to contain his laughter. Cedric's irritation intensified as he noticed Adrian laughing. Enraged and humiliated, Cedric lunged at Adrian with his blade, catching everyone off guard. However, someone seized Cedric's hand. It was Arcia, who was busy devouring a large chicken drumstick. Incensed, he demanded to know what she was doing and ordered her to release him, marveling at her unexpected strength. Just as Cedric was about to repeat his demand for her to let go, she playfully struck his face with the chicken. He made him collapse and gradually descend to the ground. Anna Crone, William Rayford, and Sylvia were stunned by the scene, while Adrian watched with delight. Cedric fell to the ground, plunging everyone into silence. He smiled at Cedric, recalling how, despite Cedric's earlier arrogance, he ended up being overpowered and hit with a chicken leg by a woman much smaller than him. Crone approached and ordered them to stop, declaring that it was enough. He then unsheathed his sword and told Adrian that he had crossed a line far too many times. Adrian believed the knight commander should act as a guard for the king, and asked Karen if it wasn't Crone who was actually overstepping his boundaries. He reminded Crone of Cedric's long history of misdeeds. Cedric, infuriated, demanded to know what Crone was doing and shouted that those who harmed him deserved death. Crone affirmed that they deserved to die, to which Cedric readily agreed. However, Crone clarified that as a vassal, Cedric could not harm the second young master, who belonged to the lord's family. This statement filled Cedric with rage. Crone then pointed his sword at Aisha, who was calmly eating the chicken leg, stating that there would be no leniency for a commoner who dared to strike a noble. He declared that he would execute immediate judgment without a trial. Crone raised his sword and questioned Aisha if she believed she was noble simply because she was involved with a noble. Just as he was about to strike, Bill I.M. and the other vanguards aimed their swords at Crone. Crone questioned Balaam's actions, ordering him to step back, but Balaam responded that he wouldn't have drawn his sword if he intended to retreat, warning Crone to move away from Lady Garcia immediately. Crone inquired whether he had seen Lady Aisha, finding it odd since he could spot members from Cedric's faction as well. Moreover, most of these individuals would choose profit over loyalty, which made him question why such shrewd people would align themselves with Adrian. It led him to suspect that something was amiss. Suddenly, a large group of knights appeared, prompting Cedric to rush toward his mother. Adrian took note of the reinforcements and pondered why Anna, who had always been perceptive regarding Cedric, was unusually quiet. He speculated whether she had summoned the knights through a phone call. Cedric playfully remarked that it was pointless to regret things now, including the involvement of Bill. He stated that all of them would face severe consequences for their misdeeds. In a fit of anger, he addressed the knights, reminding them they were in the presence of their lord, and questioned how the Viscount's knights could stand opposed to him. Nonetheless, Cedric instructed the knights to swiftly handle the troublemakers. The knights then advanced, weapons drawn, which made him realize that they had a numerical advantage. Their expeditionary forces had a greater number of soldiers, but their armament was inadequate. In contrast, Cedric's faction boasted over 10 well-armed soldiers with superior equipment. Consequently, if a full-scale battle erupted, it would likely result in a lopsided massacre. Suddenly, Crone questioned him about his seemingly pointless actions, suggesting that he was still basking in the afterglow of his earlier victory and had lost sight of his responsibilities. He then reminded him that his family's circumstances were unchangeable and warned that his reckless behavior would have consequences. The only ones who witnessed any blood were those individuals. Additionally, he wouldn't be killed right away. Yet, even if he survives, a hellish existence lies ahead. His life would become even more unbearable than it currently is. Despite this, he remained silent. Rayford yelled at him to activate the artifact. Meanwhile, Sylvia was nervously expressing her apologies. Cedric playfully urged him to escape, regardless of the circumstances. Crone instructed the knights on his side to be prepared to attack, causing them to raise their weapons. He dismissed them as foolish and proclaimed that they were rebelling, asserting that those troublemakers were intent on harming the Lord, and urged the knights to protect him. The knights on Adrian's side promptly agreed. This left Crone puzzled about what the knights were doing. He pointedly remarked that it was obvious who the real traitors were, and that they should end their tiresome charade. He then dispelled the illusion magic and commanded Isaiah to bring the 3 individuals to him and handle the situation. Arcia promptly responded affirmatively and vanished from sight. Anna and Cedric were taken aback as they witnessed the knights surrounding them being swiftly dispatched. Furthermore, the knights behind Crone were being eliminated without a trace of the assailant, filling him with fear and confusion. Suddenly, Adrian appeared behind Crone, inquiring about what he had just said. He struck Crone across the face with his staff, labeling him a traitor, and asserted that he needed discipline. Crone trembled in fear, realizing the impossibility of the situation. He noted that the woman was an aura master and contemplated whether Adrian, who seemed like a mere game addict, could actually inflict harm on him. Crone shouted to his men that ACA was an aura master and ordered them to form a defensive circle around the armed knights to confront her, advising them to remain calm and ready to engage. Adrian remarked on Crone's ability to issue commands to his subordinates despite the chaos, commending him as a knight commander, although he noted that it wouldn't make a difference. Crone demanded to know what Adrian was, but Adrian simply told him he was a teacher there to impart a valuable life lesson. As he spoke, he simultaneously enhanced his agility, physical strength, mana, and defense. Crone understands that wizards can utilize magic 2 tiers below their level without the need to cast spells. Thus, a 7th circle wizard can wield 5th circle magic effortlessly, combined with a skill that confirms their status as an archmage. This skill empowers them to overpower the wizard killer vanguard. As soon as they attain archmage status, the so-called vulnerabilities of wizards almost vanish. Adrian unleashed a pre-memorized spell, saving his magic, and struck Crone with a flame blast, which caused Crone to cry out in agony. He then approached Cedric, who had collapsed to the ground in disbelief. Adrian informed them that he believed they would have a lot of entertaining moments ahead and asked if they didn't agree. Meanwhile, Crone, still aflame, attempted to attack him from behind, cursing him, but Adrian skillfully sidestepped the strike. He remarked that Crone should have remained on the ground and questioned why he had gotten back up, provoking a furious glance from Crone. Anna and Cedric trembled in fear as they witnessed Adrian's assault on Crone. Crone eventually fell to the ground. Both Anna and Cedric were perplexed and wondered how Adrian Lawrence could have possibly become an archmage. Adrian simply smiled at them, making it clear that they were in serious trouble. Meanwhile, in another mansion, a man pounded the table in anger. This man is Raven, Anna's father. The Margrave seethed, demanding to know how that scoundrel Adrian had the audacity to harm his beloved daughter and grandson. The men presented Raven with footage of the events at Adrian's mansion, using a device to show him. Enraged, Raven questioned what this was. One of the men explained that the video was rapidly circulating across various portals and platforms. By the next day, most individuals would be aware of the issue, with some even speculating that Cedric and Anna's treasonous actions were supported by him. Raven pointed out that the words of commoners in the virtual world don't hold much weight, but the man countered that even some nobles share those views. Raven dismissively asked the man what that meant, arguing that the most those people could achieve was to lodge a few complaints. Raven considered that despite the worth of an archmage and an aura master, winning a war could hinge on just one or two superhumans. He noted that supporting either of them would mean standing against him, someone whose military power was on par with a duke and Mackie combined. He acknowledged the potential trouble if a duke or marquis were to ally with Adrian, though he believed such cooperation was unlikely, as they would be the least inclined to welcome a new rival. The man mentioned the possibility of the royal family intervening. Raven responded that the attention drawn by a young mage and an aura master was inevitable, but emphasized that this was only if their claims held any truth. The man was left stunned and perplexed by this comment. Raven suggested that they could simply label the two as frauds, asserting that as long as no one took them seriously as an archmage or aura master, they wouldn't face any issues. He questioned whether there was any certainty that the video in question wasn't manufactured, and then proposed that they could issue a statement declaring the video to be false. However, the man cautioned that if the video were authenticated, it would be the end for them. Nevertheless, Raven was adamant they could manage the situation before any authentication occurred. He angrily pointed out that the video exposed his ties to Anna and Cedric, and that the commoners were simply acting as he intended, seeking justification for their true aim in the war against him. The man fearfully responded that such actions were unfeasible, questioning whether they were daring to confront the Margrave. Raven then inquired about the extent of the Margrave's forces that could be deployed in a territorial conflict. One of the men answered that approximately half of their total forces could be mobilized, detailing that they could either send 3 sky fortresses with 150 vanguards or 2 sky fortresses with 200 vanguards. He inquired about the forces that could be mobilized immediately, and one of the men responded with a count of 200 vanguards and a single sky fortress. He considered this sufficient and questioned how a young, inexperienced boy dared to challenge him. He then declared to everyone that it was war, vowing to make Adrian regret his actions. Meanwhile, in Adrian's mansion, he scratched his ears, pondering that they must have already reviewed the video they released and were now preparing an attack, as his itchy ears indicated that they were conversing about him. He was aware of the ties between Anna, Cedric, and Raven. The Margrave was a constant in their lives, and his desire for revenge would only be fulfilled when it reached Raven, the Margrave. However, to strengthen his position, certain prerequisites needed to be fulfilled first. The young lady introduced herself as Olivia Riverdale, the daughter of Riverdale. He recognized that Duchess Olivia was an archmage from the Lewis Kingdom and the daughter of the renowned Duke Kind Riverdale. Revered as the closest to achieving the 8th circle among archmages in the Lewis Kingdom, her status rivaled that of the patriarch of the Riverdale family, which included 6 archmages. Unlike himself, who had attained his strength through fortunate circumstances, Olivia was a true prodigy who had reached the 7th circle at just 22 years old. She handed an ID to the men accompanying her, stating that it appeared authentic. The others affirmed its genuineness, prompting him to breathe a sigh of relief. He asked her if that meant they had acknowledged it, but she clarified that she was only suggesting it looked authentic, as it was entirely possible to forge such a platinum plaque. She unleashed a powerful pressure upon him, causing the glass on the table to shatter. He perceived that they were applying pressure on him through their resonant magic circles, which made him feel heavy and in agony. In response, he channeled his magical power to compel them to stop, leaving Olivia taken aback. He angrily demanded to know the meaning behind their actions. She simply remarked on how impressive it was. While the men cheered for him, she downplayed the significance, saying it was nothing extraordinary. They simply wanted to assess his abilities while he was in the process of cleaning up the broken glass cup. However, he mentioned that she could have evaluated his skills without needing such drastic measures. She explained that just because there are 7 circles doesn't imply that everyone is identical, and she was merely trying to gauge his specific capabilities. He perceives that despite Olivia's delicate appearance, her approach is quite rigorous, and he inquires if he has now gained her approval. She replied that she still had numerous inquiries, but there was no reason to dismiss a brilliant archmage who claimed to be her father's pupil and was assisting her family in broadening their influence. He observes that Olivia seems indifferent to the authenticity of his claims and feels as though she is simply welcoming another archmage into her circle. This leads him to consider her pragmatic perspective, and he questions her reaction if he turned out to be someone who could bring harm to her family. She responded that making enemies out of her family would essentially be a death wish, as she doubts anyone could bear the consequences. Furthermore, they have already verified his identity, as they do not simply accept anyone. This prompts him to smile, feeling that since he has already been acknowledged by them, there is no reason to continue debating. He then expressed his desire to make a request. The following day, Raven inquires with his butler about how much longer it will take to mobilize the troops. The butler informs him that it will take at least another hour. Raven presses, asking if there is any way to speed things up. Suddenly, an anxious man approaches from behind and urges him to look at a video. This frustrates Raven, and he demands to know what the problem is this time. He then sees Olivia in the video, where she's about to make an announcement. Olivia officially declares that the young master Adrian Lawrence, a student of the late Duke of Riverdale, has achieved the rank of Archmage of the 7th Circle at only 20 years old. She also shares that Adrian is a unique magical prodigy expected to reach the 8th Circle, and that Riverdale will wholeheartedly support his development and growth. Raven realizes that Adrian is already ahead of him, almost as if he can read his thoughts. The butler expresses disbelief that Riverdale would get involved, suggesting that the royal family will certainly take action if things continue this way. However, Raven is more distressed by Olivia's statement that if anyone attempts to harm Adrian, Riverdale will see it as a deliberate provocation against them. In a fit of rage, Raven slams the video device onto the ground and pauses to catch his breath. He then informs his men that they will proceed as planned. The butler asks him to repeat himself. Raven questions the butler's hearing and insists that they will move forward with their plans. The butler tries to caution him about the royal family's involvement. Raven interrupts him, asking why that matters, especially if they might catch up on their mission and order against attacking Lawrence's territory. The butler explains that the issue is not about that, rather, the potential risks are simply too great. Nevertheless, Raven insists they can manage the risks as long as they achieve their objective. He argues that Riverdale's backing of Adrian makes no difference since they are foreigners. Moreover, he believes Adrian will be relieved knowing they cannot attack him, enhancing the effectiveness of their surprise assault. He commands his team to finalize preparations and deploy their troops as soon as possible, asking for confirmation of their understanding. Unbeknownst to them, Crow is observing from above. The butler acknowledges Raven's order and assures that they will expedite their actions even further. However, through Crow and Adrian's shared vision, he perceives every move of his enemies. Back on the video call, Olivia inquires if he wants her to hold a press conference and confirms this is indeed what he wants. She tells him that she understands the difficult position he's in and offers her support as a fellow disciple if he wants it. He clarifies that all he requires from her is to announce that he is the former Duke of Riverdale's disciple and an archmage, stating he doesn't need any additional assistance. This leaves her bewildered, prompting her to question him about it. He grins, recalling it, then rises and informs Aisha that it's time for them to depart. He reflects that he prefers not to depend on anyone else when it comes to getting revenge. He contemplates whether revenge serves merely as a means of self-gratification, realizing that everything must unfold according to his scheme and under his control. Since those individuals are his targets, he does not wish to share the thrill of pursuing them with anyone else. Meanwhile, Adrian's men are in the underground. The knights were in disarray, shouting that the inmates had escaped. They hurriedly searched for them, asking if anyone was still following the two fugitives. Despite the chaos, they insisted that the escapees could still be hiding nearby and that a thorough search was imperative. One knight planned to report for assistance. Unbeknownst to them, Anna sneaked up behind the knights, making her way upstairs with Cedric and another man, a key clutched in her hand. The Sky Fortress gradually approached the mansion, while Anna, Cedric, and the other men hastened towards it. Anna expressed that living like this was akin to being dead and declared that her father wouldn't let them go. Cedric questioned her commitment to the plan, and she angrily retorted, demanding to know what alternative they had if they couldn't continue as they were, to which he agreed. She commanded him to be quiet and keep up with her. Moments later, they reached the top, and she looked up to see the Sky Fortress. Raising her key before it, the system prompted her to confirm if she wanted to enter the Sky Fortress. She responded affirmatively. They were all summoned and transported inside. Upon arrival, she quickly removed her coat, vowing to ensure Adrian's demise. With fury, she confronted Adrian, asserting that he would not be able to keep her down and insisting that she had the power to destroy him and the Viscount with the Sky Fortress. She then entered her key and stated her name, allowing the system to fully verify her identity. The system inquired if she intended to activate the Sky Fortress under duress, citing its unstable biorhythm at that moment. She answered no, and the system confirmed her response. The system informed her that the activation of Sky Fortress Janet was successful and welcomed her as the administrator. She promptly instructed the system to target the main cannon firestorm at the county and to fire as soon as possible. However, Adrian swiftly covered her mouth to prevent her from proceeding. He commended her for acting as he anticipated and expressed gratitude for her unlocking the Sky Fortress's security, which caused her to panic and question how Adrian had gained access. Then she heard her men being dragged away and Cedric being easily overpowered by RCA. Adrian warned her that trying to strike the county with the Sky Fortress was accumulating her crimes, and with Raven Margrave's troops approaching, she and his brother would have to defend the land at all costs. He pointed out that this was exactly what he hoped for, asking if she felt guilty and whether criminals could ever feel proud. Adrian then pushed her to the ground, noting that there were excessive security measures within the Sky Fortress, but congratulated her for unlocking them, enabling him to act freely. She urged him to communicate and calm down, suggesting that emotions were running high. Nevertheless, he manipulated the Sky Fortress's systems, clarifying that he was not the one responsible for the attempted assassination of the Viscount. She commanded Arcia to cease attacking Cedric and bring him over, to which Arcia agreed. She threw Cedric next to Anna. Cedric questioned Adrian's actions, reminding him they were brothers. But Adrian retorted that they were indeed brothers, but he had no sympathy for Cedric. Adrian then used his large shield to confine them. Aisha inquired about the knights, who pleaded for mercy, admitting they had committed crimes punishable by death. He suggests that they appear to be from Raven Margrave, so he plans to send them there. Suddenly, the ground beneath the knights gives way. They all plummet from the Sky Fortress as he remarks that they should consider it an honor to become fertilizer for Earl. Frustrated with Raven, Adrian tells Aisha that he forgot to upload a video and instructs her to edit it. As she approaches him, she inquires if he plans to upload more videos, to which he replies affirmatively and agrees it's a good idea. Meanwhile, Cedric and Anna are trying to escape using his shield. He informs her that he intends to utilize the media platform for political gain. In Raven's mansion, he observes news coverage about Anna and Cedric stealing the Sky Fortress while attempting to murder the residents of Lawrence County. He then notices a comment implying that he forcefully sold the retiring Sky Fortress to Lawrence, placed his family in charge, and assigned admin rights to his daughter, suggesting it's all his fault. After reading the comment, he asks his butler if it would be possible to eliminate every commoner who commented. But the butler explains it could be done, though it wouldn't be easy. The website falls under Alicia Union's oversight, and they don't disclose user information unless it's for serious crimes. He angrily remarks on how inflexible the Alicia people are. Meanwhile, his butler informs him that 1 Sky Fortress and 200 vanguards are ready for deployment. He sternly tells the captain that he must not fail, and the captain acknowledges this. Furious, he orders them to advance. The mages activate a teleportation magic circle to move the vanguards and Sky Fortress. Gradually, they start to vanish, leaving him alone with his butler. He contemplates that he should have gone himself, but Anna, trapped within the shield, yells at her father not to come. A minute later, a circle of magical teleportation forms above Anna's Sky Fortress. He senses its loud declaration that they are present. He then commands the search for the manor to begin, triggering the fortress to release electric energy. Cedric, in tears, asks if he can be heard, apologizing and pleading for forgiveness, while Anna angrily questions his actions. He responds that he is utilizing tactics learned from the war, specifying that it's termed a suicide bomb. Both Anna and Cedric are taken aback. He bids them farewell with a playful tone while raising a glass of wine. A massive explosion resembling fireworks erupts in the sky as he drinks his wine calmly. He considers that some may feel vengeance is pointless, but he firmly disagrees, as the taste of alcohol has never been more enjoyable. He then suggests to Aisha that they should make a wish. Isaiah asks what kind of wish, but he reiterates that they should wish while watching the fireworks. The scene unfolds on August 15th, 2019, during the Age of Magic, as he eliminates Anna and Cedric, who have been a nuisance in his life, granting him ultimate freedom. Meanwhile, at Raven's mansion, Raven and his crew sit in silence, anxiously awaiting news on their troops. Frustrated, he demands to know why he still hasn't heard from them, questioning if the operation was supposed to be completed by now. One of his men speculates that it could be a communication breakdown, while another suggests they should have reached out using personal devices. A third member posits that perhaps the large-scale teleportation was conducted too hastily, causing a spatial disconnection. He inquires about the spies they had previously positioned, and one man responds that they have been unable to contact any of them, especially since the situation arose right after Anna was taken into custody. He suspects that the information has been leaked and that the spies have been caught. He angrily questions the man, but the man insists that if that's not true, he can't think of any other explanations. He wonders if the entire situation was orchestrated beforehand, which frustrates him and makes him question how long this has been in the works. He reflects on the possibility of it being true and feels foolish for being outplayed by someone so young, possibly his grandson's age. He asserts that besides the Lord's castle, there must be at least one person in regular contact with them from civilian areas. One of the men suggests that the disconnection in their space might have caused that, but they had also lost general communication. Suddenly, a frantic call interrupts him. Someone has been searching online for articles related to Lawrence's territory, and found a new article that was posted 3 minutes ago. He then witnesses a video showing a massive explosion along with vanguards securing the area. The vanguards are assaulting their stronghold, causing explosions that reduce it to ruins one by one. The room falls silent as they all watch, and the butler informs him that the article accompanying the video mentions an evacuation advisory for Lawrence that was issued about an hour ago, resulting in the evacuation of all residents. It also states that while communication was completely disrupted, a large explosion suddenly occurred in the sky. They have confirmed that communication was restored a while back, and an announcement from the Lord's castle was made. This infuriates him, and he violently slams his hand down on the table, shattering it, which shocks his men. In a fit of rage, he throws a nearby vase and chair at his men. He glares at them for a moment before inquiring about the number of additional troops that can be deployed at that moment. One man responds that 75 vanguards can be dispatched, which includes 25 vanguards and 1 sky fortress, emphasizing that exceeding that number would break the law. He realizes that if the troops they sent earlier had the power equivalent to 5 sky fortresses, they now possess only based on the video. It is evident that Adrian sacrificed his sky fortress for a suicide bombing. Therefore, regardless of the age of Lawrence's sky fortress, their forces must have been severely weakened after being hit up close by a mana surge from a suicide attack. This indicates something significant. Adrian is fully aware of their actions. However, he believes that Adrian is incapable of repeating the same feat, especially since they no longer possess a sky fortress to destroy. The man informs him that, unfortunately, their current resources are insufficient to challenge the power held by this County Lawrence. An urgent message has just been dispatched from the royal family, declaring that any forceful action against the County of Lawrence is forbidden. This news jolts him, but soon he erupts into loud laughter, instilling fear in his men. He ponders whether this is the consequence of underestimating that individual, contemplating that while recovering from the damages is feasible, it won't happen immediately. Constructing a single sky fortress costs roughly 15 trillion, and at least 50 billion is required for one complete set of Vanguard force equipment. Thus, they need around 30 trillion just for damage repair. He is incredulous that their family's power, built over generations, has been diminished due to a minor error. He inquires if communications with Visconti Lawrence have been restored, to which the man confirms that they have. He then instructs the man to get him on the phone with Adrian right away. The Black Eagle serves a purpose similar to Aisha as a supporter, but its fundamental operational method differs entirely. While Aisha operates as a multifunctional entity akin to a human, the Black Eagle is strictly an auxiliary supporter dedicated to providing assistance. Its primary skill is shared vision, which proves to be extremely beneficial for him. He expresses disbelief that Raven would have the audacity to contact him, to which Raven concedes that his strategy was effective this time. However, Raven cautions him not to expect his fortune to hold for the next encounter. He assures Raven that his revenge will only be fulfilled with the demise of Raven and the downfall of his family. Curious, Raven asks him to elaborate on his notion of revenge, and he explains that although Raven may not realize it, he permitted Anna and Cedric, his elder brother, to remain inside the Sky Fortress because of their deep affection for it. He believed they must have felt content, especially since he organized such an extravagant cremation ceremony for them. Raven pointed out that just because his plan had succeeded once, it didn't mean he understood how terrifying that world could be. In response, he claimed he was unfamiliar with anything else. He simply wasn't afraid of Raven. Raven promised he would never forget the humiliation he experienced that day and would ensure he paid him back 1,000-fold. This made him smile, realizing that Raven only reacted aggressively to insults aimed at himself. He concluded that Raven had likely moved on from the deaths of Anna and Cedric, pitying them for ultimately being reduced to mere tools after their display of pride. He then inquired if Raven was currently on the 80th floor of the Lord's castle, to which Raven expressed confusion. He informed Raven that he had prepared a surprise for him, which should have already arrived. While Crow was outside the castle, he asked Raven if he was familiar with memorization magic, explaining that it was a skill that eliminated casting time and allowed the user to store 10 spells simultaneously. He asked Raven to consider what it would be like to have 10 seventh circle spells memorized and cast at once, questioning whether such power could possibly breach the Raven Lord's castle shield that he was so proud of. Raven was taken aback when he spotted Crow directly in front of him, surrounded by 10 magical circles. Crow informed Raven that the gift he had sent consisted of 10 rounds of Blaze Blast magic from the 7th circle. With a hearty laugh, Crow flapped his wings forward, unleashing the magical circles toward the castle, reveling in the chaos that ensued among the men. As Raven's men panicked, Crow taunted him about the castle's barrier nearing collapse and urged Raven to use teleportation or blink to escape quickly. Raven's furious shout reached him, but Crow playfully said he would pray for Raven's safety before ending the call and excusing himself. He stood up just as Lamb approached to inform him that, as instructed, the reporters had been gathered in the conference hall. Moments later, as he walked by, the maid who had been whispering earlier bowed her head in fear and respect. He glanced at one of the servants, recalling that among the staff at the Lord's castle, there wasn't a single person who hadn't looked down on him. He passed by the maids and servants, shaking with anxiety, amused by how fearful they were of him. He realized it was time to bid farewell to his past of being underestimated, as the second chapter of his extraordinary life was beginning. News emerged that young Master Adrian Lawrence held a press conference regarding the suicide attack on the Sky Fortress. It was disclosed that Raven Margrave had stealthily deployed a Sky Fortress and 200 Vanguard units, all of which were obliterated in an instant. Some criticized Adrian for imitating tactics from the war with the Crows and Empire, while others recognized that it was a result of exceptional intelligence in information warfare. Adrian asserted that none of this would have occurred if Raven Margrave hadn't orchestrated his malicious attack, claiming he acted to defend his territory. Although the Raven Margrave castle was destroyed, Raven survived but incurred significant damage from an unforeseen counteraction. The leading headline read, "Young prodigy Adrian Lawrence defeats Raven Margrave." The post solicited public opinions, and commentators shared diverse views. Some argued that the downfall of another's Sky Fortress was deserved, while others commended Adrian's intellect and heralded this as a new era for the Reinhardt kingdom. There were also perceptions of it as a typical noble family feud, among other opinions. He grinned while perusing the comments, grateful for the support, and assured everyone he would remember it forever. This realization excited him as he noted that he had amassed 1 million followers in just one day, stepping into the role of an influencer. William voiced his worries about people blaming Adrian for the fall of a well-respected noble, but Adrian brushed it off, declaring that he would no longer retreat. William reminisced about Adrian's life of oppression, now witnessing his determination to seize control over his future. Adrian observed that the Raven Margrave incident stirred debate both domestically and internationally, with some articles criticizing him. However, despite the strong reputation of the Raven family, public sentiment leaned in his favor, prompting even those who remained neutral to side with him. It felt as though the entire country supported him and public sentiment was on his side. Adrian recognized that commoners were largely subjugated by nobles, but he believed he was different because he could gain from the people's backing. He was determined to prove this distinction by maintaining constant communication with them. He viewed the discrimination against commoners by nobles as a systemic issue, believing it wasn't because commoners were inferior. Moreover, many of the talented individuals he encountered were commoners themselves. Out of the blue, Rayford contacted him and informed him that he was to appear somewhere, leaving Adrian taken aback. He then read an urgent directive that summoned him to the Board of Inspection, noting the order was succinct, yet authoritative. Adrian contemplated 3 possible implications. First, Raven Margrave's maneuvering. Second, the High Noble's strategy to subdue them. And third, the Royal Council's intention behind their actions, knowing they wouldn't send a command if they sought friendship. When Gilliam inquired if he had a plan, Adrian confidently responded that he did. He then questioned his father about what nobles valued most, to which his father answered, money. Adrian concurred and stated his intention to shift their perceptions using wealth. Many nobles and even royals would be intrigued. Rayford requested further clarification on his strategy, and Adrian explained that he had made some money through investments. Paying taxes on that income would likely alter their views. His father wondered if Adrian was suggesting masking one issue with another, and Adrian affirmed that he was. His father and Gilliam fell silent, indicating they were unsettled by this idea. However, Adrian believed it was more effective to demonstrate his point, revealing his substantial wealth and leaving them all in disbelief. They excitedly exclaimed how extraordinary it was, expressing astonishment that such vast wealth could be a mere hobby for grand wizards, and they questioned how he managed to accumulate 60 billion in loot. He informed Bill that he needed to be careful because there were 4 commas, not 3, which left Bill confused and doubting the claim of having 60 trillion loots. When Bill asked if he could see the future or was reincarnated, he simply laughed it off as a funny joke. His father warned him that they might go crazy. He then asked Rayford to estimate the tax amount, to which Rayford responded that it would be at least 1/5. He thought that if it was 1/5, that would amount to 12 trillion. And he mentioned that he had heard if a noble pays a significant tax, the Royal Guild might grant a tax exemption. Rayford confirmed that was correct, adding that by using merchants affiliated with the royal family, he could get half of his tax covered without paying. This made him think it was a good idea since he had already planned to allocate some of his money, intending to give 1/5 after all. Rayford then inquired if he had anything else he wanted to purchase, to which he responded affirmatively. He then informed his father that he intended to acquire more sky fortresses and vanguards. The following day, a reporter announced in the news that Adrian Lawrence had completed his tax report for the 60 trillion he earned from investments, causing a stir among the nobility. In the meantime, Otis was laughing joyfully, telling his family that Adrian, the unpredictable man, certainly knew how to astonish others. His wife asked if Adrian was the staff member he had mentioned earlier. Otis confirmed this, but noted that he could no longer refer to him as such, since Adrian would soon hold the title of Grand Wizard for achieving the 7th Circle. Otis expressed his desire for Michelle to meet Adrian, but he had become too significant in just a few days. His wife urged him to make an introduction, saying she would love Adrian as a son-in-law. Michelle insisted to her parents that Adrian was her type, but she wanted to succeed on her own merit rather than rely on someone else. Her mother asked how she planned to do that, and Michelle answered that it would be straightforward once she found Archduke Manuel, as determined by Lucas's destiny. Her mother pulled her ears in frustration, demanding to know when she would move on and mature. But Michelle insisted it was indeed possible. Otis pretended to have an epiphany, prompting his wife and daughter to pause and inquire about it. He responded that everything falls into place if Adrian is the one who uncovered the fate of Archduke Lucas, and Adrian's audacity begins to make sense. Michelle informed her father that the Riverdale family had embraced Adrian as one of their own, to which he noted that this suited Adrian well, as he doesn't possess a strong presence. He added that Adrian is skilled at blending in with the Riverdale family, as he has the ability to remain unnoticed until he achieves the status of Lord Wizard. Michelle then shared that the Royal Guild confirmed Adrian's wealth stemmed from investments, and he suggested that there might be an arrangement between the Riverdale family and the Reinhardt Royals. She asked her father about his interest in conspiracy theory novels, but before he could respond, the reporter announced breaking news. The public priest had just revealed they discovered Manuel Lucas's lucky find, leaving Michelle in a state of furious shock. Meanwhile, at Lucas Tower, Adrian wished he could absorb research books as effortlessly as skill books, recognizing he needed to prepare for an inspection with Garcia the following day, and a party hosted by the Royals the day after that. Additionally, he planned to search for sky fortresses and vanguard gears soon, keeping him perpetually occupied. In the moments he could spare, he logged in to continue his work, tossing aside the books he'd already read and going to the shelves to retrieve more, aware that less than 1% of military research was contained within the thousands of research volumes. The weapon created by Archduke Lucas revolutionized warfare, yet he was opposed to it. Most of Lucas's efforts were devoted to studying dimension teleportation. Adrian understood that Lucas never married, had no disciples, and dedicated his life to seeking a way back home. Although many credit Lucas with transforming the world, the underlying truth is that he yearned for his home. The clues Lucas left suggesting he originated from Earth might have been intended to connect with someone from his past. Unfortunately, this revelation came after his death, and Lucas's legacy became his beacon of hope. Although he wished he could return, he wasn't desperate to do so since he lacked the means and his mother was present. He thought it would be interesting to navigate both worlds. He contemplated whether Lucas might have wanted someone else to continue his research, and perhaps wished for him to return because Lucas could not. He assured Lucas that if that was his desire, he would do his utmost to make it happen. Chester remarks that he understands the importance of respect, to which he responds that he is merely an ordinary person, believing his reaction to be typical. This prompts Chester to call him a humble individual. He informed Chester that he intended to seek him out for clarification on a matter, and Chester encouraged him to proceed. He then queried Chester about the possibility of them being caught laundering money, and Chester responded that the chances were minimal. He proceeded to explain that if they examined every investor in the entire realm collectively, they would realize that the total amount of money far exceeds the actual resources, which eased his mind, knowing that no one would undertake such an endeavor. He believed it was wise to cover up the Raven Margrave incident with financial resources. However, he was under too much scrutiny as the Grand Wizard of the 7th Circle, particularly with Aisha, the Aura Master, by his side. If anyone discovered he was the one who located Manuel Lucas, it could jeopardize his situation, increasing the risk of losing everything he possessed. Therefore, he decided to keep that information confidential. He informed Chester that he was merely seeking confirmation and would ask his actual question, having devised a plan that was a mere fabricated stroke of luck. He then inquired about the progress of the fake Lucky Encounter operation. Meanwhile, outside, crowds were jubilantly celebrating Louis Fairmont. dubbing him the national hero of the former republic. A throng of people packed the streets, cheering for him as he stood atop a vehicle surrounded by numerous bodyguards, waving to his supporters. Louis Fairmont, the orchestrator of the fake Lucky encounter, beamed as he urged everyone to continue cheering for him, deeming himself their savior. At the age of 29, he was an intelligence agent for the previous republic and the son of President Carter. He was a second-generation tycoon who unabashedly leveraged his father's name. The operation centered around impersonating the possessor of Archmage Manuel Lucas's fabled Lucky encounter. The goal is to distract the public from Adrian, allowing him to dispel any doubts about his character and buy some time until he can reach the ninth circle. He confesses to Chester that he feels no remorse for planting a bomb on Louis, but he's troubled about leaving Archmage Manuel Lucas's legacy in the hands of someone like Louis. Chester explains that there's no way around it. He doesn't possess the strength to protect the fortunate encounter on his own at this point, so he believes it was a cunning choice. He acknowledges that the former republic is regarded as one of Randall's 4 major empires. It stands out as one of the few nations that promotes democracy, with Alexis as its president. However, in reality, the system is rife with corruption and a strong connection between politics and business, turning prosecutors and the media into tools of the government. This makes it similar to a dictatorship, especially with a president who has held power for 14 years. He inquires whether this incident will further boost President Kartz's approval ratings. Chester responds that it could be possible, but insists the situation in the country wouldn't change regardless of the news regarding the fortunate encounter. He expresses hope that besides Lewis and Carter, no one else will be harmed by the incident. Chester, however, grimly informs him that a diplomatic conflict involving multiple nations is likely to erupt, making it hard to prevent casualties. Nevertheless, once the bomb linked to the false Lucky encounter detonates, it could make things unsafe for Louis and the president in the long term. This action could lead to changes within the corrupt Fairmont regime, benefiting the citizens of that country. It was indeed a clever move. He asks Chester if he can identify any innocent victims that may arise from the operation, to which Chester initially thinks it impossible but agrees to this request this time, acknowledging that the situation forced them to consider this step. He's taken aback that Chester so readily accepted his inquiry and questions what he means by a lack of consideration, feeling it wasn't warranted. Chester reacts by expressing surprise, remarking on how unexpected it is that he shows such concern for the lives of others. Chester inquired whether he had burned down the Cedric and Raven Margrave forces, to which he confidently stated that he had done so because they were his enemies, indicating that it was a different matter altogether. Chester praised his mindset, emphasizing the importance of protecting innocent lives while showing no mercy towards foes. This made him realize that in such moments, Chester felt more like a human than an artificial entity. He contemplated whether he would ever be able to create beings like Isaiah or Chester once he attained the ninth circle. Chester reminded him that he still had one last administrative privilege available, and asked if he intended to use it. He decided to save it for an emergency instead. He instructed Garcia and Croy to go hunting, reflecting that, currently at level 205, it would take some time before he could reach level 250, which was necessary for the initial condition of the 8th Lucky encounter quest. The following day, at Lawrence's mansion, a servant mentioned to his friend that Adrian was considering purchasing 5 sky fortresses. His friend questioned how that would be possible, given that a viscount or baron could only own one. The servant called his friend foolish and explained that Adrian likely planned to do this, with the expectation that he and Isaiah would soon receive the title of Earl. He also informed another knight that Adrian intended to meet the military equipment requirements for a vanguard force. A maid then asked the head maid whether it was acceptable for one family to have multiple lords. The head maid reassured her that it was fine, as titles were conferred based on merit. She further noted the implications if such talent left for neighboring countries due to poor treatment. The head maid added that Adrian was not merely an emerging noble, but someone who would command significant military strength. In summary, a new power was rising in the Reinhardt kingdom. Their discussion was interrupted by a jingling sound, prompting one maid to tell the others to halt their chatter. When asked why, she explained she needed to hurry because she had just called. The other maids inquired about what she was referring to, wanting to join her, but the first maid insisted that there was no chance, since she was responsible for RCA that day. She pushed the food trolley, feeling frustrated about how the other maids had disrespected their senior. Most of the servants at the Lord's castle were aligned with Anna's group, and since her passing, they feel they are constantly under scrutiny. Although the Lawrence family members avoid their young master due to past wrongs committed against him, they are reluctant to leave their stable and pleasant jobs. Consequently, they compete with one another to be the one who serves Isaiah, a task that feels somewhat easier. The maid placed a pancake on the table and timidly glanced at Isaiah, recognizing that despite Isaiah's intimidating reputation as a master, she has a kind nature and often wears a warm smile. The maid observed Isaiah, feeling a connection due to their similar commoner backgrounds, and found it remarkable how she had ascended to the position of an earl through her own efforts. Isaiah inquired if the maid wanted to say something, prompting her to nervously ask if she could pose a question. Isaiah assured her she could, as long as she was comfortable. The maid inquired whether Adrian dismisses the castle's managers, to which she responded that Adrian is a decent person who despises causing suffering to others. Yet he can be cold to those he considers adversaries. Isaiah then asked if the maid viewed Adrian as an enemy, and the maid cast her eyes downward in fear, denying it. Isaiah smiled and reassured her that as long as that was the case, everything was all right. The maid hurried out of his room, leaving Adrian outside perplexed. She glanced at him nervously as she fled, apologizing while mentioning his presence. He asked Isaiah why the maid was acting so frightened, but she replied that she was unsure. That day, a rumor began circulating that Adrian always remembers kindnesses and that Isaiah dislikes those who belittle her partner. Lopez awkwardly asked if they would really accompany him to the royal castle. This left him puzzled, prompting him to ask Lopez what he meant. Lopez responded that both he and Eric felt they were still falling short in some way. He recalled vowing that during the intense conflict with the Cowboys and the Empire, aside from leveling up in the game, he was focused on uncovering talents with exceptional potential. He utilized his magical glasses for this purpose. Eric calmly mentioned to Lopez that he doubted Adrian would summon them without a reason, suggesting that Adrian likely had a strategy in mind. Adrian clarified that he had called them together to provide them with additional experience. Presently, there were 4 vanguards acting as escorts alongside Lopez and Eric, who were part of the Institute for Gifted Talents. Their destination was the royal castle, where they would be examined by the Audit and Inspection Board for nobles. Adrian informed them that they would likely encounter many nobles at the royal castle that day. He added that if fortunate, they might even catch a glimpse of the royal family, so they needed to pay attention to the individuals governing the country. This was their task for the day. Lopez shyly acknowledged his intention to do his best. Adrian observed that for Lopez to advance in the future, he would need to develop a bit more assertiveness. The knight announced their arrival at the teleportation gate, and Adrian instructed him to set off immediately, to which the knight complied. They arrived in an area filled with grand buildings. Lopez was in awe of the sight. He quietly gazed out the window, realizing they had made it to the capital of Reinhardt's kingdom, Lionel. Shortly after, maids greeted them, expressing their astonishment at seeing him, with comments about how much better he looked in person. Inside the Royal Administrative Building, nobles were cheering for him and Garcia. A man informed him that they were both quite popular, but he dismissed the notion, saying that the media was quite critical of them. The man pointed out the chaotic atmosphere surrounding them lately, indicating it was not chaos in a positive sense. He informed Adrian that the major power class disapproved of them, but he had gained fame among non-inherited nobles, having established his standing through personal effort. The individual in question is Baron Harris Walker, a high-ranking official and a noble leader of inspectors. He is characterized by exceptional intelligence, substantial administrative authority, strong leadership skills, and an eagerness to learn. Integrity defines his leadership style, and he generally maintains friendly and neutral relationships with others. Currently, he is feeling mentally drained and skeptical, questioning his high talents and the integrity that comes with his leadership qualities. He called over Baron, who immediately bowed and apologized for speaking too much. However, Adrian handed Baron his business card, assuring him that it was not about his excessive talking and insisting he accept it. Baron inquired why he was being gifted the card, wondering if it wasn't intended for himself. Adrian clarified that when he is elevated to the rank of Viscount, he intends to appoint a skilled administrator to oversee his territory. If Baron is interested, he should give him a call, as he would guarantee that he receives excellent treatment. This left Baron in a state of shock and confusion. Moments later, Baron announced they had reached investigation room number 1. He stated that only Adrian and Aisha were permitted inside, and the inspection would likely take about 2 to 3 hours. He recommended that their servants wait in the lobby. Adrian then suggested to the Lyceum and his scholars that they take a tour of the area, assuring them he would notify them when he was finished. He also offered a generous sum of 3 million loot for their excursion. Lopez questioned whether Adrian was certain about that, and Adrian reassured him, indicating that it was merely a routine inspection and he would be all right. Trust him, he said. The scholars and vanguards saluted him and wished for his safety. He agreed, telling them to make sure everyone enjoyed their time as well. Baron leaned in and whispered a warning to him, advising him to be cautious as he was unsure of what could happen inside. The chief inspector had shown displeasure towards him, raising Baron's worries. He thanked Baron for the heads up and opened the door, contemplating that he could always leave the county if issues arose. Upon entering, he was greeted by 4 men and was surprised to recognize one of them. This recognition was the source of Baron's unease. The group included the noble chief inspector Douglas Hamilton and Lou Quinn Reinhardt, the second prince and the Royal Guard's second in command, recognized for his aura mastery. While Adrian understood the chief inspector's presence, he questioned the reason for the second prince being there. Adrian bowed to acknowledge the commander of the Royal Guards. Luke responded with enthusiasm, quickly recognizing Adrian as an arch-wizard. However, Adrian quipped that if Luke didn't know who the second prince was after living in the same country, he would be quite the spy. When Luke was allowed to lift his head, the system displayed information about Luke Wynn. He was listed as royalty, the second prince, and the second in command of the Royal Guard. His abilities included high-level aura mastery, considerable physical strength, and moderate intelligence, learning ability, leadership, and administrative skills. His traits included enhanced muscles and a tendency to be an arrogant leader, with relationships categorized as interested and hostile, while his status indicated he was observing and curious. Adrian noted that while Luke's stats were high, typical of an aura master, they did not match his reputation. He suspected that the second prince likely had an aura master mentor and regularly consumed expensive elixirs and medicines. The second prince informed Adrian that he would lead the investigation and asked if that was acceptable. Adrian replied that he would adhere to whatever the noble inspection decided. Douglas concurred and announced that the investigation would be led by Prince Luke, to which Adrian responded affirmatively. Adrian observed that Louis Quinn seemed uneasy, leading him to ponder whether Prince Luke was uncomfortable because of his requests. Adrian expressed his regret for any perceived disrespect and explained his concerns over Luke Wynn's decision. Luke reassured him not to worry, for which Adrian was thankful. Once they took their seats, the investigation commenced. Adrian realized that, despite any potential biases against him, the investigation seemed routine, and he had a strong alibi. Prince Luke acknowledged that Adrian's situation appeared to have no other evident solution. Douglas remarked that the situation had caused significant damage to the Raven Margrave's side. Luke referred to the incident as an ambush, although he believed it was more accurately described as a territorial dispute. He remarked that if a war had erupted, it could result in unforeseen collateral damage. Luke Wynn inquired of Douglas whether he believed Adrian had completely destroyed the Raven Margrave. Douglas apologized and clarified that he had made an error in his statement. Adrian felt anxious due to his antagonistic relationship with Luke Wynn, though he perceived Luke as a reasonable individual. Luke Wynn declared that the investigation would cease, as there was nothing left to uncover. Despite this, Douglas quietly informed Prince Luke that the Raven Margrave was a vital ally for them. Adrian overheard this and observed that most of the noble inspectors sided with Luke Wynn, while some represented the Raven Margrave. This made him think that Prince Luke's strained ties with him might stem from the influence of those around him rather than his own decisions. Initially, Adrian had an unfavorable view of Luke, but he began to believe that Prince Luke might be a decent person. When asked by Douglas if he expected him to be unreasonable, Luke instructed him to cease further discussion, noting that the matter was resolved. Subsequently, Prince Luke called on Adrian, who responded, and Luke articulated his desire for open discussions without any ambiguity. Adrian encouraged him to continue. Luke Wynn then revealed that he was in a competition with his brother for the crown, with both being equally matched. However, circumstances shifted after Adrian became involved with Raven Margrave, who was one of Luke's key supporters. He had, however, declined to support Adrian and expressed regret over that decision. Luke reassured him that he bore him no blame and that the situation was entirely the fault of Raven. He pointed out that if Adrian had sided with his brother, the situation could have escalated negatively, which is why he was reaching out before his brother could, exposing Luke Wynn's true intentions behind the investigation. Although the first prince was the crown prince, there was a sense of unease because the second prince had developed into an aura master, despite their even footing. Adrian pondered how the second prince had achieved such status when the first prince had the advantages of heritage and rightful standing on his side. He understood that Raven's army had suffered considerable losses, but those losses didn't seem significant enough to make a major difference. The main issue was with him and Isaiah, who had seemingly appeared out of nowhere. Not only were they individually talented, but they also had considerable resources at their disposal, making them potential disruptors, capable of altering the existing power dynamics. He realized that engaging in political conflicts would offer him no benefits. Adrian informed Prince Luke that he wasn't ready to dive into the political fray, particularly since he had not yet gained his title. However, Luke pointed out that this was exactly why it was so important for him to engage. He told Adrian that should he align with him, he would value his standing as an arch-wizard and the support he provided in the last war. Luke also assured him that he would aid him in acquiring the Marquis title, leaving Adrian taken aback. Adrian asked if this was genuinely possible, to which Luke responded that, while it wouldn't be simple, he could make it a reality. Prince Luke also brought up the appealing title of Viscount Mariner that Adrian held. Although Adrian had planned to stay neutral, Prince Luke's offer was exceedingly enticing. He expressed his astonishment at such a generous proposal and questioned if he genuinely held that much value to Luke Wynn. Luke replied that Adrian was worth far more than he realized, and he alluded to the beautiful master who was by his side, hinting at Isaiah. Prince Luke smiled as he looked at Isaiah, which left Adrian feeling quietly disappointed. Adrian asked for some time to contemplate the offer, but Luke remarked that wizards were typically cautious, especially those who had lived in seclusion for most of their lives. Adrian understood now that it wasn't just a matter of caution. He simply disapproved of Prince Luke's demeanor. Luke granted him a week to mull it over, and Adrian expressed his appreciation for that time. As they faced one another, Prince Luke inquired if Adrian thought the crown should go to someone with the appropriate abilities while extending his hand. Adrian took it. Prince Luke cautioned Adrian that if the crown prince were to take the throne, it could lead to the downfall of the Reinhardt kingdom. He urged Adrian, as a noble, to consider the country's future seriously, to which Adrian nodded in agreement. Prince Luke then turned to Arsha, shook her hand, and expressed his surprise at her petite figure, commenting that it was unexpected for her to be an aura master. Isaiah thanked him, and Prince Luke proposed they have a duel later, as he had never seen a female or master before. Arsha gladly accepted. Throughout this exchange, Adrian observed their interaction. As Luke was about to leave, he remarked to Aisha that she seemed rather unemotional and mentioned he hoped to see her again next time. Douglas, who was following Adrian, advised him to stop overthinking and simply accept the offer, indicating that Prince Luke was not someone who took rejection well. They exited the room, and Adrian thought that Prince Luke seemed to be going through the motions and prolonging the process. He contemplated whether to go back or continue exploring. He inquired if she was hungry, to which she replied that she wasn't exactly hungry, but had a strong craving for food at the moment, leaving Adrian to wonder if those were not essentially the same thing. He remembered Prince Luke jokingly shaking Isaiah's hand and making a comment about something unpleasant touching her hands, suggesting they should wash their hands. Isaiah added that Luke had also touched her left shoulder. Adrian suggested they should grab a meal since they were already out, mentioning he was familiar with a few restaurants nearby. Just then, someone approached them from behind. A man remarked that it was nice to see them and revealed that he also knew many restaurants. Another man with a handsome face waved at them. Adrian was initially baffled, as he saw this man as someone exceptionally powerful. To his surprise, he recognized the man as none other than Prince Michael van Reinhardt, a Fifth Circle High Wizard. Michael held several affiliations, including being the first prince and a member of the Reinhardt Kingdom's Ministry of Foreign Affairs. His abilities were exceptional, showcasing high intelligence, learning, skill, administration, and political insight, yet his mana, aura, and physical prowess were below average. His traits included a photographic memory and a knack for leadership and charm, and his relationships were categorized as curious and neutral. At that moment, he was using a face alteration spell, leaving Adrian in awe of his skills. Adrian observed that the first prince was moving about, largely unnoticed by the people around him. He speculated that this lack of attention might be due to a facial disguise or enchantment. Michael commented that they made an intriguing pair as an arch-wizard and an aura master, but he suggested that the spell might not fool those who were not easily deceived, like his brother. Michael's demeanor was unlike the usual expectations for a first prince. Realizing he couldn't afford to make an enemy of someone like Michael, Adrian asked if they could anticipate fine dining. Michael agreed and offered to lead them to the dining area. As they followed him, Adrian observed that Michael's abilities seemed unusually remarkable for a human. His skills were predominantly focused on politics and administration. Adrian had only seen someone with 3 exceptionally high skills before, in Artia, but Michael's overall abilities surpassed those of Arceus. In contrast, Isaiah's abilities were not as impressive as they were concentrated on her swordsmanship. However, Michael had 2 high-grade talents, along with 3 very high-grade talents. Even though his mana was low, he had risen to the rank of High Wizard thanks to his wisdom. Michael caught Adrian staring and noted that he appeared to have many questions about him. Adrian remarked that Michael was more enigmatic than his younger brother, and pondered how someone like Michael could remain relatively unknown to the public. Michael gestured towards a door, indicating that it was the way to go. Upon entering the room, Adrian realized it was a teleportation room and expressed his surprise, mentioning that he thought teleportation spells were prohibited inside the castle due to barrier spells that disrupt them. Michael replied that Adrian might not have known and explained that there was an underground electric stone mine that occasionally interacted with mana, leading to disruptions in teleportation spells. Michael took a device from his coat and activated it, causing the castle's interruption spell to gradually fade away. Adrian was taken aback as he witnessed the spell disappear, and Michael told them it was time to leave. With the teleportation, Adrian felt an unsettling realization that Michael was far from an ordinary individual. Soon after, they reached their destination, and Michael welcomed them inside a room adorned with gleaming golden items, informing them that they could now speak openly. Suddenly, Michael had a thought and clicked his device again, reinstating the interruption barrier around the castle. He laughed, remarking that the spell had activated once more. In his mind, Adrian recognized that Michael was the one in control and doubted whether the second prince was aware of the first prince's mischievous handling of the security measures. Being the second prince, Luke likely had no knowledge of this, as he appeared to be preoccupied with his own pursuits. They exchanged handshakes, and Adrian voiced his honor in meeting the crown prince, to which Michael responded that it was equally an honor for him to meet Adrian and RCA. The butler approached Michael, asking if he had returned, and Michael confirmed it. He requested the butler prepare a meal since he was going to have lunch with his guests. The butler assured him that he would take care of it promptly. Adrian marveled at the butler's efficiency, thinking how effortlessly skilled individuals seemed to operate. Adrian inquired if this was Michael's palace, to which Michael, while serving them juice, affirmed it was indeed his. He mentioned that he had personally hired the palace's chef, who was among the best in the country. Adrian recognized the significance of having great food. Michael then surprised Adrian by stating that he followed him on social media, leaving Adrian astonished. Michael displayed his social media profile, which featured an impressive closed-eyed profile picture, and Adrian was shocked to learn that the crown prince had a presence online. Michael shared that many nobles looked down on the virtual world, yet he enjoyed it, making him an exception. Adrian knew that Michael van Reinhardt was the crown prince, but felt that their friendship was authentic, especially compared to the second prince's attitude towards him. When Adrian remarked on Michael's sense of humor, Michael confirmed it, expressing that he found Adrian's posts mocking the Raven Margrave entertaining. Adrian was taken aback, asking if Michael had actually seen his posts, which had significantly boosted his follower count. Michael suggested that Adrian's looks were likely a major factor in attracting followers, to which Adrian proudly agreed, acknowledging that his appearance played a role. Michael chuckled and affirmed that he recognized Adrian's attractiveness. I paid no heed to their playful exchange, my focus entirely on the meal before me. Adrian teased Michael about his obliviousness to his own handsomeness, especially considering his fan club that welcomed him at castle entry. Michael laughed again and conceded that Adrian had a point. As they started eating, Adrian asked why they had been invited. Michael countered with a question, asking if Adrian wasn't already aware. Adrian replied that he had thought they might be sought for recruitment, to which Michael concurred. Adrian then queried Michael about his expectations and what he could provide. Michael regretfully admitted that he had nothing to offer at that moment, and when Adrian pressed about potential benefits once he became king, Michael confirmed there would be. However, he also noted that he would prevent Adrian from gaining the discounted title. Michael clarified that obtaining the Viscount title was difficult, particularly given the current power struggles. He mentioned that it appeared Luke had promised him the title, thinking he had enough influence to deliver on it. However, if opponents from Luke's faction disagreed, they could block Adrian from receiving the title, which was logical. Adrian realized that Michael couldn't offer the title as Prince Luke had, understanding that Michael acknowledged it was an empty commitment. Michael's comment about not hindering Adrian from securing the Viscount title essentially suggested his support for Adrian's pursuit, even while aligning himself with the second prince's faction. Michael proposed that Adrian could secure the title by aligning with Luke Wynn's faction, suggesting that his group would support the move, simplifying the process. Adrian replied that he was willing to accept whatever opportunity came his way, prompting Michael to invite him to join his faction. Adrian considered the proposal, realizing that his decision was pivotal. Accepting Michael's offer could lead to a title and an alliance with the first prince, while declining would put his title in jeopardy and force him to side with the second prince. He told Michael he had multiple options, but ultimately there was only one decision he could make. When Michael asked for clarification, Adrian stated he would follow the crown prince's directives. Michael inquired if Adrian was sure he didn't need more time to ponder the decision. To which Adrian confidently responded that he felt more deserving of the throne than the second prince. Michael cautioned him that he couldn't just make such claims about deserving the title while still remaining loyal to the second prince. Adrian insisted he could not betray his supporters and had no intention of doing so, as he believed the first prince was likely to defeat the second prince even without his backing. Michael responded cheerfully. Meanwhile, he continued to enjoy his meal. Michael then turned to RCA, asking about her opinion. Adrian sensed that the first prince's interest was more genuine compared to the more malicious nature of the second prince, which gave him some comfort. He asked RCA for her thoughts, and she replied that she would follow his lead as long as he was okay with it. Adrian sought assurance that she was genuine in her response. Despite expecting this answer, he still felt a bit uneasy. Michael applauded them, remarking on how well they seemed to fit together, causing Adrian to blush deeply and plead with him to stop. Later, as dessert time approached, Adrian told Michael he had a question. He acknowledged his willingness to join forces with Luke to secure the title, but expressed concern to Michael about whether Luke would become suspicious if he didn't display any resistance. Michael agreed, stating he intended to feign resistance at first before conceding. Adrian saw this as a smart tactic to maintain trust, but he suggested that instead of concluding the situation that way, he should receive something in exchange for allowing Michael to secure the title. Michael was surprised and asked Adrian for specific examples of what he meant. Adrian grinned, realizing he had an opportunity not only to withdraw, but also to gain an advantage over Luke in the process. He then reminded Michael about Raven Margrave, who had suffered a significant loss after getting involved with him, noting that Raven lost 40% of his power because of his personal emotions, despite his crucial role in national defense. Adrian argued that Raven didn't deserve to retain the Margrave title. Michael asked if he was suggesting the title should be taken from Raven because of his decision to give up the vacant title. Adrian indicated he found this a reasonable proposition. He further commented that Raven Margrave's loss would substantially weaken Luke's position. Michael pointed out that this seemed like a personal issue for Adrian, to which Adrian conceded. He admitted he found pleasure in damaging the rivalry and seizing control over Raven, stating he couldn't let the opportunity pass. Michael then asked what would happen if Luke rejected the proposal, and Adrian mentioned that promoting one of his own men to Margrave could be another viable option. He elaborated that he had been granted the Viscount title for his military achievements, and it was an opportune moment to elevate one of the earls on his side, who had also distinguished himself in battle. He stressed the crucial difference between a newcomer gaining the Viscount title to support the second prince versus an earl aligned with the first prince becoming a Margrave. Adrian also hinted that he could support a Viscount who possessed an aura master, suggesting that if Michael accepted the plan and everything went according to plan, they could significantly benefit from his strategic betrayal. However, he noticed Michael appeared suspicious and confused, yet he was also intrigued by Michael's reaction, which made Adrian question why he had summoned Michael in the first place. Michael offered an apology, admitting he was caught off guard. He then inquired if the man could disclose whom he had encountered from the second prince's faction prior to their meeting. The man noted the intensity in Michael's sharp green eyes, which left him astonished. He confessed that he had met Baron Walker, who had been his guide. The man explained that during the interrogation, Prince Luke had involved Count Hannington along with 6 other inspectors, making a total of 9 individuals. He glanced at Michael, briefly wondering if he had made an error in judgment. Soon he noticed that Michael's initially suspicious demeanor had shifted to one of curiosity, helping him piece together what was unfolding. He informed Michael that he now understood the situation and was thinking along the same lines, prompting Michael to laugh and jokingly ask if he could read minds. The man explained that while he couldn't directly read thoughts, he could infer a lot through his glasses. Michael grew momentarily confused, worried that his plan might have been exposed, despite him carefully discussing it without explicitly spelling it out. He then praised the man, admitting that he had been considering the same 2 approaches as well. The man confessed that he had independently proposed a plan that Michael had already devised, finding it remarkable yet slightly embarrassing. Michael comforted him, urging him not to feel embarrassed as it demonstrated his impressive decision-making skills. Reaching the 7th circle at just 20 was an achievement few could boast of. Michael also shared that he didn't want to be his enemy and proposed that they stay on good terms as friends. They both shared a quiet laugh, silently agreeing with the sentiment. A short time later, Michael handed him a small gadget. He took it and asked if it was a communication device. Michael nodded, confirming it was, and explained that it was a secure device that couldn't be intercepted. He added that he would reach out through it if there was anything else to discuss, and thanked him for the pleasant and enjoyable meal. With a click, the device in his hand activated, and transportation magic appeared beneath them. Just before they were whisked away, Michael told him they would meet again. He responded that he looked forward to it, and with that, they disappeared, leaving Michael alone in his room. A minute later, they arrived at a different location. He asked RCA where they were, and she explained they were in a storage area near the entrance, a place Michael had taken care of. He wondered how many similar places Michael had. Realizing Michael was a meticulous person, he suggested they leave the storage, and RCA followed him. As they were about to exit, he spotted Belem and Lopez in the storage, both holding various items. They were just as surprised to see him and greeted him with respect, quickly hiding the items behind their backs. Intrigued, he asked them what they were hiding. However, RCA tapped him to get his attention and pointed to miniature figurines of him and herself scattered around the storage. He was amazed to see that in Reinhardt Kingdom, souvenir shops inside the castle were selling star figurines of him and RCA. Noticing the paper bags Guillaume and Lopez were holding, he asked if they had purchased them. Lopez shyly answered no, while William explained they had just been admiring the figurines. Meanwhile, trending news online reported that the Empire's debt-to-GDP ratio had risen by 12% over the year, with severe corruption making Recess Island hesitant to consider a republic. The economy, showing signs of inflation, had taken a back seat as the First Republic focused entirely on its military strength. The hope of the First Republic rested on a lucky encounter that the president's son, Louis Fairmont, had secured. However, questions arose about whether the lucky encounter with Archduke Lucas, acquired by the president's son, was even real. Someone was angrily clenching their teeth and shouting, questioning whether Archduke Lucas's claimed stroke of luck had really ended up with these oblivious people. In the palace of the Brenham Empire, known as Dragon Castle, Emperor Edward Noah Bingham fervently declared that those present deserved to benefit from the lucky encounter, emphasizing that Manuel Lucas's homeland had played a crucial role in bringing Rondel into its golden age. Edward called on those around him to voice their opinions, asking whether they were doing enough in terms of efforts and investments to locate the lucky encounter. Despite their apologies for the situation, he showed his frustration and called upon Earl Alfred, the Director of Information and a member of the Seventh Circle, to verify his inquiries and to elicit her perspective on the claims made by the Free Empire. With calm red eyes, Alfred shared her belief that the situation was a 50-50 chance, which piqued Edward's curiosity about her reasoning. Alfred elaborated that after evaluating their exploration techniques, she found theirs to be outdated when compared to their own methods. Moreover, the discovery of the lucky encounter seemed to have happened in an arbitrary and unexpected location, suggesting that if it were truly something discoverable, it should have been identified long ago. Importantly, she pointed out that they lacked insight into the essence of the lucky encounter, particularly regarding the ciphertext that Archduke Lucas had alluded to in English. The fact that the lucky encounter had been found without deciphering these clues appeared illogical, indicating that either the hints were misleading or there was more to this discovery than initially evident. Edward questioned why she would still consider it a 50-50 chance in light of these suspicious circumstances, already suggesting two possibilities. Either Archduke Lucas's hints were simply distractions, or someone had already discovered the true lucky encounter and was manipulating the Free Empire to lead others astray. Edward wondered why someone with genuine knowledge of the discovery would create diversions instead of staying concealed. Alfred speculated that this person may have been exposed or represented an unknown factor, emphasizing the necessity to explore all potential scenarios thoroughly. Edward lapsed into silence, his frustration evident. He posited that the actual owner of the lucky encounter could be real, potentially orchestrating an elaborate deception to mislead the Free U.S. Empire. Such a complex scheme would necessitate national-level manipulation. Edward narrowed down the suspects to 4 nations: the Empire, the allies of Alicia, the Lucius Kingdom, and the Reinhardt Kingdom. He had a particular suspicion towards the Alicia allies, given the elves' adeptness at manipulating circumstances. Additionally, he had received updates regarding the Reinhardt Kingdom. Earl informed Edward about a young man who had reached the 7th Circle by the age of 20, creating significant buzz within the country. This remarkably talented individual had amassed an impressive fortune of 60 trillion through investments, which Edward found quite unusual and indicative of extraordinary skill. Earl mentioned that it was unlikely for one individual to be behind everything. Moreover, the Lucius Kingdom had recognized him as one of their own, and investigations had not uncovered any links to the lucky encounter. Edward found this situation fascinating and wondered if the young man's achievements were solely due to his own abilities. Contemplating this idea, Earl remembered that their empire had long been aware of someone whose talents exceeded even those of Adrian Lawrence. Edward agreed with this observation and highlighted that the Reinhardt Kingdom was already embroiled in succession disputes, making it illogical for them to engage in such a plot. Earl recommended ranking the potential culprits as the Alesia allies, the Lucius Kingdom, the Reinhardt Kingdom, and finally the Croasan Empire. Edward ordered an escalation in surveillance of the royals and nobles in that order, and the team complied promptly. He also instructed them to send a stern warning to the Empire, claiming Archduke Lucas's lucky encounter as their nation's asset. He asserted that if the warning was ignored, it would escalate into a serious threat, emphasizing the need to showcase their strength to the world. Everyone agreed with this approach. Edward boldly stated that sacrificing one country for the sake of acquiring Archduke Lucas's lucky encounter was a minor cost. He rose to his feet, signaling that another action was necessary. When questioned, he instructed Earl to try to reach out to the young man from Reinhardt, prompting her to inquire about the specifics of this contact. Edward advised her to propose a migration, suggesting that for the young man, attaining the title of Earl within their empire would be a more advantageous position than his current one in a castle. Disturbing rumors began to spread among the nobles regarding Adrian. They claimed that he had imprisoned and ultimately murdered both his half-brother and mother in a flying fortress due to their perceived troubles. The audience was left in shock and horror upon learning of these allegations. One noble questioned the truth behind the rumors, while another labeled Adrian a madman who had callously witnessed his family's downfall, even sharing celebratory posts online while enjoying wine. One noble exclaimed that had they been aware of this, they would have avoided any interaction with Adrian. Another person expressed disbelief, stating that they had only seen Adrian as arrogant and not recognizing that he was the disciple of the Duke of Riverdale. A worried lady expressed concerns for their safety, given Adrian's capabilities as a grand wizard and the presence of an aura master, speculating that both might soon be granted the title of Earl. A nobleman among them noted that the combined power of these two earls and one count formed a formidable influence, nearly rivaling that of a margrave or monkey, questioning if such a concentration of power was too great for a new aristocrat. However, another lady dismissed their fears. Isabella Cascabel argued that Margrave Raven's difficulties arose from Adrian's reckless military actions, questioning whether their forces would have fared better in a direct contest. One man supported her view, yet another inquired if she wasn't concerned, especially given her antagonistic stance towards Adrian. She countered, calling them cowards and urging them to be reasonable. Isabella highlighted that times had changed and emphasized that they need not fear a single grand wizard and an aura master. She elaborated on the strengths of their defenses, asserting that the flying fortress could endure multiple assaults from a grand wizard. Additionally, she stated that with the right tactics and sufficient forces, they could effectively neutralize the aura master. She highlighted that their united influence was essentially no different from an alliance of a Margrave family, an earl, and 4 viscounts, advising the nobles not to underestimate their capabilities. To quell any further debate, one noble admitted that it would be difficult to directly harm Adrian if he were to gain the title of Earl. Another noble concurred, noting that even if Adrian were to become an Earl, he would remain a high aristocrat in name only for a while. Realizing their fears were misplaced, the nobles began to tease one another, lightening the atmosphere. Isabella voiced her irritation at their fear of Adrian, labeling them foolish. When one noble questioned why they were so afraid, another explained it was due to their lack of a prestigious background like hers. The nobles continued to jest, but then Isabella's watch suddenly illuminated. She stood up and announced her departure, as a man asked why she was leaving just as they were beginning to enjoy discussing how someone named Lotus had acquired valuable medicine from the Allies. Isabella explained that her father had summoned her, making it impossible for her to stay any longer. The lady encouraged her to hurry back once her business was completed, to which Isabella promised she would try her best. As Isabella exited the room, her thoughts turned to Adrian. She recalled his striking silver hair and blue eyes, which made him stand out among their classmates at the academy. She remembered the day Adrian had become angry, questioning what they were doing. She had calmly explained that he chose to be there, and that a commoner had offended her. 2 other ladies were whispering to one another, noticing that Adrian had never responded to anything until that moment. They speculated whether it was because he shared a humble background with the commoner. Isabella triumphantly asked Adrian if he was pleased to discover that mocking an aristocrat could have severe repercussions. Adrian had replied with a vow to take revenge in the most terrible way possible, ensuring she would regret her privileged existence. Isabella chuckled at the memory, reflecting on her fondness for Adrian, particularly when she recalled his handsome face contorted with anger. She smugly pondered what a mere earl without any political backing could do to her, as she held significant influence in the social circles of the 6th Margrave family. However, Her contemplation shifted abruptly when she asked her father, Margrave Casco Bell, to clarify his previous statement. Her father, an ally of the second Prince Luke, revealed that Luke had assured Adrian the title of a marquis. Casco Bell elaborated that Prince Luke recognized Adrian's worth due to his remarkable achievement of becoming a seventh circle wizard by the age of 20, suggesting that he could eventually reach the esteemed status of an eighth circle great wizard. Moreover, Adrian demonstrated the capability of a grandmaster akin to a ninth circle wizard. His support was pivotal for tipping the power dynamics in their favor, making it beneficial to have someone with such significance as an ally. Casco Bell expressed his hope that Isabella would leverage her societal position to cultivate a friendship with Adrian. Ideally, this friendship would lead to marriage, leaving Isabella acutely aware of the formidable challenge that lay ahead. Shortly thereafter, she hurried down the hall, her thoughts racing with the realization that Adrian had ascended to the 6th rank among the monkeys of Reinhardt. She recognized that while an earl and a marquis were just one rank apart, the disparity in their political influence was vast. Anxiety flooded her as she contemplated the consequences this held for her future. In a panic, she flung open the door and called out for her friends, only to be taken aback by the sight of them intoxicated and immersed in a celebration. It quickly became apparent that these friends would be of no help in her current situation. Meanwhile, as the game unfolded, Isaiah's hair transformed to a luminous white. She asked Adrian if the change was suitable, and he complimented her, stating it suited her well. After returning from the royal palace and expressing his gratitude, Adrian logged back into Chronicle to steer clear of a character that bore a striking resemblance to the celebrity Isaiah. He decided to alter her hair color to white, giving her this simple disguise. Moments later, someone asked if he was considering entering the military sector. When Perseus turned to identify the person, he was surprised by their presence. Perseus confronted the man about his behavior around Adrian, but the man countered by questioning Perseus's own conduct. This individual was a grand nocturnal and a first-time accountant at just 22 years old, associated with the Green Accounting Office in the Kingdom of Reinhardt. He exhibited high skills, intellectual prowess, and administrative capabilities, but had limited political influence. Known for his quick analytical abilities, his relationships revolved around mutual interests and alliances. His current situation was quite surprising. Adrian was taken aback to discover that his son, Perseus, possessed 3 high-level skills that mirrored his own. He asked for an explanation regarding this similarity. The man clarified that the industries they had acquired, such as cold steel production, Zenith artifacts, Kanya magic towers, and Panic Manor, were like hippos. They didn't provide immediate returns, but rather consumed resources. Adrian had taken over all 5 companies, and the man opined that this was a smart move for future investment. Adrian smiled, appreciating the man's keen insight. He mentioned that while the mining and distribution sectors, which were the primary focus of the Lawrence estate, were viable, they faced clear limits to their growth. As a result, he viewed the military sector as a more promising opportunity. The man, surprised, remarked that this strategy seemed appropriate for a grand wizard. He asked Adrian about the specific items he had in mind. In response, Adrian questioned whether the man's interest was purely out of curiosity. The man clarified that he was trying to understand the priorities for future direction. Perseus sighed lightly, while Adrian smiled, indicating they would start with Vanguard equipment, which left both Perseus and the man astonished. Perseus asked if this was feasible, to which Adrian affirmed that they understood the principles of force systems and had a preliminary manufacturing method for the Vanguard equipment. As long as their assistants adhered to these guidelines, production was indeed achievable. Adrian was aware that the manufacturing of Vanguard force equipment was currently dominated by 3 influential families in the Kingdom of Reinhardt: the Duke of Anaheim, the family of the current king's mother, and the renowned magic master, the Duke of Haines. Lastly, there was the House of Reinhardt. This suggested that the development of Vanguard force equipment was orchestrated by the most powerful individuals in the kingdom, leading to different interpretations. The man believed that if they could create such equipment, they would be able to compete with these strong entities. He voiced his worries about the current powers and their likely responses. Adrian reassured him, saying he had considered the potential reactions after his visit to the royal palace. He clarified that if they first produced force equipment that was equal to or slightly inferior to what currently existed, the immediate threats would be limited. Adrian pointed out that creating Vanguard force equipment was not a task that just any Grand Wizard could handle. In the Kingdom of Reinholds, there were 4 Grand Wizards aside from him, but only 2 possessed the skills to create force equipment. Thus, if a 20-year-old Grand Wizard suddenly began producing Vanguard force equipment, it would certainly capture public attention and lead to a partial redirection of resources, which would likely result in some setbacks. Adrian expressed that he was not satisfied with the current level of Vanguard equipment and wanted to be notified as soon as a suitable magic tower became available for purchase. At first, Perseus and his son misunderstood Adrian's dissatisfaction regarding the Vanguard equipment, but they soon realized he was referring to the flying fortresses. This shift in understanding transformed their relationship with Adrian from mere respect to a bond of goodwill and loyalty. Both promptly assured Adrian of their dedication, to which he responded with anticipation for their efforts. Rayford, surprised, let tea spill from his mouth and questioned Adrian about his mention of the title of My Key. He reminded his father that he had agreed to the second prince's proposition. He thought to himself that he shouldn't reveal first Prince Michael's proposal to his father, as keeping it confidential was crucial to prevent any chance of betrayal. Rayford expressed his disappointment, mentioning that nothing had gone as expected since his return from battle. His mother, too, voiced her worries, fearing her son might elevate to nobility, and asked if that would be acceptable. Adrian clarified that an earl held the same noble rank as a marquis, but his mother's concerns stemmed from the differences in their social hierarchies. Sighing, Adrian reflected that despite his mother's experience as a Viscount's hostess, she still struggled to adjust. He humorously questioned the importance of becoming a marquis, suggesting that true contentment would come only when he became a king and established a harem. To his astonishment, Adrian's father reacted with fury, while his mother looked pale, leaving Adrian baffled by their reactions. His father questioned the ridiculousness of Adrian's comments, especially with his supposed lover present. Adrian came to the realization that he had incorrectly suggested that Aisha was his lover for the sake of convenience, even though their relationship did not actually fit that description. In haste, he tried to retract his statements, insisting that it was merely a joke. However, his father firmly cautioned him against making light of certain subjects. Adrian then suggested that his father should observe Garcia's reaction, but he noted that her situation was complicated and hard to interpret. In the blink of an eye, Garcia's demeanor appeared to revert to normal, adding to Adrian's confusion. His mother advised him to treat Garcia with kindness and not to change his perception of her without valid cause. He agreed with a nod and offered an apology to Aisha, who continued to eat, without showing any outward response. Feeling a sense of discomfort, Adrian cleared his throat and suggested they discuss an important task that had been delayed, hoping to initiate a new beginning for the Lawrence family. His father asked what had caused the postponement, to which Adrian explained that it concerned addressing the employees who had wronged both him and his mother. He aimed to rectify the situation on both internal and external fronts. The following day at the royal castle, someone remarked to the king that not even a margrave was appropriate for such circumstances, while another countered that it was not too excessive. Adrian was not only a rare talent who became a Grand Wizard at 20, but he was also a financial genius who independently amassed tens of trillions in wealth. The men shouted in agreement, asserting that Adrian's accomplishments in battle alone warranted the bestowal of a title like Viscount or Baronet. Another individual added that Adrian was also engaged to the Aura Master Garcia. If Adrian sought out opportunities in a more favorable country, they would risk losing Zaka. Despite dissenters questioning equity, Luke argued that it would actually be inequitable to grant RCA only a competition title when considering Adrian's significant achievements. Prince Luke informed the king that several nations were already seeking to connect with Adrian, captivated by his abilities. Some even speculated that Adrian could become the next Archduke Lucas. Thus, dismissing him lightly would mean neglecting a capable young man destined to lead the kingdom's future. Michael countered that in nearly 200 years, no one without a title had ever become a margrave immediately. He first pointed out that Price was focused on winning over Adrian, claiming his sole aim was to empower the young man. Michael questioned why there was a need to soften their discussion, asking Luke why he believed he would accept such propositions so readily, even if Adrian could potentially benefit him. This provoked Luke's anger. He demanded to know Michael's meaning and insisted that his comment was inappropriate given Michael's status as the crown prince. Michael suggested that if Luke agreed to their request, they would acknowledge his argument. Their request entailed having Earl Raven step down from his margrave position. When Michael asked if they should sacrifice their existing influence for new opportunities, Luke questioned the wisdom of such a move. Michael responded, suggesting that it wouldn't be detrimental since Margrave Raven could remain as an earl. He inquired if adding another Margrave was an issue. Luke shouted that such a compromise was unacceptable, as he would never jeopardize the welfare of his people for personal advantage. His integrity was the foundation of the trust others placed in him. Michael chuckled, acknowledging Luke's admirable qualities as a leader. He had anticipated that Luke would refuse the proposal given his character, and now intended to present another option. Michael proposed that Otis, who had played a vital role as Adrian's superior during the war, be appointed as a Margrave. This suggestion left Otis both surprised and bewildered. Michael addressed everyone, acknowledging Adrian's significant contributions to the war, but also pointed out that roughly half of the credit should go to Adrian's direct superior, Otis. He made this statement in reaction to a somewhat unreasonable market proposal and as a way to excuse Margrave Raven's errors. Luke fell silent. The king stepped in to conclude their discussion and made a decision. The king declared that they would agree to the requests of Crown Prince Michael and Prince Luke, to which both princes expressed their gratitude. A few days later, during the victory celebration, Sylvia excitedly pointed out the location as she gazed at the Grand Royal Castle. She then asked Adrian if she looked strange and if her dress was overly flashy. He comforted her, assuring her that many distinguished young men would likely request a dance with her, unaware of her noble status. Sylvia remarked that RCA would look lovely in a dress, but RCA responded that she was quite fond of her current outfit. Sylvia clarified that there would be an official ceremony, but she hoped there would be enough time for them to change into dresses before the party commenced. Suddenly, a group of nobles appeared before Adrian, catching him off guard. He recognized them as Viscount Doherty. There was Count Parma and Count Ronnie. He noted that these were familiar faces he had missed and asked where their master was. One of the nobles sweetly inquired about his well-being and reminded him that they were also alumni. However, he turned away, saying he'd visit them later when he could and encouraged them to have a good time. This left them perplexed, but Ronnie mentioned that Isabella would also be arriving later. Sylvia asked if they were Adrian's friends, and he replied that they were his classmates from the academy. Doherty inquired whether they had noticed Garcia's intense gaze, which made it seem as though she might harm Isaiah. Isaiah replied that it appeared Adrian hadn't forgotten about them, while Parma expressed annoyance and wondered if Isabella should cover for them once again. Parma concluded it would be fine, asserting that there was nothing those of aristocratic status could do to stop them. Ronnie suggested they first locate Isabella. Arsha asked Adrian if she should eliminate them, but he advised against it for now, claiming he had made a promise to them. Eventually, a man greeted them at Lawrence's residence and offered to escort them to their seats. He then presented them with front-row seats, revealing that they were VIP table spots. Suddenly, a swarm of noblewomen approached them, eager to know if they were the Lawrence Viscounts. The nobles gathered around them, congratulating them on their good fortune, and inquired about Sylvia's exquisite jewels, remarking how well they complemented her elegant dress. A man informed Rayford it had been a while since they last met and suggested he might want to visit their estate. The attention from the surrounding nobles implied that high-ranking aristocrats were aware of his marquis title. Rayford was taken aback to see Margrave Raven, who was looking at him with a threatening demeanor. He speculated that Raven had been forewarned by Luke, who was maintaining a discreet distance. Later on, the host announced the start of the victory celebration. The king declared that Cowboy Otis would be awarded the Order of the Golden Lion, alongside the title of Margrave for the border city of Art. Rayford was pleased to observe that Earl Otis was also present at the Crown Prince's side. However, he noticed Luke whispering to the man next to him and inferred that the individual beside Luke was likely the kingdom's renowned swordmaster, Mikey Vincent. He noted that the aura masters throughout the nation were particularly intrigued by Aisha, yet it was clear she was not compatible with the second prince. Shortly after, the king summoned him and Aisha to step forward and ordered them to kneel. The king proclaimed that he was granting him the title of Marquis in the Marin Cove region, which would serve as his estate. RCA was granted the title of Countess in the Glendale region, which would be her estate. Furthermore, they were each awarded a fortified fortress, as the king expressed his hope that they would diligently safeguard their country. Both conveyed their thanks to the king, while the nobles murmured among themselves about Adrian's abrupt promotion to Marquis, and questioned if there had ever been a case of such a sudden elevation. The king then asked if he had any remarks to make. He addressed the nobles, thanking the king, the just governance of the kingdom, as well as the crown and the second princess. He announced that as a newly appointed noble within a region, he had a wish to fulfill. He summoned Doherty, Parma, Karma, and Roner, declaring that they would collaboratively engage in warfare involving these four families. The king, the princes, and his parents were taken aback and requested an explanation, but he merely smiled calmly in response. Cowlitz von Reinhardt, the monarch of the Reinhardt kingdom, had been increasingly anxious in recent days. His concerns centered around the choice of a successor, a decision that lay between his two sons, Crown Prince Michael and Second Prince Louis Quinn. Compounding his anxiety, a peculiar new figure had arisen in the realm. Moments later, Luke confronted him angrily, asserting that he must have misinterpreted Mark Lawrence's true character. He had originally thought Lawrence was just your average academic type, but he was surprised by Lawrence's confrontational nature in the back hall. Prince Luke then asked him if he knew that a new lord couldn't increase his territory for a year. In reply, Adrian said that if that were true, he would simply dismantle the four families and revert the territory back to the royal decree. When asked if he planned to back down, Luke firmly affirmed that he did not. Luke gave him a reassuring pat on the shoulder, recognizing that it would be pointless to try and dissuade him, and expressed his disappointment in his attitude. He suggested they wait to see how things play out. Adrian had anticipated Luke's reaction, but still questioned whether Luke could successfully push him out. They left the room, and Adrian wondered if the main event had already begun. RC showed up and told Adrian that she had been waiting for him. However, he noticed that people were steering clear of him, realizing that even before the event officially started, everyone had exchanged greetings and shown a desire for friendship. Now, however, no one was approaching him. He felt as though he had been branded a troublemaker, likening his situation to being the black sheep of the family. His father, Rayford, yelled at him, affirming his feelings of isolation. Adrian explained to his father that he hadn't intended to go to such lengths at first, but he had been provoked, and he offered an apology to him. Rayford questioned why he had acted in such a way, to which Adrian responded that it was for revenge, causing Rayford to show his frustration. Rayford then warned him that challenging four families at once would be perilous, and asked if he had thought about the risks of declaring a territorial war. Adrian assured his father that he was fully aware of the dangers and advised him not to worry. Rayford sighed, trusting in his son, while Sylvia, his mother, watched them with concern. His father remarked that it had been a long time since he attended a royal family party, and he intended to enjoy himself this time. Rayford addressed his wife, Sylvia, encouraging her not to worry and to have faith in their capable son. Sylvia nodded and accepted his hand. While maintaining a smile, Rayford knew he had been carefully navigating his relationship with Nana, but he was ready to take care of his mother with even greater diligence now. He turned back to the nobles and inquired if they should proceed with their current activities. Meanwhile, someone off to the side exclaimed that even wars over territory should have justifiable motives, questioning if their actions made sense. Kama wondered if their behavior was the cause, to which Ronnie responded that those actions were merely childish antics from their younger days. Suddenly, Parma questioned whether they might lose, leaving everyone puzzled. He then asked again if they couldn't come together as the four families when Adrian declared war. Romeo agreed that this was true, but he pointed out that their adversary was a marquis. Parma suggested they take a moment to calm down, highlighting that while they were smaller compared to Isabella, they were still a noble family with a viscount. He believed the combined strength of the four families should be sufficient to confront a newly appointed marquis. Doherty became anxious and asked if that really was the case. Romeo clarified to Parma that while their united force would indeed surpass that of a viscount, it would still fall short of a margrave's power. Kama responded with enthusiasm, saying it sounded completely reasonable. Just then, Adrian appeared behind her, greeting them energetically, which left them astonished as they called out his name. He questioned how they had the audacity to casually use his name, referring to him simply as the Marquis. Parma retorted, telling Adrian not to make him laugh and challenging him to earn their respect after declaring war over territory. Adrian took off his gloves, proclaiming he would force them to respect him, and threw his gloves at Parma's face. He issued a challenge for a duel. However, someone behind him interrupted, reminding Adrian that he was not permitted to duel. That man, accompanied by three others, informed Adrian that he was the one who had instigated the confrontation first and explained that due to the glaring disparities between the two factions, a duel could not be legalized under national law. Adrian grinned, appreciating their prompt reply, and expressed his disappointment that they hadn't allowed him to behead young Master Parma, suggesting that it would have saved them from the impending territorial conflict. The man expressed concern over his relationship with his son, worried he might be taking things too far. Adrian countered that he wasn't overstepping and made it clear he had a straightforward relationship with his son, indicating that if he lost something, he expected it to be compensated. Seeking further explanation, the man asked for clarification, to which Adrian suggested he should discuss it directly with his son. Parma informed them that the letter announcing the territorial war would arrive within a week, unless they wanted their families to suffer due to their reckless son. He urged them to arrest him and present him to Adrian. The man reacted, questioning whether Adrian was suggesting he sell off his son, and remarked that Adrian was overstepping bounds. He caught a glimpse of Isabella, who was cowering in fear. He then turned away, warning that they would meet on the battlefield. Parma called out for his father, who merely suggested they return and talk. Parma was surprised to find someone and shouted for Isabella, who was trembling in fear nearby. He asked her why she had only just shown herself and pleaded with her to speak with his father. But she was lost in thought, confused about the situation. Meanwhile, Social media was buzzing with reports from the news, which stated that the newly titled Marquis, Adrian Lawrence, had declared a territorial war against the 4 vacant positions shortly after receiving his title. This bold move reportedly embarrassed even the king, raising questions about Mark Lawrence's motivations. Historical tensions between Lawrence and the 4 families had roots in his school years. Readers commented on the post, sharing that Adrian had been a victim of school violence and bullying, with some noting it was severe enough that he often went home injured. Others questioned how someone from a noble background could have such a tragic story, while one commenter pointed out that Adrian's noble status was only on paper, as his life had been more challenging than a commoner's. They praised him for becoming an archmage despite the adversities he faced, highlighting that there were no secrets about his past, as it had come to light without him having to disclose it to the media himself. Despite the troubling circumstances surrounding the territorial conflict, he felt a deep sense of gratitude that so many people were supporting him, even though he had created the current situation. However, his moment of reflection was interrupted when a man called out to him, prompting him to ask what the man meant by his words. The man explained that he was there to share the specifications of the Sky Fortress that was ready for immediate shipping. He handed over a catalog detailing the Sky Fortress's features. As he skimmed through it, he confirmed what he already suspected. Acquiring a Sky Fortress was prohibitively expensive. This led him to recall how nobles dreamed of possessing a single sky castle within their territories. He understood that others viewed him as reckless for pursuing a territorial war without adequate military strength. Nonetheless, he believed they had underestimated a key point. If they lacked military power, why not simply purchase more to compensate? Consequently, he informed the man of his decision to buy everything available. He was aware that he currently had 48 trillion in cash. When he factored in the assets seized from the vassals aligned with the Margrave Raven faction, including those of Anna and Cedric and their families, the total skyrocketed to 70 trillion. Furthermore, by considering the installments allowed by his credit rating, the man informed him that due to the staggering transaction amount, he would need to pay half of the selling price up front. He inquired whether he could receive a tax exemption, having recently paid substantial taxes, while RCA, beside him, was preoccupied with thoughts of cake. The man shook his head in gratitude for his purchase. He felt a rush of excitement knowing he had just acquired 8 sky fortresses, yet still had 20 trillion remaining. The enormity of the situation felt surreal. Excluding the prepayment, he realized he would be handling a massive 50 trillion in installments. At that moment, he spotted Otis and was taken aback to see him as well. He cheerfully greeted Otis as Margrave, while Otis playfully called him Monkey. He encouraged Otis to feel at ease and asked if they would be heading to the battlefield together. However, Otis replied that he was the monkey and asked if he could do so. He told Otis that if he was Earl Otis, he could surely join, but if he was Margrave Otis, he certainly could, which made Otis laugh heartily. Otis suddenly recalls something and asks about its significance, indicating that he is on his way there. The response reveals that he has bought all the sky fortresses, prompting Otis to exclaim that he anticipated this outcome. Otis informs him that he has no choice but to make a reservation, which he also expected. Now that Otis has attained the rank of Margrave, the military power limitations have been elevated to that of a marquis, making it essential for Otis to be present to attempt purchasing more sky fortresses. He inquires if it is Adrian's first encounter with his daughter, introducing her. This reminds him that she is notorious for her unstable behavior. Michelle elegantly introduces herself to Adrian, smiling at them like a radiant blue rose. He returns the greeting and introduces his fiancée, Aisha, who bows gracefully, leaving him puzzled since he had heard rumors about Michelle. Despite the gossip about Michelle being a disturbed individual, she does not appear to fit that image at all. He then checks her status and discovers her high talents in exploration and learning abilities, along with considerable strengths in English, interpretation, and reasoning. Her relationships are noted as interested and neutral, with her current standing being one of favor and fascination. He's taken aback upon seeing one of her talents, reading it repeatedly in disbelief. This leads him to wonder if the English she knows is the same as his own. Margrave Otis reveals that Michelle had been diligently searching for the fate of Archduke Lucas, which was eventually made public. He playfully nudges Michelle, recalling how she had despaired when she learned that the fate was found. However, Michelle counters his teasing by stepping on her father's foot and insisting that the found fate is false. She believes that real fate exists, but is concealed in an undisclosed location. Adrian reflects on the idea that Michelle, with her English interpretation talent, might have discovered the fate herself if he didn't have the advantage of his earthly background. Intrigued by Michelle's assertion, Adrian inquires about the secret location. Michelle, keeping the details hidden, suggests that it is a challenging place for nobles to uncover. Adrian speculated that the location might be Hollywood, a virtual reality space viewed by nobles as an escape for the common people, which made it particularly difficult for nobles to find. Although Adrian thought Michelle's prediction was a bit unclear, she was surprisingly close to uncovering the true location. Michelle praised Adrian for his accomplishments and self-made status, favoring people like him and Garcia who earn their titles through skill instead of lineage. Margrave Otis was visibly moved and even shed tears as he touched the spot where Michelle had walked. Michelle suggested they try playing online diaries together and asked Adrian for his approval, to which he happily consented. She shared her admiration for self-made individuals, which deeply affected her father emotionally. As Adrian and Aisha departed, Michelle and Margrave Otis offered a respectful bow. Arceus proposed eliminating Michelle due to her knowledge, but Adrian considered that unnecessary and preferred to keep an eye on her for a while longer. Adrian recognized the importance of closely monitoring Michelle's behavior. This was discussed during a gathering of the four family leaders: Count Dougherty, Count Karma, and Count Farmer. They focused on Adrian's remarkable acquisitions made during his capital tour. He had commissioned 8 sky fortresses for 100 units of Vanguard, along with exclusive equipment and 100 units of Vanguard exclusive hoverboards, 8 high-speed combat support ships from Vanguard, and 100 teleport artifacts. Furthermore, he ordered 4,000 effect armors and swords for knights, in addition to 20 medium-sized transport ships, each capable of seating 500 people. The family heads were astonished by the extensive list of military gear Adrian had procured in just one day. Count Farmer expressed his anger, asserting that Adrian was indeed gearing up for a territorial conflict. Meanwhile, Viscount Kamal labeled Adrian as unhinged for spending 70 trillion on weapons in a single day. It's worth noting that Count Farmer clarified that Adrian had made a total payment of 140 trillion, 70 trillion as an upfront payment, and the remainder in installments. The family heads attending the meeting were left in shock, comparing this expenditure to the entire defense budget of the previous year for the kingdom. The Count Farmer, understanding the seriousness of the situation, conveyed his distress. Meanwhile, Viscount Dougherty pointed out that despite Adrian's purchases of weaponry, they would be ineffective without proper training, particularly since Adrian, as a new lord, lacked the military strength required. Viscountess Rani questioned whether anything had gone as planned since Adrian's arrival. She cautioned against underestimating someone on the verge of becoming an archmage. The Count Farmer inquired if she was implying they should consider the worst-case scenario. Viscountess Rani concurred, stressing the necessity of preparing for the worst to prevent chaos. A butler interrupted, revealing that before Adrian was granted the title of Marquis, he had advertised a night job on online diaries, attracting approximately 4,000 applications. The family heads were shocked by this information. The butler further explained that Adrian had obtained a magic tower and an artifact production business, potentially employing magicians and technicians from those establishments. Viscount Kama criticized Adrian's presumptuousness in behaving like a lord even before officially receiving his title. Count Fama, recognizing Viscountess Rani's foresight, expressed concerns about a one-sided slaughter in the forthcoming territorial war, reflecting on Adrian's leadership and presence, Master Fiancé. Viscount Dougherty suggested a strategy to transform the territorial conflict into a civil war by involving neighboring territories and forming alliances. Viscountess Rani rejected this idea, arguing that Adrian would not be cautious of the royal family, making it impossible to prepare effective countermeasures. Count Fama, filled with anger, commanded the butler to summon the individual accountable for their disgrace. Meanwhile, at Mark Lawrence's estate in Marienkorf, Metropolitan City, where Cowie happily soars through the air, Adrian looked out over the city from his building's terrace, feeling the gravity of his new role. Pestis approached Adrian to ask for his thoughts on the newly established night troop. Adrian responded that he thought the troop was quite impressive, despite their tardiness. Pesa remarked on the remarkable speed with which they managed to create a commendable knighthood, which he had anticipated from the Riverdale family. Adrian felt relieved that many viewed him positively. Baroness Helena, who led security, the night troop, and served as mayor of Cuff City, praised Adrian's unexpected success and strategic planning. Adrian, feeling somewhat flustered, attributed much of his success to luck. Pestis and Baroness Helena disagreed, insisting that all of Adrian's actions were thought out and purposeful. Adrian thought of his contributions as merely a foundational plan, not revealing the impressive details that fell into place seemingly due to fortune. He then asked Pestis and Baroness Helena what they thought about sending the knights into the territorial war right away. Pestis expressed his confidence, saying that Adrian had made informed decisions and that everything appeared to be in order. Baroness Helena agreed with Pestis. Adrian turned his focus to the sky, taking a moment to observe the newly acquired sky fortresses, which varied from first to third generation. He reflected on how everything had come together so well, resulting in an impressive achievement that surprised everyone. He wondered why the kingdom had gifted him discounted sky fortresses instead of the more modern versions. Even though they were royal presents, Adrian saw a chance to use them temporarily and then sell them to smaller estates at a fair price. He shared his plans with the peasants and Baroness Helena, assuring them there would be no problems in observing the sky fortresses. Adrian decided it was time to take action, but the peasants and Baroness Helena appeared confused, leading him to declare that they would be going into battle. Pestis asked when they would commence, and Adrian responded that they would complete preparations in 3 hours. He explained the strategy of dividing into 4 groups to contain their enemies within their territory, capturing each area one by one, with himself and Aisha leading the main force. Pestis raised concerns about the need for permission from the royal family before launching an attack. Adrian acknowledged this issue, but stressed that permission would eventually be given. In the meantime, they could label their preparations as training, a common ruse. Adrian declared his intention to lead from the front alongside Garcia, aiming to demonstrate his military capabilities and earn the loyalty of his troops early in his leadership. At the same time, the heirs of the Viscount families reacted strongly against Adrian's announcement of war. As Adrian made plans to leave the estate and commence hostilities, the groundwork for the impending conflict was being laid. The scene then shifts to a cafe in this county's agricultural area. The inhabitants of this rural county scurried in fear, bracing themselves for the possibility of war breaking out at any moment. A woman sipped a fruit shake, reflecting on the troubling developments. She never expected Adrian to be granted such a title. The Emperor instructed her to recruit Adrian, but to her astonishment, Reynard had already taken charge. Most surprisingly, just after Adrian received his title, he proposed a territorial war against 4 neighboring counties simultaneously. Earl Alfred from the Birmingham Empire found this quite baffling and needed to assess whether Adrian was mad or simply eccentric. Another woman, Duchess Olivia Riverdale, showed up beside her, voicing her disbelief at the unexpected visitor. In the residence of Lawrence, Adrian and Marcus were present in a room, facing the representatives of this agricultural county. The representatives acknowledged their awareness of the situation, but pointed out that they had not granted permission for the territorial war, questioning why Adrian had deployed his troops near their vice county. They want to know if Adrian is disregarding the law. Adrian responds by implying that the residents of this county might be under some kind of delusion. He mentions that his army is only conducting training exercises near the county border and asks whether they were attacked. They answer that they were not. Adrian reassures them not to be concerned as he follows the law. He states he won't launch an attack until he receives permission for the territorial war, advising them to mind their own affairs. The representatives express their worry that Adrian might attack as soon as he gets the go-ahead. Adrian openly acknowledges their fears. The county farmers' representatives accuse Adrian of crossing moral lines. He admits he may be testing limits, but he counters by questioning the morality of their young master, who used to bully him in school. When one of them claimed that permission for war wouldn't be granted, Adrian received a notification on his smartwatch. With a subtle gesture, he muted the representatives and took the call. He was informed that permission for the territorial war he had requested had just been granted. The mute representatives looked shocked and anxious, while Adrian wore a sly grin, thinking the timing was perfect for his plans. He unmuted them with a flick of his finger and announced that the royal family held a different view from theirs. This decision was likely influenced by who they considered more valuable. The representatives began to panic and begged Adrian to make a reasonable choice. Disregarding their pleas, Adrian ordered them to leave and advised them to persuade their master, not him. Adrian firmly stated that the only way for the farming territory to endure was by capitulating, warning that failure to do so would inevitably lead to war. Perseus commanded his troops to initiate a spell to disrupt teleportation, receiving a unified response from them confirming that the spell was being activated. He instructed the Sky Fortress and Vanguard troops to advance with the unified objective of destroying the farms in the county. The sudden change in events left all 3 representatives utterly astonished. Adrian, noticing their lack of urgency, urged them to leave at once. With no other options, they could only grit their teeth and depart helplessly. Following this, Adrian signaled to Garcia, inviting her to accompany him in the battle. He informed Perseus that he and Garcia would join the front lines, temporarily leaving command to him. Despite Perseus's shock and his attempts to persuade Adrian to reconsider, Adrian and Garcia quickly left the room. Perseus promptly notified the Vanguard group that Mikey, Adrian, and Karen Garcia would directly engage in the conflict, emphasizing that their safety was the utmost priority. Adrian chuckled, reflecting on someone's comment that even after achieving revenge, only a feeling of futility would remain, suggesting that revenge only leads to more revenge. However, Adrian had a different view, believing that nothing gives a clearer sense of purpose than revenge. For him, the elimination of people like Anna and Cedric, as well as the villains from the Academy, marked the beginning of his new future. Above all, he found enjoyment in watching his enemies scream in agony and twist in despair. In another scene, we see the young lord of the county farm, overwhelmed with screams and tears, exhibiting sheer disbelief and frantic distress at Adrian's unanticipated attack. The young master turns to his guard, a knight, desperate for reassurance about their chances in the upcoming battle. The knight, however, informs him grimly that Mark Lawrence commands more than twice the number of troops they do, and with the powerful additions of Adrian, an archmage, Garcia, and Aura, their odds of victory are nearly non-existent. Angered, the young master criticizes his companions, insisting they must act to stop Adrian's advance. He reminds them of the hefty payment he made to receive such bleak news concerning their impending defeat, and voices his concerns over the severe consequences if he were to fall into Adrian's hands. The guard knight, keeping a serious demeanor, reprimands the young master for his self-satisfaction during this critical time. Instead, he proposes a dire strategy. He suggests that young Master Farmer should sacrifice himself at the hands of Mark Lawrence, as doing so might calm Adrian's fury, potentially sparing the rest and minimizing overall devastation. Shaking with fear, the young master protests against this proposition, questioning how anyone could suggest such a fate for the son of his esteemed master. Unyielding, the guard knight insists that this perspective is shared by everyone in the castle. The young master's ruthless actions have resulted in many casualties, and blaming him for incompetence is seen as a more pragmatic decision than blaming Mark Lawrence. He stresses the idea of reaping what one sows. The guards then express their gratitude for the lesson learned in the young master's mindset. He clings to the belief that he is part of the ruling class, enforcing discipline upon those he considers beneath him, asserting that Adrian is the one who is abnormal, not himself. Suddenly, the door swings open. The knight commander stands before him, and a glimmer of hope ignites in the young master's eyes. He begs to be rescued from this predicament and is advised to seek help from neighboring territories. The commander ignores his protests and instead drops vanguard gear, protective armor, and a force sword for him. The directive is unmistakable. The young master must don this equipment and confront Mark Lawrence in a duel. This is the command from a farmer who has been thoroughly intimidated. As he curses, other soldiers grab him, preparing to equip him with the items handed down. It's at this moment he recalls Adrian's threats. "You'll have to anticipate what's coming, because I will unleash torment upon you like you've never known. I will instill such regret in you for your existence." The young farmer, traversing the palace halls, reflects on the recent events. The commander reassures him that he shouldn't be so disheartened. Although Mackie Lawrence is an archmage, at the end of the day, he's still just a mage. A vanguard with the right gear should be capable of standing up to him. The young master counters that this isn't reassuring in the slightest. The commander insists that regardless of the circumstances, Adrian will arrive for him. In this scenario, he shouldn't allow fear to rule him and permit Adrian to claim his life. If he can effectively use the vanguard equipment, while catching Mark Lawrence off guard and defeating him, he could then enjoy the wealth accrued by Adrian, who lacks a wife or heirs. Ultimately, they will triumph in battle, and he will stand as the celebrated hero of this farming county. Before leaving, he shouts to his knightly guard that he intends to vanquish Adrian and survive. After that, he will take action against them for their insolence towards his master's son. The commander concurs, saying he'll willingly accept any repercussions once the young master emerges triumphant. He opens the door, clinging to the hope that he stands a chance to secure victory in the duel. Defeating a mage with vanguard equipment should prove to be straightforward. He was shocked to witness the ongoing battle, as his soldiers were being ruthlessly defeated. The sound of their cries for help filled him with despair, extinguishing any remaining hope he had. Adrian soared through the sky, launching attacks while Arcus sliced through the fray between them. The young master looks at the commander and states that his chances of victory are non-existent. Adrian faced off against 4 vanguards at once, but he managed to escape using a fast teleportation spell. He launched an overwhelming attack of electricity, allowing no opportunity for a response. The sight of 3 figures in the sky appeared. The fortresses were ineffective in their efforts to defeat Adrian and Garcia, encountering an inevitable demise amidst the escalating turmoil. Following that, Adrian descends right in front of him, announcing that he has finally emerged. With a grin, Adrian remarks that he had expected young Master Farmer to still be in hiding, making this encounter quite surprising. The guards behind Farmer surrender while he begins to tremble in fear. His gaze shifts to his commander, who promptly urges him to step forward and accept the challenge of a duel. Summoning his courage, Farmer issues a challenge to Adrian Lawrence for a one-on-one duel. Adrian is taken aback, surprised by Farmer's sudden display of bravery. Wearing a smug expression, Farmer insists that if Adrian truly values honor as a noble, he won't back down from the challenge. Adrian dismisses him as foolish and incompetent, accusing him of plotting something dubious. In an instant, Adrian unleashes a streak of blue light that surges toward Farmer. Before Farmer can even comprehend what is happening, Farmer's arm is severed, and he cries out in agony, exclaiming that he'll die if this continues. Adrian laughs mockingly, revealing that he spent 70 trillion in loots and installments to acquire his arsenal this time. Observing Farmer's pitiful state, Adrian remarks that recouping his expenses will be effortless. Tears stream down the young master's face, and his eyes redden with despair. A crow swoops down, carrying the severed arm of the young master. Adrian smugly explains that advanced vanguard equipment and fragments of a sky fortress are raining down, as if on display. The scene resembles Farmer Vice County proudly showcasing their family treasures. Adrian quips that he's managed to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. He simultaneously exacted revenge and made a fortune. Adrian lists the injuries Farmer inflicted on him in the past. 2 instances of broken ribs, a fractured humerus, a carpal bone injury, and a tarsal bone fracture. These were Farmer's handiwork during their academy days. Adrian admits he could have tolerated just the physical injuries, as his patience is remarkably strong. However, the mental torment Farmer inflicted pushed him beyond his limits, leaving him deeply unsettled. Isaiah draws her sword and advances, ready to deliver the fatal blow to Farmer. But Adrian intervenes, stopping her. He coldly tells Farmer that death won't come so easily for him. Adrian heals Farmer and staunches his bleeding, stating it would be no fun if he succumbed to blood loss. He orders his subordinates to take proper care of Farmer. Turning away, Adrian instructs the county commander to escort him to the Lord's office. The battle between Adrian Lawrence and Farmer Vice County concludes in just 30 minutes. Nearby in Farmer Vice County, Earl Alfred asks Olivia if she's certain that Adrian belongs to the Riverdale family's social circle. Olivia responds that she wouldn't have come to assist Adrian otherwise, but admits she wanted to confirm her suspicions that Adrian might not truly be part of that circle. Olivia dismisses Alfred's insinuation, affirming that Adrian is indeed connected to the Riverdale family. However, she notes she can use cheering Adrian on as a plausible excuse for her presence. Olivia then questions Alfred's own motives, pointing out her position as the head of the intelligence department for the Bring Them Empire. She warns Alfred against any plans to remove Adrian from the Empire, their exchange laced with thinly veiled hostility. Olivia diffuses the tension, suggesting they leave matters as they are. Alfred agrees, acknowledging that fighting each other would only exhaust them both. Suddenly, they detect a teleportation interference magic spell. Realizing that war has officially broken out, using their enhanced vision skills, they observe Adrian in action to gauge his abilities. They are surprised to see a mage like Adrian engaged in close-range combat. Olivia watches Adrian intently, puzzled by his unorthodox movements. Alfred explains that mages are often limited on modern battlefields not due to poor compatibility with Vanguard strategies, but because teleportation interference magic, a spell designed for short-range mobility, became prevalent. While it increased the survivability of less agile mages, the counter-evasion techniques that evolved made the spell ineffective in large-scale battles. This shift eventually led to the gradual removal of mages from active warfare. However, Adrian's fighting style suggests he relies on his own evasion skills, even when unable to teleport. Olivia asks if such a battle strategy is realistic, and Alfred replies that even with extensive supportive magic, it would still be a significant challenge. Alfred observes that Adrian's performance requires extensive combat experience, a well-trained body, and sharp battle instincts, skills that not just anyone can master. She remarks to Olivia that she has an impressive priest on her side, but Olivia responds that she has already warned her to drop her interest in their people. Alfred expresses regret, admitting she admired Adrian in many ways. Bidding Olivia farewell, she states that she's seen everything she came for and that the outcome of the territorial war is now clear. Olivia sighs, agreeing reluctantly. She realizes Alfred only came to confirm her suspicions. However, Adrian's spellcasting revealed many distinct habits from the Riverdale school, reassuring Olivia that she shouldn't have doubted him. She concludes she got an entertaining spectacle thanks to Adrian. Stretching, Olivia muses that it might be time for her to leave as well since her observations are complete, but remains unaware that Kawi, sharing Chloe's vision, is watching her from above. Adrian, through the shared vision, sees that Olivia and Alfred have departed. Relieved, he notes that his deception worked. Meanwhile, the Knight Commander, a farmer, escorts Adrian to the farmer's office. Adrian forcefully kicks the office door open. Farmer, startled, turns around in shock upon seeing Adrian's imposing presence. Frightened, Farmer yells at Adrian to stay away, only to stumble and fall to the ground. Adrian slams the ground near Farmer and demands to know why he hasn't signed the surrender documents. Trembling, Farmer asks what Adrian plans to do to him and his family. Adrian assures him that no one except the main culprit will be killed. But as a consequence, Farmer's family will become a fallen noble house stripped of their wealth and titles. Adrian adds ominously that the alternative would be wishing for death. Farmer, defeated and overwhelmed, broke into tears as he agreed to sign the document. With the fall of Farmer's Viscounty and Adrian's conflict with the four Viscounts, it became evident to all that the war was effectively over. Later, in Doherty County, Adrian's sky fortresses launched an assault. Meanwhile, Doherty informed the neighboring families that Adrian, having taken over Farmer's Viscounty, was reportedly heading toward their territory. However, it was likely that Adrian and Isaiah had already arrived. Doherty warned his peers, shouting that they must remember if Adrian succeeded, their lands would be next. Karma agreed, acknowledging the severity of the threat. Suddenly, a loud explosion shook the area, startling Doherty. Karma, attempting to provoke a response, sarcastically suggested handing over their children as a solution. Ronnie dismissed the idea, explaining that it was pointless. He argued that once Adrian subdued the young master of Farmer, he would march into their castle unchallenged. Carmen, puzzled, asked Ronnie what she meant by this. Ronnie furiously clarified that Adrian's campaign wasn't solely about revenge. It was a pretext to rebuild his treasury and expand his army. Moreover, Adrian intended to pass his military supply costs onto their shoulders. A worried Doherty questioned if this wouldn't lead to an even larger issue. Karma, turning to Ronnie, asked if she had any strategy to counter Adrian's plans. Ronnie responded that it was clear they couldn't win the war through conventional means, so they needed to adopt a new strategy. Shortly after, Ronnie's vanguard army reported their arrival at the teleportation area, and only a few moments later, Karma's vanguard army announced that they had also reached the site. Following this, Dennis contacted his lord to inform him that Doherty's vanguard army had just arrived at the teleportation area as well. Doherty instructed Dennis that teleportation would proceed precisely at 12:10 Vandal Standard Time. Dennis confirmed his understanding. The vanguard commander of Karma remarked to his comrade that timing was crucial, and the march was likely undefended at the moment. Meanwhile, Ronnie's vanguard commander instructed his troops to exploit the opportunity by seizing the marches, taking control of facilities, and holding citizens hostage. Dennis, the knight commander of Doherty, urged his troops that if the operation succeeded, it would immediately shift the course of the war, and they had to make sure they succeeded no matter what. A report came in from Dennis's team informing him that there were only 15 seconds left until the operation began. He acknowledged the report, then started the countdown. The knight commanders of Karma and Ronnie did the same, all beginning their countdowns in sync. As the countdown reached 0, all three commanders tore open the seal simultaneously. The moment they did, a flash of transportation light appeared beneath them. The vanguards of the three Viscounts were transported through the air. Ronnie's vanguard night troop reported they were online, just like Karma's and Doherty's vanguard night troops. Just as they were about to start their mission, someone interrupted, announcing that a welcome ceremony had been prepared for them. The vanguards were stunned when a massive blue flying ship appeared in front of them, with Adrian, Perseus, and Archer aboard. Adrian instructed them to follow him and conjured a massive transportation magic circle in front of them. As they were being pulled into it, Dennis cursed and yelled, realizing their operation had been compromised. One by one, they began to vanish slowly. They were transported to an unknown location, and Dennis asked if they had been teleported. Before Dennis could inquire further about their location, he froze in shock upon seeing that they were surrounded by Adrian's vanguards, with sky fortresses looming above them. In frustration, Dennis swore, realizing they were completely trapped. Adrian observed them quietly, his gaze fixed on their predicament. Before their arrival, Adrian's ship carrying him and his people awaited the vanguards. Suddenly, they sensed an approaching presence, prompting Adrian to notify his people of their arrival. Perseus inquired whether Adrian possessed clairvoyant abilities, to which Adrian responded that it was merely a straightforward prediction. Perseus expressed his growing concern about the situation, and felt a great sense of relief that Adrian was not an adversary. He raised his wand and unleashed his magical energy with a smile, remarking that it was a commendable tactic from the enemy, but ultimately ineffective if they could anticipate their intentions. Perseus stepped aside, noting that the adversaries had finally elicited his sympathy. Just then, the enemy's vanguards materialized right before him, and he informed them that a welcoming ceremony was arranged for everyone present. They were transported back to the present alongside him. Adrian leaped out of his ship and confronted the enemy's vanguard. He commanded them to disarm immediately and surrender, assuring them that their lives would be spared if they complied. Dennis, filled with rage, gritted his teeth and declared that he was Adrian Lawrence, which left Adrian confused. Dennis then informed the others that the war could end if they captured Adrian, leaving Adrian astonished since he didn't see that coming. Perseus, in a state of panic, called out to him anxiously, while Arceus quickly dashed forward and positioned himself in front of Adrian. As a vanguard lunged at him to strike, Dennis called out for everyone to seize the moment and attack Adrian together. One of Doherty's vanguards initiated an assault on him, demanding his immediate surrender. In response, he countered the man with his magic, insisting that it was they who should consider surrendering. The man collapsed lifeless to the ground, and he remarked that he didn't think that situation was worth his effort. Arceus then launched a rapid assault against them, resulting in a series of loud explosions. Dennis swore in fear, but he still commanded everyone to eliminate Adrian rather than just restrain him, aiming to end the territory war right then and there. He took down the vanguards, attacking him while questioning why he had even held back against them. Following that, he unleashed his flame blast skill. Dennis realized he couldn't evade it, so he attempted to counter the flames with his force sword. He swung his sword in an effort to slice through the fire, but it still scorched him, prompting him to scream in agony. Once the flames died down, he noticed that his armor had been destroyed, and before he could react, he saw Adrian racing toward him. He yelled for Adrian to stay back, swinging his sword in frantic arcs. However, Adrian met the attack with his magic shield and gracefully avoided Dennis's forceful strike, leaving Dennis in a state of shock. He was astonished that Adrian could deflect the aura force from the vanguard equipment with a mere fifth circle hard shield. Clenching his teeth and sweating, Dennis shouted in disbelief, questioning how a magician could possess such capabilities. Adrian raised his wand and told Dennis he was hearing the same line he had uttered several times throughout the day. Shortly after, he killed Dennis. Moments later, Adrian found himself in his mansion, sipping on a soda when a system appeared beside him. He soon noticed various articles claiming that once Adrian amassed enough military strength, the outcome of the conflict was already predetermined. And concerns were raised by some nobles to the royal family about whether allowing the territorial conflict was too much. Initially, there was widespread worry regarding the unreasonable request for war, but the following reactions were surprising. Speculation began about whether Adrian might target someone else. He noticed an article stating that the territorial conflict between him and the 4 vice counties had concluded in less than half a day, confirming the war had indeed wrapped up. The final clash had been a solo endeavor, as Adrian understood the vice counties could not prevail, allowing him to quickly seize the remaining strongholds. The system indicated that his relationship with the vanguards was one of favor and compliance, resembling an employer-employee dynamic. They viewed him with a mix of fear and respect, acknowledging that he had taken care of everything. There was a knock on his door, and he invited the person inside. Arsha entered, while a maid noted that she was covered in dirt. Isaiah mentioned that she was bored and wanted cake. The maid reminded her that snacks should follow meals, and she had already indulged in quite a few cookies earlier that morning. As Asks settled onto the sofa, the maid became anxious, warning her about potentially staining it with blood. Although it was somewhat noisy, he was pleased to see Catherine adjusting well. Just a few days after the territory war ended, people approached Catherine, recognizing their previous mistakes, apologizing to her, and pleading for assistance. Catherine asked him in fear what was going on, and he clarified that it was as she had witnessed. These were the 4 individuals who had tormented her before. He noted that she had to leave school simply because she spoke to him, as he was a victim of bullying. He reminded her of the bullying she had faced in the past. He mentioned that due to political circumstances, he needed some time, but intended for Isabella to ring a bell and follow Brooke's apology. Catherine urged him to stop. However, he sighed, took her hand, and explained that he couldn't comply with her wishes. He treated her injuries and told her she might not be aware, but she had been his salvation, and they should maintain their smiles from that point onward. Back in the present, Adrian called Catherine, and she quickly asked if he had summoned her. He asked how her days had been, and Catherine smiled as she answered that each day was enjoyable. They exchanged a silent glance, and he remarked that it was nice to hear.